Lady of Darkness, Book 1 of the Lady of Darkness series. Chapter 1. Scarlett. "You are sure he will be here tonight?" a cool female voice asked, bored from where its bearer perched on a low garden wall. "I have tracked him for weeks," replied a voice of silk and honey. "He will be here." "You said the same thing an hour ago," the first snarled, flipping a dagger in her hand. "Then why did you ask me the same goddamned question? Kindly remember, I get him first." "You always do," the second voice crooned. "Enough, both of you!" an icy third female voice cut in through the bickering. If the moon were out at all that night, it would have illuminated the three figures who sat in the shadows on that garden wall, waiting. Completely in black, from the boots to the hoods up over their heads, there were weapons gleaming on every inch of them. Steel daggers and swords, bows and arrows, hatchets and whips. Three women who knew how to use every single one of the weapons that adorned them with lethal efficiency. Three women who knew how to use their bodies as weapons, in all the ways a woman could use her body. Three women who were far more clever than most, and that was perhaps their most valuable of weapons. Three women who had been raised together, trained together. Three women feared by most. Nightmares come to life. As it were, there was no moon out that night, so the male, also dressed in black, did not see the women creeping along the wall as he passed them, despite constantly looking over his shoulder. The male did not hear the feet landing behind him softer than a cat. The male did not know he was not alone until a dagger was pressing into his back and that voice of silk and honey purred into his ear. "Hello, Draken." The male swore and reached for his own blade at his side. Before his hand touched the hilt, the voice clicked her tongue. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." "I've been waiting for you for weeks, you bitch," the male sneered at her. "Ever since you let it be known that Death's shadow had begun trailing me." "Is that so?" she whispered softly. "Yes, so let's have it out like the trained professionals we are instead of you cowardly shoving a dagger through my back." As delightful as that does sound, I don't think that will happen on this night." "Why not?" The woman stepped back from him, releasing Draken with a shove that had him stumbling a few steps. "Because tonight, my sisters have joined me." Even in the darkness, the woman could still see the male's face drain of color. "What?" he whispered. A cruel smile spread across her face. "One in particular has a score to settle with you." The woman's tone went dark and filled with wicked amusement as the other two women prowled from the shadows. She sniffed the air, her delicate nostrils flaring. "Why is it that you two make them piss themselves more than I do?" "No!" The male's breathing was ragged as he stumbled back from them. "No, I haven't done anything to warrant this. No!" "Well, that just isn't true," one of the women said sweetly as she stepped towards him. "It is true. I've only done paying jobs, just like you." The male tripped over something as he backed away from them and fell to the stone ground. He continued to push himself away on his hands. "I've done nothing to warrant sending his wraiths after me." The woman pulled a dagger from her side with a gloved hand, tapping the point against her fingertip. "He didn't send us. Sometimes we collect our own debts, and I've been looking for you for a very long time." Her voice was wildfire and snow and ice and shadows. "Then clearly you lot aren't as good as the rumors claim," he sneered. In less time than it took him to draw another breath, the dagger flew from her hand and went clear through his, pinning it to the ground beneath him. He screamed in agony, reaching to pull out the dagger piercing him, but another boot came down on his other hand. He gasped around the pain. "You're right," the woman who had thrown the dagger purred. We're better. The one he had called Death's Shadow stalked toward him and wrenched the dagger from his hand. She tossed it back to the thrower, who caught it with ease, scowled and grumbled, "Gods, it smells like him now." The other two women each hooked an arm under his shoulders and began dragging him along the path. The male was kicking his booted feet, twisting to and fro, trying any way to break their hold on him. They acted as if they were hauling a sack of potatoes. They'd been trained extensively on how to handle his kind, and how to kill them. "Where are you taking me? Where are we going?" he cried. "Death's maiden has questions for you," the third woman said as they threw him against the low garden wall. It was overgrown with thick ivy and thorns, and the male yelped as they cut into his palms, his skin, his face. "No, please, no," he begged. "I will take the third over her." Death's maiden crouched before him, tilting his head back with her finger to peer into his eyes. "Oh, Death incarnate shall have her turn when I am done with you." There was nothing human in her eyes as she surveyed the male before her. "7 years ago, you were hired to kill my mother, and me." At those words, the man began trembling. You are the daughter? You are the one who... You've been missing for the last 7 years." "Apparently, I've been found." She plunged a dagger up through the bottom of the man's foot, right through his boot. The tip came out the other side, slicing through the laces. The male screamed again, sobbing. "It was a paying job. He tricked me. I didn't know." "You didn't know who you were killing? That seems highly unlikely," Death's maiden said with a laugh tinged with madness. She pulled another dagger from her boot as she remained crouching before him. "Who was with you that day?" "I cannot say," he sobbed again. "Well, that is a pity," she sighed. Then she brought the dagger down into the male's thigh. "I cannot say," he cried, breathing through his teeth around the pain. "I am forbidden. I am bound by ancient blood magic. I cannot say." "Foolery," the third, Death incarnate, snapped. "There is no one here who can do such magic. Magic is not found here." "There is," the male gasped. "I swear it." "He lies," she snarled, bringing her eyes to meet Death's maiden's. "Perhaps he does. I don't give a shit." She stood. "We have hours to discover if he is indeed feeding us lies." Draken began thrashing again, writhing on the ground. "Tell me, Draken, did you know that your Fae magic will not heal you here?" Draken was trembling violently now. "I didn't know your mother was who she was until it was too late, I swear it." Death's maiden only smirked. "Do you remember exactly how you killed my mother? How you took her apart piece by piece? Because I do. I was hidden in a trash bin in that alley and saw the whole fucking thing." Draken began whimpering as the other two women came to her side. The three of them stood gazing down at him, cruelty on every line of their faces. They all drew daggers from their cloaks and advanced. Draken's screams began anew. Scarlett Monrhoe woke to Draken's screams still echoing in her mind. She rarely dreamt of that night anymore. This dream was actually a happy memory. She was usually jarred from the depths of slumber by nightmares that had her drenched in sweat and her throat raw from screaming. They were the reason she hadn't slept well in months, so she wasn't entirely surprised she'd fallen asleep in the middle of the day. She sat draped over a chair with the early afternoon sun filtering into the parlor of the Tyndale Manor. The tea she'd been sipping on had long since grown cold beside her. The book she had been reading was still in her lap, open and waiting. It was a rather old, leather-bound book she'd stumbled upon a few days ago. She'd been through the small Tyndale library numerous times, and didn't know how she'd missed the book when searching the shelves for something new. But there it had been, sticking out like a sore thumb on the shelf. It was not just about the fallen kingdom of Avonlea. That kingdom had been on a continent across the sea, but had been defeated when they sought to overthrow King Deimos and Queen Esmeralda. The king and queen gave their lives for the war, by using their magic to not only defeat and lock away the Auvergnlayans, but also to protect them from the Fae courts to the north and south of their human lands. Their sacrifices had provided the humans protection from the Fae who desired to enslave the mortals that shared the continent. This book, however, went into more detail about the conquered kingdoms, things she hadn't been taught in her extensive studies, details about their strange magic and the gods and long-extinct bloodlines. "Are you really going to just sit in here and read all day?" A young woman drawled from the doorway, her hip propped against the doorframe. Her golden hair was braided and swept to the side. Scarlett smirked at Teva Tyndale, daughter of the lord of the house. The two girls were very different. Scarlett was all confidence and swagger. Teva was entirely submissive and gentle on the outside, the way ladies of nobility were trained to be from a young age, but she was clever enough and enjoyed getting into a little trouble with Scarlett every now and then. The fact that Scarlett wasn't raised in a noble household accounted for their stark differences, but the girls were friends nonetheless. "Unless you have something better in mind, I'm quite content to lounge in the sun all day, thank you very much," Scarlett replied, her attention turning back to the book. "She is waiting for you, out in the training quarters," Teva whispered, fidgeting with her spirit amulet at her neck, 3 interlocked circles, side by side, the symbol of Faeline, the goddess of cleverness and wisdom. Scarlett slowly dragged her eyes back to her. "How long has she been here?" Teva's voice was hushed. "Only a few minutes. She nearly made my heart stop when she stepped from the shadows and sent me to you right away." "Is she alone?" Scarlett asked. "I do not know, but we do not have much time. Drake and the other men are out hunting, and they will return soon," Teva answered. Scarlett uncoiled from the chair, tucking her book under her arm. "Lead the way." The girls walked silently from the parlor, nodding to a couple of passing servants in the hallway. They slipped out the back terrace doors and crossed the grounds to the training quarters. The Tyndale Manor resided on a sprawling estate, complete with its own stables, garden, training quarters, and archery grounds. The manor itself was 2 stories with a dozen suites, several studies, sitting rooms, and the like. Lord Tyndale was the noble of the manor, residing there with his 2 children, Drake and Teva. His wife, she had been told, had passed from a wasting disease when the children were young. While Scarlett currently resided with nobility, she was not noble by blood. Not this type of nobility, anyway. She had plenty of wealth, thanks to her mother, who had been a highly sought-after healer in the capital city until her death when Scarlett was 9. She had never known her father. When her mother died, she was taken in by the Fellowship across the street from the healer's compound her mother had run. She had resided at the Fellowship until she had been sent to live with the Tyndales a year ago when she was 18. Scarlett's long dress swished across the grass as they hurried the final few feet and pushed open the doors to the training barracks. The main room was empty, and Scarlett glanced at Teva. The girl shrugged her shoulders, biting her bottom lip nervously. Scarlett huffed a loud sigh, then snarled to the empty room. "While I certainly have all the time in the world these days, I don't particularly enjoy being summoned like a goddamned dog." "So temperamental lately, although I guess that is nothing new," a female voice drawled, flipping a dagger in her hand as she came into view from the darkest corner of the room. "For the love of Arius, did you take a stroll around the grounds before you came to see me?" Scarlett rolled her eyes, throwing the woman a vulgar gesture as she meandered to the wall of weapons. Swords gleamed, their hilts varying from large and intricate to basic and dull. Hunting knives, bows, and quivers full of arrows, daggers and hatchets all adorned the wall. "You've been living here nearly a year now, and you still haven't learned how to act like a lady?" the woman asked, coming up beside her. 2 scimitars hung at her waist, while a sword was strapped to her back. "It would appear not," Scarlett replied, picking up a basic sword. There was nothing special about it as she checked its balance. Deciding it would do for today, she turned to face the other. She was slightly taller than Scarlett and had pale skin with ashy blonde hair. Her eyes were the color of honey. "Good," she replied, a feral smile spreading across her face. "I'd hate to have to break in a new partner. The guys at the Fellowship just aren't the same." "You mean none of them are as pretty to look at?" Scarlett asked, leading the way to one of the training rings. I mean, the woman said, getting into a defensive sparring position, that none of them are as wonderful as myself, and they bore me to no end, despite being plenty pretty to look at. The self-love in this room is truly astounding, Teva mused from her position by the building's entrance, keeping watch. Scarlett and the woman both laughed as they entered into a dance of thrusts, sidesteps, twirls, and lunges. Their swords sang as they whipped through the air. They were blurs, moving so fast you couldn't tell where one stopped and the other began. Scarlett cursed as she realized a mistake too late, and the woman brought her sword down in a winning maneuver. The other woman snickered, lowering her sword. You're out of practice. Unlike you, I don't live in a keep full of thieves and assassins who can spar with me at all hours of the day, Scarlett scowled. Now, she chided. We could have you gone from here tonight. You know what is required of you. I have no desire to go from one prison to another, Scarlett scoffed. He wants you to come home, the woman said softly, closing the small distance between them so that Teva could not hear. That is no longer my home, Nuri. And this place is? She asked, her brows rising. No, but for now I am protected here, I suppose, until I figure out something else, until I can disappear. Please don't do anything stupid. You're one to talk, Scarlett replied with a pointed look. We're not talking about me, Nuri said with a dismissive wave of her hand. Come home, Scarlett. You want to disappear. No one knew you were alive for years there. Yes, but again, I have a measure of protection here, from all of them. You would be just as protected there. He has said so more than once. You just need to give in on this one thing, Nuri insisted. I will not be shoved back into a cage of hiding, Scarlett snarled. You're in a cage now, Nuri bit back, readying herself in the training ring again. Because he shoved me into one, Scarlett replied, anger seeping into her tone. You shoved yourself into one and refused to let yourself back out, Nuri snapped. Scarlett lunged at Nuri, initiating their next sparring match, and nearly tripped on her long gown. You wouldn't have to wear such things at the Fellowship, Nuri said with a smirk. Just saying. Tell me why you're here, Nuri, Scarlett ground out as she blocked Nuri's thrust. He has an assignment for you, she said, ducking to avoid Scarlett's next move. She swiped out with her foot, and Scarlett jumped her attempt to knock her to the ground. You cannot be serious! Scarlett whirled and thrust out with her sword. I would not joke about something like this, Nuri replied as she shoved back against Scarlett's block. And neither would he. In fact, he has sent the assignment with a very enticing payment when completed. I do not need any further funds from him, Scarlett seethed. I need nothing from him, not anymore. He knows this, which is why he offers something else, Nuri said. The girls were both breathing hard, equally skilled in almost every way. Gods, it's been an age since I've sparred with anyone of worth. Nuri's grin was one of wicked delight as they moved around the ring in a dance of maneuvers that can only come from intense training and practice. Apparently, I'm not as out of practice as one thought, then, Scarlett managed to get out between breaths. I mean, you're still not at your best, but your mediocre is still better than most of those at the Fellowship, Nuri said, somehow managing to shrug as she said it. Whatever, Scarlett muttered, landing a blow with her foot to the girl's stomach. Nuri laughed as she held up her hands to stop the match. A truce, then, sister. We do need to discuss this assignment. You can tell the Assassin Lord he can take his assignment and shove it up his— You haven't even heard what he's offering you yet, Scarlett. And trust me, when you hear what he is offering for payment, I think you will change your mind. I highly doubt that. Nuri closed the distance between them again and lowered her voice. He has learned who hired Draken. I know who hired Draken. I know who ordered my mother killed. We discovered that shortly after we took out Draken, Scarlett replied lethally. But he knows how to find him, and will aid you in ending him. Scarlett nearly dropped her sword to the dirt floor of the training building. He is lying, He is not, Scarlett. Nuri's honey-colored eyes were fixed on her. He knows, and he will tell you if you agree to and complete this assignment. He also said that if you agree to the assignment, you will be allowed back into the Syndicate to train and utilize our resources. Did he tell you? He's not stupid, Nuri drawled. He knows I would tell you, even if he forbade it. Who is the assignment? I am not to say anything unless you agree first. Why? Am I to kill you that I must agree to such terms? Of course not, Nuri snapped. Not that you could. We both know that's not true. I don't think we know that at all. Is this his target or the king's? I don't know. I don't know who the target is, Nuri answered. How are you supposed to tell me the assignment then? He will send it to you. He's always so fucking dramatic, Scarlett grumbled, rolling her eyes. The men have returned, Teva hissed from the doorway. They just entered the stables. What am I to tell him? Nuri asked, pulling the hood of her cloak up and sheathing her blade at her back. For fuck's sake, Nuri, of course I'm going to do it if you will aid me in this, Scarlett snapped as she hurried across the floor to put the sword back. She turned to face her, but she had already vanished into the shadows. Hurry, Scarlett, Teva whispered. They are going to come out any time. Scarlett joined Teva, and they hurried from the training quarters, but not fast enough. As they stepped out into the sunshine once more, two men came from the stables at the same moment. Shit, Teva muttered. The young lady rarely swore, being of nobility and all. She turned to Scarlett and whispered, Mikhail is here. I know, Scarlett said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. It's fine, I can handle him. The Lairwood family had long been the hands to the king, and Mikhail Lairwood was in line to be the hand to the crown prince, Prince Callan. Mikhail had also set his sights on Scarlett and made his intentions clear about a year ago, the same time she had come to reside at Tyndale Manor. Despite having refused him on more than one occasion, he was persistent, and because Lord Tyndale was the leader of the king's armies, and Mikhail was currently a commander in said armies, she found herself in the young lord's presence far more often than she wished. However, the fact remained that she had no noble blood in her veins, and there was no way Lord Lairwood would approve of a union to anyone without noble blood in the family. Mikhail, however, was also the reason she was now living at the Tyndale Manor. At least Drake is with him, Teva said tentatively. Yes, Scarlett whispered. Drake wouldn't do much, though. She closed her eyes and willed the ice in her veins to calm, soothing the anger that threatened to spill from her mouth. Teva, Scarlett. Drake greeted them as he neared, eyeing them suspiciously. What are you two doing down here? Looking for you, of course, Teva replied to her brother. For? He asked with a raised brow. I was hoping you were back so we could go riding. Scarlett cut in with a wink at Drake. Go riding in dresses, Mikhail drawled with a sneer. How demure you have become, lady. You'd be surprised at the things I can do in a dress, Scarlett replied coolly. I am sure I would be, he answered, his eyes sweeping over the lavender-colored gown that was fitted across the bodice before flowing to the ground. Care to enlighten me? He took a step closer to her. Come any closer to me, and you'll find out exactly what I can do in a dress, Scarlett said with calm fury. Mikhail's lips twitched in amusement, and Scarlett saw red, her hands curling to fists at her sides. Take that next step, Mikhail. We all know Scarlett would wipe the floor with your ass, a man said, coming up behind Mikhail and Drake. And we'd all love to see it. Scarlett's heart stumbled, and she couldn't help the smile that filled her face as she breathed. Cassius. Chapter 2. Scarlett. Scarlett ran to the man as he sauntered past Mikhail and Drake. He caught her when she threw herself into his arms, gripping her as tightly as she gripped him. Hello, Sea Star, he murmured into her hair. Cassius Redding had grown up on the streets of Baylorin in the same district where she had lived with her mother. The assassin lord had discovered him and brought him to the fellowship, where he had met Nuri, and eventually Scarlett. He had begun training with Nuri's father, the Lord of the Assassins. When he was 12, though, Lord Tyndale had come across a young boy who had bested 6 other boys in a brawl in an alley. He had been so impressed by Cassius's fighting skills at such a young age, he took him in and raised him alongside Drake and Teva, considering him one of his own. The assassin lord had only allowed Cassius to do so if he continued to train with them as well. He had done just that, and had become a lethal warrior, rising to become a commander in the king's armies, which Lord Tyndale led as a member of the king's inner circle. Cassius had been one of the men who had trained Scarlett the most in combat and weaponry, but she hadn't seen Cassius in weeks, and it had worn on her. Scarlett's relationship with him wasn't one she could put into words. He was more than a brother, and she was closer to him than anyone else. He treated her as an equal and trained her as such. His pride hadn't been hurt when Scarlett started becoming a real challenge in the sparring rings, and he wasn't afraid to correct her or spare her feelings when she was sloppy or made a crucial mistake. As they had grown up, they had only grown closer, especially once he was assigned to be her private tutor when she was 13. Cassius set her down, brushing his hand along her cheek, and Scarlett closed her eyes to the touch. "Where have you been?" she whispered, barely audible. Teva had stepped closer to Drake to give them space. "Here and there," he answered, his hand stilled. "Open your eyes and look at me." She did as he ordered and peered into his eyes of rich chocolate brown. No words were needed. They rarely were with them. He searched her face and said, "Are you off to something pressing?" Scarlett shook her head, not trusting herself to speak. Gods, she hadn't realized just how much she had missed him. Without breaking her gaze, he called to Drake. "Are we fine to use the training quarters? Will we be undisturbed?" "I can make that the case," Drake answered with understanding. "Please do so," Cassius replied. "Shall we?" For the first time in a long time, a grin spread across Scarlett's face and reached her eyes. She looped her arm through Cassius's and let him lead her back to the training building they had just vacated, flipping Mikhail off over her shoulder as she went. Scarlett grabbed the same sword she'd used with Nuri and stepped into the ring opposite Cassius. He pulled his sword from the scabbard buckled to his waist, his features serious as he said in a low voice, "You looked like you were about to gut him." "Did I?" she asked innocently, readying herself for the match. "Scarlett." His tone was a warning. Drake, Mikhail, and Teva had followed them into the barracks. Drake and Teva were speaking quietly near the doors, keeping watch. It would be frowned upon for a woman in a noble household to be trained in weaponry. Never mind the fact that she hadn't been born noble. It was generally unacceptable for any woman to know how to defend themselves, and should she be discovered to be swinging a sword, well, it wouldn't be good. Cassius struck first, and Scarlett parried his attack. Ignoring his warning, she said pointedly, "You say you have been here and there, but you most certainly have not been here. I live here, you know. Your bedroom is literally next to mine. It's been weeks since you've slept in your own bed." Cassius opened his mouth to argue, but she cut him off. "I would know if you'd slept in your bed, Cassius." He closed his mouth, as he caught her feint right and blocked her blow. "You've been training again?" he said, surprise in his tone. "Here and there," Scarlett replied, ducking low to dodge a swing, then quickly rising to strike one of her own. Cassius smirked at her response. "She said I was out of practice, and you're deflecting the question." He chuckled as he avoided her swings. He was on the defensive now, and Scarlett took full advantage, her footwork nearly perfect. She took in every move he made, anticipating every strike. "My, Sea-Star, you never miss a thing, do you? I assumed she had been here when I saw you near the training quarters." "He has an assignment for me," she said, breathing hard now. "Do you know of it?" "I do not," Cassius answered, cursing as she ducked under his arm and popped up behind him, forcing him to swing around. "I'm assuming you will say no. Again." "I said yes." The shock was evident on his face. He was so stunned that he left his left side unguarded, and Scarlett capitalized on the opening. She whirled and swung, and as he moved to block the blow, she dropped down and swiped with her leg. He realized the maneuver too late, and although he caught his balance at the last second, it was all she needed to bring the point of her blade to his throat. She lowered her sword, stepping forward and closing the small distance between them, breathless. "That's why she was here?" Cassius asked. "To bring you the details of the assignment?" Scarlett shook her head. "No, she was only sent to see if I would take the assignment. He is apparently sending word of the target later." "You have reconciled with him enough to begin taking assignments again?" Cassius asked with a raise of his brow. She could hear the doubt in his voice. "I have when the payment is aid in taking out the one responsible for my mother's death," Scarlett whispered. Cassius's eyes widened. "Scarlett, I know you desire answers, but you got retribution on Draken. Some secrets are better left just that." "You can't be serious, Cass," she hissed, struggling to keep her voice low. Before he could answer, Mikhail came striding towards them, a curt smile on his lips. "Still deadly, I see," he said, his voice steely. "Although I do wonder why a woman of your newly found status feels the need to be so well versed in weaponry anymore." His eyes slid to Cassius. "And why the men in your life still feel the need to train you in such fields, now that you are a woman of nobility." Cassius lazily flicked his hand in Scarlett's direction. "Have you met Scarlett, Mikhail? You will find it in your best interest to indulge her requests and continue to watch your balls around her even with the current agreements." Mikhail bristled as Cassius tossed her a wink, and before Mikhail could reply, Scarlett crooned, "I find the need to be so well versed because I have found most men to be so incredibly inadequate." Mikhail blinked once at her brashness before saying, "Would you not desire a man who would treat you as the gem you are, who would protect you so you wouldn't need to do so yourself?" Scarlett gave a humorless laugh. "I would desire a man who knows I don't need to be protected. I am not some precious jewel to be kept in the coffers, only to be displayed at galas and ceremonies. I would seek someone who would not keep me in a cage." Mikhail snickered. "You do know such a luxury is not an option when you become a lady of the court, do you not? Maybe you should have considered such a thing before making the choice to become one." She could see Teva and Drake from the corner of her eye. Drake's lips were tight as he pretended to adjust his sword belt. Teva's arms were crossed, her head cocked as she took in the exchange. She sucked in a quick breath at Mikhail's words, waiting to see if Scarlett gave in to the rage that was roiling in her gut. It felt like fire and ice all at once, aching to be unleashed. "You do know I do not give a damn about such things, do you not?" she responded, faux sweetness sounding in her voice as she struggled to push the rage down, down, down. A snort of laughter came from Cassius. Mikhail glared at him. "You were warned, Lairwood," Cassius said, an iciness in his tone. "Unless you plan to take this to the sparring ring, I suggest you leave her and her weaponry be. She may live here and be denied her freedom, but she will still make you bleed in the most interesting ways." The two men stared each other down for a long moment. Mikhail stepped closer to Scarlett, and Cassius tensed. "This is not over." "It never is," she replied coldly. "As delightful as this unexpected power struggle is," came a male voice from the doorway, "Lord Tyndale requests the presence of his children, and your carriage is here, Lairwood." Scarlett turned to see a man leaning against the wall near the building's entrance. She hadn't realized there was anyone else with them. When had he come in? Had he seen her sparring? The man was tall, taller than any of the other men in the room, with broad, muscled, well, everything. He wore a tunic of blue and gray, with the golden crest of Windinel embroidered on it. A member of the king's army, then, and high-ranking if he was walking freely around the Tyndale estate. His golden eyes were fixed on her, even though he spoke to the others in the room, his head slightly to the side as if perplexed, and a lock of his dark hair tumbled over his brow. Had she seen him around the manor before? She thought she might know him from somewhere, but wasn't sure where. She certainly could have seen him around. People were always coming and going from the Lord's house. She hadn't cared to learn who they were. Hell, she scarcely remembered her first 6 months of living here. "Are you coming, Scarlett?" Teva asked, turning to leave the quarters. "I need to speak with Cassius for a moment," she answered. She held the gaze of the man who spoke, his eyes still on her. "He will escort me back." Teva nodded and turned to leave with Drake. Mikhail moved to follow them. Looking back over his shoulder, he said, "Until next time, my pet." "Tell Prince Callan I said hello," Scarlett retorted, her eyes narrowing as she met his dark eyes. "Of course, then you'd have to explain how you know me." Mikhail stopped short, glaring at her. She smiled back with poisoned sweetness. "Careful, lady," Mikhail said, his voice dangerous and low. "Someone found your mother. It would be a shame for others to befall the same fate, but I suppose that has already happened, hasn't it?" "Mind your company, Lairwood," Cassius growled, stepping in front of Scarlett. Mikhail merely sneered and pushed past Drake and Teva as he left the training barracks. When Drake and Teva had left, she turned back to Cassius. "You are not seriously suggesting that I say no to this assignment, are you? When that will be my prize?" "Hush, Scarlett, we are not alone," Cassius said, glancing pointedly over her shoulder. She whirled to find the man still leaning against the wall, studying her. "Do you need something?" she snarled. The man raised his brows at her address. She heard Cassius say her name in warning yet again, but she crossed her arms and glared at the man. "Do you not speak, or do you need a treat to entice you?" A small, amused smile curled on the man's lips. "That would depend on what type of treat you are offering me, lady." Scarlett's lips pursed in a cool, unimpressed glare. "I may look the part, but I'm no lady." "I could tell that by the way you handle a sword," he answered. He had a slight accent that she couldn't quite place. She'd been to all 3 of the kingdoms on more than one occasion, but it didn't seem to fit any of them. His eyes dragged up and down her body, and then he added, "While in a dress of all things." "I'm not sure why I need to keep explaining this to people today, but you'd be amazed at the things one can accomplish while in a dress," Scarlett answered dryly. "I will have to take your word for it, lady," he replied. There was a slight glimmer in his eyes as he watched her. "Cassius, who is this prick?" she snapped. Cassius let out a loud, exasperated sigh. "Captain Renwell. He trains one of the units of the Lord's armies." "He trains them? Interesting." "I can see the admiration in your eyes," the captain quipped. "Admiration?" she said with a raised brow. "I believe you're mistaken, Captain." "That would be unusual." His amused smile grew as he took in her slightly confused look. "I am rarely ever mistaken." Her eyes narrowed at him. "Well, you were mistaken this time because it was not admiration you were glimpsing, but puzzlement." "Puzzlement?" "Yes, puzzlement as to how someone who only seems capable of holding up a wall trains a unit of Lord Tyndale's forces." "Would you like a demonstration of what else I am capable of? I would love to share some of my secrets with you." The glimmer of amusement in his eyes seemed to glow brighter. "Would you like me to throw a dagger at your face?" "Scarlett!" Cassius hissed. "He is a very high-ranking and highly—" "I dare you," the captain smirked. "Shit," Cassius muttered under his breath. Before the word had finished leaving his lips, Scarlett had pulled a dagger that was strapped to her thigh beneath her gown, cocked it, and hurled it right at the man's stupid, smirking face. And he caught it by the handle. He simply stepped to the side and caught it before it embedded itself in the wall, a breath from his ear. Scarlett stood in shock. "As I was saying," Cassius said. She could hear the smile in his voice. "He is a very high-ranking and highly skilled soldier." Captain Renwell crossed the room and came to a stop mere inches from her. As he extended the blade to her, he leaned in and whispered, "Is it admiration now, lady?" Irritation flooded through her, and without warning, she whirled and attempted to kick him in the stomach. But he caught her ankle, and Cassius had to grip her elbow to keep her from falling to the ground. The man's cocky grin had her seeing red. "Let go," she said in a deadly calm whisper. "And risk you trying to attack me again? I think not." She went cold with rage, and as she was contemplating the best move to break his hold, the man's eyes widened. He dropped her ankle, stepping back from her. His face went from amusement to perplexed as he studied her with that curious expression once more. Cassius cleared his throat. "You're in an interesting mood today, Renwell." As if it were nearly impossible to do so, he dragged his stare from her to Cassius. "That will happen when a lady throws a dagger at your face." "Call me lady one more time and you will find out just how unladylike I am," she hissed. "Don't tempt me," he replied, that slight glimmer returning to his eyes. Before she could stop herself, she blurted out, "How did you catch it?" His brows rose in surprise. "So it was admiration. Did I impress you?" "Hardly," she lied. It had been impressive. She was highly trained against numerous types of enemies. It's why she did the king's dirty business when assigned. Few could best her. But this man, he could. Easily. Too easily. God, she was out of practice. "Liar," he purred. She stuck out her tongue at him. He huffed a laugh. "One would think that a lady would have manners when it came to her tongue." "My tongue is none of your concern." "What if I wanted it to be?" Her mouth nearly fell open at his brashness. Cassius coughed, attempting to cover up a laugh beside her, and she whirled on him. "What?" she demanded. "I don't think I've ever seen anyone render you speechless, Seastar," he said with a half grin. Scarlett flipped him off as she turned back to the captain. "Spar with me," she demanded. His brows rose in surprise once more as he glanced from her to Cassius. "He is not my keeper," she said in a lethal voice. "Is your tongue his concern, then?" Oh, she was going to enjoy this little sparring match far too much. Cassius cleared his throat and answered, "No, Renwell, we are nothing like that." The captain's gaze came back to Scarlett once more, and he jerked his chin to the ring. Scarlett followed him, and Cassius stepped off to the side. She met the captain's golden eyes as they watched her enter the ring. He held his sword at his side. It was a beautiful blade with a silver hilt, the pommel the shape of some type of star with small gems glittering throughout. The steel of the blade was so dark, it was nearly black. She'd never seen one like it. "Your footwork is impressive," the captain said, getting into a ready position. "I know," Scarlett replied, raising her blade. He chuckled. "You all ready then, lady?" Scarlett didn't bother to answer as she lunged forward, striking the first blow with the rage that was thrumming through her veins after her conversation with Mikhail and then the captain. The first blow was the only offensive move Captain Renwell allowed her to make. He deflected with ease and then rained down blow after blow. To her credit, Scarlett was able to block the blows, but barely. He moved so quickly. She wasn't able to take in how he moved, and Nuri hadn't been completely off base. Her skills were ones that couldn't exactly be forgotten, but they could grow rusty when they weren't practiced often. She hadn't trained, not in the ways that mattered, in a long time. She wasn't allowed to, and no one had sparred with her like this. Her feet were swept from under her, and she was on her back with a blade at her throat. "Train me," she breathed, trying to regulate her rapidly falling and rising chest. It was the first time she'd felt alive in nearly a year. It was the first time she had wanted to train in just as long. At the very least, it would give her a distraction from the monotony her days had become, and get her back in shape for this assignment. "No," the captain said, sheathing his sword and holding out a hand to help her up. Gone was the teasing and amusement. His face was all harsh lines and hard eyes now. Scarlett allowed herself to be jerked to her feet. "Why?" she demanded. "Your fighting style is too different from being trained by assassins and thieves. You would have to break habits and learn new ones. It would be annoying and not worth my time," he said simply, turning to stride from the ring. How could he possibly know who had trained her? "Another match, then," she said, striding to the wall of weapons. "Only allow me a different blade. If you win, I will not bother you with my request again. If I win, you train me, twice a week." He turned and seemed to study her, but not the way Mikhail had. His eyes stayed on hers. His nostrils flared, and slowly he said, "I do not usually indulge such pleadings from those who think they are better than they are." Scarlett curled her fingers at her sides as she leashed her temper. The captain seemed to glance at her hands before saying, as if bored, "Select your weapon, then." He turned to head back to the ring. Scarlett crossed to the wall of weapons and snatched up her favorite sword. The balance was perfect. The hilt fit her palm in all the right places, nestling against calluses well earned from years of training with thieves and assassins, as he had claimed. She'd used the sword numerous times. It felt like an extension of her. "Scarlett," came Cassius's low voice from beside her. "Be careful." She tensed. "I can beat him, Cass." "I'm sure you probably can, but—" "I'm fine." She reached over and plucked a dagger from the sheath at Cassius's side and handed him her sword. Then she turned, and with her eyes fixed on the captain, she gathered a side of her dress and cut a long slit up one side and then the other. She could beat him, but not if she had to worry about being constricted by these damn skirts. She grabbed the sword back from Cassius and tossed his dagger to him, stalking to the center of the ring. She got into a ready position. She had held back when she had sparred with him the first time. She always did with those who didn't know where she was raised. This time would be different. "Do you want to fix your hair first, lady?" Riker asked smugly, noting the loose braid that was barely holding together now. Scarlett tugged the string from the end of her hair and tossed it to the side. "I will not say it again. I am no lady." And she launched into an attack. She held little back as she sparred with the captain this time. Her silver hair flew around her in a wave as she ducked, twirled, and met him blow for blow. She tried to study his every movement, but he was fast. Fast like she witnessed a select few at the Fellowship. Fast like she was. Impressive. Scarlett blocked a blow and held her footing despite his strength. His golden eyes flickered with surprise and curiosity as she mustered her strength and pushed back. She could see why he trained the king's armies. His skill was impeccable, precise and controlled movements that only came from years and years of practice and training. Where had he trained? As they moved about the ring, she let herself drift down into that pit of calming rage, that place where she drew up strength and focus, honed by her own years of brutal training. Fury only allowed out when it was needed. She channeled that ire into each swing, each thrust, each blow. Some thought she needed to learn to control that rage. Others delighted when she unleashed it. She heard Cassius growl her name in warning. Too much. She was too close to letting all of herself out of that cage. Cassius would know. She gritted her teeth, annoyed that he had distracted her. And that distraction cost her. She caught the captain's grin right before he knocked her blade from her hand. "As fun as this has been, I have other things to tend to," he taunted. He swung the sword, aiming to bring the point to her throat to end the match, but she gave him a wicked grin. She saw the shock flash on his face as she surged forward. He jerked his arm back to avoid actually slicing her with the blade. Faster than a striking asp, she ducked under his arm, spun, and landed a kick clean to the back of his leg. The captain barked out a curse as he caught his balance. Before he could right himself completely, she punched him in the side. She brought up her other hand to land a blow to his face, but he caught her by the wrist. "We're not done here yet," Scarlett purred. She wouldn't let it show, but she was getting tired, and he was so damn strong. She strained against his hold, but couldn't break it. She brought up her other hand to push back, but he caught that wrist too. They had maneuvered out of the actual sparring ring long ago, having moved nearly halfway across the room. Now, still gripping her wrists, he forced her back and back. She couldn't do anything against his brute strength. Despite all her training, he was still bigger and stronger. She felt her back hit the wall, and he forced her back against it. Cassius was monitoring things, but he wouldn't interfere unless she signaled to him to do so. She struggled against his hold again, and almost as if he allowed her to, her fist came a little closer to his face. His eyes were fixed on her curled hand, on her right fist, where a ring glittered. The captain brought his golden eyes to her icy blue ones. "Where did you get that?" he breathed, barely more than a whisper. "It was my mother's," she replied through gritted teeth, her strength failing. The ring boasted a crest of an owl above a gold flame set into a sapphire stone. Her mother had given it to her the night she had been so brutally killed by Draken. She could still picture her face, the tears that glimmered in her eyes when she'd given it to her, as if she'd known it would be the last time she would see her. The captain put an arm on her elbow to steady her as he released her wrists. She stumbled slightly, unable to hide her surprise and confusion by the sudden end to the sparring match. She didn't know what to say to him. He studied her a moment longer, then he leaned in close. His breath was hot against her ear as he whispered in that imperceptible whisper, "You win, lady. I shall send word for when we are to train." She could do nothing but stand there in stunned silence as the captain turned, gathered up his discarded weapon, and left the training quarters without another word. "What the hell was that about?" Cassius asked, closing the distance between them. "I have no idea," Scarlett answered, her eyes still on the doorway he had disappeared through. "You are really going to train with him?" She finally broke her stare and met Cassius's brown eyes. "Oh, yes, I'm greatly intrigued now." "He is a hard-ass, Scarlett. Training will not be pleasant," he warned. "It'll be just like old times then." "You're really going to do this? You're really going to take this assignment and work with the Assassin Lord again? You know this won't be all he will require of you. It's too easy. It's too simple." She knew all too well the games the Assassin Lord liked to play. She took a deep breath. "Yes, Cassius. And when it's all said and done, I'm going to disappear." Chapter 3. Scarlett. Scarlett awoke to a knock on her door. She looked at the delicate clock on her nightstand. 5 in the morning. Who was knocking on her door at this god's-forsaken hour? "Miss Monroe?" a maid called. "Yes," Scarlett answered, barely awake. "A message arrived for you from Captain Renwell." "And you felt the need to deliver it before sunrise?" Scarlett asked, the annoyance hard in her voice. "I am sorry, miss, but Captain Renwell delivered it himself and demanded I forward it immediately." Scarlett sat up at that. He had been here already this morning? Surely he did not expect to train her now. She grabbed a silk robe that had been draped over a chair and answered the door as she slid it on over her silk nightclothes. "Is he still here?" she demanded. The maid nodded her head. "Yes, but only until I come back to tell him I have delivered the message. Then he will depart with Lord Drake." "And the message is?" Scarlett asked, crossing her arms. The bastard was playing with her, trying to establish his dominance or some other masculine bullshit. "He will meet you at 9 this evening." Having delivered the message, the maid turned to take her leave, but Scarlett stopped her. "I will respond to Riker myself," she seethed. Cassius had told her his first name yesterday, after the captain had left, when he had walked her back to the main house. She could play his games. Scarlett walked down the hall and descended the stairs with grace, the maid calling after her about it not being proper to greet a man in nightclothes. Scarlett didn't deign to care. She stopped a few steps from the bottom, her hands on her hips, as Riker stood in the foyer of the manor. His golden eyes went wide as he took her in, wrapped in a robe that didn't even come to her knees, her long hair over her shoulders, reaching nearly to her navel, and her bare feet. "I have received your message, Captain Renwell," she drawled. "I also must insist we meet at 8 in the evening rather than 9. "This is most inappropriate," was Riker's answer, looking her in the eyes, and only in her eyes. Scarlett smirked, her hand going dramatically to her heart. "You're right. It is most inappropriate to demand a message be delivered at such an abysmal hour in the morning, but here we are, so I thought I'd return the damn favor." Riker glared at her. and she saw the violence that danced in his eyes. Scarlett also saw a promise of some brutal training in her future. Inwardly, she winced, but let none of that show on her face as she glared right back. She heard footsteps coming from the kitchens down the hall, and Drake appeared from around the corner. He stopped short when he saw Scarlett and Riker, looked back and forth between them, and then a wry grin spread across his face. "Good morning, Scarlett," he said. "You are up far earlier than usual." "Yes, apparently we needed to discuss a schedule," she said sweetly. "And I was informing Riker that I needed to move the meeting time as his demanded time was too late for me." Understanding passed over Drake's face, and he turned to Riker. "It is true. Miss Scarlett has an ailment for which she takes a tonic every night at the same time. If she is telling you your requested time is too late, then for her health, it is." Riker seemed a little taken aback at the truth of the matter. He gave her a slightly quizzical look, to which she returned a small nod of her head. She didn't like talking about her ailment. Even more so, she didn't like that no one could figure out what it was. The most skilled healers in the kingdom didn't know what ailed her, only what could keep the spells away. She'd been taking a tonic every evening before she went to sleep for as long as she could remember. Scarlett could still picture her mother as she mixed the herbs and liquids for her each night. When her mother had passed, Sybil, the successor high healer at the compound, had taken up the job and still delivered it every evening to the manor. Another familiar voice came from the kitchens, and Scarlett leaned over the stair railing to see Cassius coming down the hall. "Do I hear my sea star up before the dawn? There must be something truly exciting happening in the city today," he teased, handing an orange scone up to her as he came to stop by the railing. Scarlett rested her chin in her hand and leaned on the railing, taking the scone from him. It was still warm, fresh from the ovens. She inhaled deeply before replying sweetly, "Not at all. I just heard my favorite person in the kingdom was still here and couldn't resist seeing him twice in 2 days. I had no idea he'd serve me breakfast as well." Cassius chuckled, light filling his dark brown eyes. "Careful, Sea Star," he said. "Mikhail is in the kitchens, and he may overhear you." Scarlett scowled, taking a bite of her scone. "Maybe I should speak a bit louder of my feelings for him, then," she said as she chewed. Drake cleared his throat. "Scarlett, while we are certainly familiar with and no longer shocked by your lack of caring for propriety in most cases, my father is with him." Scarlett understood the warning. Lord Tyndale would not be happy to see her standing on the stairs in little more than a robe, conversing with several men. He was fairly patient with Scarlett's distaste for the staunch demureness now demanded of her, was even amused by it, but she did not wish to deliberately displease him. Not when he could make her life a living hell if he wished. Scarlett reached over the railing to snatch a second scone from Cassius's hand with a smile and said, "Enjoy your day, boys. I'm most assured my time in the sun with books will be far more entertaining than anything you lot do." As she turned and started up the stairs to go back to her rooms, Riker called out, "Miss Monroe." She looked back over her shoulder at him, narrowing her eyes, but she found no returning glare. Instead, his golden eyes seemed to have softened just a touch. The pity, she realized. The pity that inevitably came with the learning of her lifelong ailment. She had to work to keep the irritation from reaching her face. "I will meet you at 7, if it works better for you," he continued. "8 is fine," was all Scarlett could muster as she heard voices drifting from the kitchens. Drake gave her a warning look, and she skittered up the stairs. She slipped back into her room and leaned her head against the closed door. The bedroom was large, with a walk-in closet and her own private bath, complete with a giant soaking tub and plumbed water, a luxury she was forever grateful for. She had every intention of crawling right back into her giant four-poster bed and sleeping for at least 3 more hours, but all those thoughts flew from her mind when she saw what rested on her pillow. A red rose with a piece of paper wrapped around it and tied with a black ribbon. The assassin lord had delivered the details of her assignment. Scarlett tightened the sash of her robe as she crossed slowly to the bed. She had no idea what to expect from this assignment. The assassin lord had been trying to lure her back to the Fellowship for months now, and she had adamantly been refusing. After all, she was currently residing at the Tyndale Manor because of him. He had told her what was required of her to return to the Fellowship, and it was something she would never agree to. The man had practically raised her after her mother had been so brutally assassinated. He had personally overseen her training alongside Nuri and another. The three of them had become his most lethal weapons and his most protected assets. Forcing her to come here had been a punishment for disobeying him. He hadn't expected her to last this long. He had thought she would have come crawling back by now. He had thought she would have broken by now. He thought wrong. Scarlett gingerly picked up the rose and tugged at the black silk ribbon, untying the neat bow. She let it flutter to the mattress and tossed the rose aside onto her nightstand. She unrolled the paper. He had written the note himself. She would recognize his tight scrawl anywhere. My dearest dark maiden, I miss you. Complete this job and come home, where you belong. She sank to her bed as she read the name of the person who stood between her and the retribution she'd sought for years. She read the name over and over and over again. She didn't know who it was. She didn't know how she would find the person. All she knew was that she'd do this, and then she'd take her time with the person responsible for her mother's death. Scarlett arrived in the training barracks promptly at 8 that evening. Riker was already waiting for her, sharpening that dark blade of his. He didn't even look up at her when he snarled, "Pick your blade." She stalked to the wall and plucked her favorite sword from the wall of weapons, savoring the feel of it in her hand. She had spent most of the day in her room, planning out her assignment, figuring out how she was going to track her target. Normally, she required knowing why a person was being targeted. She was usually provided with such information. She had never felt right about killing someone without knowing why. She needed a reason. She didn't always agree with the reason, but at least she knew. The assassin lord knew this, which meant not telling her was a test, and she wasn't sure how she felt about that. That was a lie. She knew exactly how she felt about that. It pissed her off. Another person playing a damn game with her life. "Sorry if I ruined your evening plans by having to move this earlier," she said with fake sweetness, sheathing the sword in the belt she'd worn with her fitted pants and tunic. "Let's not start this by lying to each other. You are not sorry at all," Riker snorted, finally looking up at her. "However, since it was for health reasons and not your own arrogance, I was happy to accommodate you." Riker stood and strode to the center of a training ring. Scarlett followed, her steps quick. "Listen," she said, coming toe-to-toe with him and looking up into his face. It was all harsh lines and cold features. He was at least 6 inches taller than her, and he bared his teeth like a goddamned animal at her being in his face. "My ailment does not hold me back, hamper me, or make me weak, so do not treat me like a fragile child." He stared into her eyes. She glared back at him. "Fine," he finally growled. "Show me how you hold your sword." "Really? We're going to start this basic?" Scarlett asked, not trying to hide her annoyance. "I told you that you had habits that would need to be broken. I train soldiers for battle, not thieves, assassins, and mercenaries. We train differently." "How do you know who trained me?" Riker lifted her arm to examine her wrist and hand, ignoring her question. "Do you always fight left-handed?" "No," Scarlett answered. "I was forced to train with both. I used to be stronger with my right hand, so my trainer made me use solely my left hand for an entire year until they were equal." "Smart trainer," Riker said. "Show me your ready stance, as though you were preparing for an attack." Scarlett obeyed wordlessly. "No smart-ass comment," he taunted. "I'm not some stupid, spoiled lady," Scarlett said, not changing her stance. "You are clearly highly respected and highly skilled. It has been a long while since I've had someone of quality skill to train with me. I would not be stupid enough to piss you off and ruin my chances to train. Not during the first lesson, anyway." "Why exactly do you desire me to train you? You are clearly already fairly skilled," Riker commented, making a minor adjustment to her grip. She would never admit it to him that such a minor change made her grip instantly better. "And not the snide comment you gave Lairwood." Scarlett straightened. She hadn't expected it. She had thought they'd come here, train, maybe piss each other off a bit, and do the same thing the next time. That he would actually take any interest in her was peculiar and wasn't something she had bargained for. "Why does it matter to you?" she asked curiously. "It is odd in this—" He stopped and then started over. "It is indeed odd for a woman to be skilled in weaponry, is it not? I suppose it is not a common thing for a woman of nobility, but I am not nobility. I believe you'd be surprised at the number of women who do need to know weaponry, especially those not privileged enough to live in this district." "I have no doubt about that, but you do live in this district." "I have not always lived in this district, and I have no desire to stay in this district," Scarlett snapped back. This was not her home. She hated the propriety and most of the people. She hated that these people had so much and seemed to not care about those hungry on the streets in the slums. If her world hadn't gone to hell a year ago, she wouldn't even be here. "And where would you desire to go?" Riker asked, his tone snide, finally getting into a ready stance himself. "Anywhere but here," Scarlett answered, returning to her position. Riker studied her for a long moment. Then he lunged, and for the next 2 hours he knocked her on her ass, hauled her back up, growled something about her skills and what she needed to do differently, and attacked again. Scarlett was breathing hard as she leaned against the wall and tilted her water skin back, draining the last of it. The training quarters were dimly lit, as they didn't want to attract any attention. There were only 2 oil lamps lit, casting a faint glow around the room as the sun was setting in the summer night. They were both drenched in sweat, but she didn't dare let her eyes linger, even if he was ridiculously attractive. She could admit that. She saw plenty of pretty muscles and handsome faces come through the fellowship, but Riker's attractiveness was different, wild but steady, a checked arrogance of someone who knew how skilled he was and didn't need to prove anything to anyone. "Did Cassius train you?" Riker asked beside her, drinking from his own water skin. "A great deal of my training is from him, yes," Scarlett answered. "But not all." "No, not even close to all." She heard the captain sigh in frustration, then from between gritted teeth, "Then who else has trained you?" Scarlett turned to face him and replied with a smirk. "Tutors, masters, friends." "The same who trained Cassius, then?" Riker asked casually. Scarlett raised a brow. "Cassius is a member of the king's armies. He was trained there as any other soldier." Riker gave her a knowing look. "I have trained hundreds of warriors," he replied blandly. "He was not trained as a soldier first. He is an exceptional fighter because he was trained in different ways and not only as a soldier." "Hundreds?" He looked no older than Drake and Cassius. How could he have trained hundreds of soldiers? "You can tell all that just by sparring with him?" she asked curiously. "Who was your mother?" Riker asked suddenly, again ignoring her question. Scarlett gaped at him a little. "I don't really think that is any of your business," she replied. Riker just stared at her, clearly expecting her to answer the question anyway. He was obviously used to being obeyed without question. "Where do you hail from?" she asked instead, crossing her arms. "That is none of—" Riker stopped himself and gave an exasperated sigh. Scarlett just smirked at him. "So, you get to ask me personal questions, but I'm not allowed to ask any of you? I don't think that is how this thing shall work between you and me," she said sweetly. "There is no you and me. There is you and there is me," he growled. Annoyance marked every line of his face, and his shoulders were tense with irritation. "I suppose you're right," she mused. "My tastes tend to not include broody, cranky pricks." Through gritted teeth, he replied, "If you will not answer simple questions, then I suggest that at the end of every training session, we each volunteer one piece of information about ourselves to the other, not a question, so there is no pressure to divulge something neither of us wants to reveal." Scarlett blinked at him. A bargain? A part of her wondered why he cared about her at all, but another part of her was intensely curious about his own past. There was something about Riker that drew her in, that intrigued her beyond reason, and she found herself saying, "All right, you go first then." Riker shrugged. "I came to Bay Lauren 2.5 years ago. When I met Drake and he learned of my skills on a battlefield, he convinced his father to have me help train the king's armies. When Lord Tyndale saw my skills, he recruited me to train an elite group of soldiers. Your turn. What kind of skills do you teach to the elite soldiers? Scarlett asked. No questions, lady, unless you are willing to answer some in return, Riker replied sharply. Scarlett rolled her eyes, but said, Fine. I have not always lived in this district. I came to live with Lord Tyndale and his family a year ago, and before you can ask where I lived before, that is not up for discussion. Riker studied her. She could see so many questions swirling in his golden eyes, but he didn't ask. Instead, staring across the room, he said, If you truly desire to be properly trained, I am willing to do so, but it requires more than swinging swords in a galley a couple evenings a week. You can decide how intense you would like your training to be. I know what training is required to be properly trained, she snapped back. She pushed down the images of training in the Fellowship, her sisters by her side, enduring the same brutal methods, broken bones, bruises, and cuts, and learning to fight around pain. Then you know it will not be enjoyable. The violence that flickered in his golden eyes sparked something deep in her soul, something she had not felt in a long time. Why? Was Scarlett's answer. Why would you offer to train me like that when you spend the better part of your day training men? He shrugged slightly and said, Because where I am from, females fight alongside males on the battlefields. Because those men in your king's armies are not more skilled than you are. You could likely best many of them outside of the elite group that I train. Because you deserve the choice of something else if that is what you desire. Scarlett was silent for a moment. A choice. Something she was rarely gifted. Everything about her life seemed to already be decided for her, had always been someone else's decision, someone else's plan. So she found herself saying, Yes, I would like that very much. Not because she wanted to get information from him, but because she truly wanted to choose this for herself. Riker merely gave her a feral, sarcastic grin and said, Remember you said that when you are meeting me to run at dawn. Chapter 4. Scarlett. It was shortly before sunrise as Scarlett crept along the walls of the manor's grounds. It wasn't her first time sneaking in and out of the manor, and it wouldn't be her last. She had been trained for covertness, secrecy, and death, after all, although Nuri had always been the stealthiest. Nuri Halloway was a different sort of nobility. She was the adopted daughter of the Assassin Lord. An orphan on the streets like Cassius, the Assassin Lord had found her at the age of 4, scooped her up, and taken her to his home. His daughter not by blood, but by choice. She had been trained as an elite killer right alongside Scarlett. They were taught to move among the shadows with such stealth you didn't see them unless they wanted to be seen. Her gift of stealth, however, was how she came to be called Death's Shadow. She stalked every one of her father's targets, and even some of the other assassins and thieves' targets at the Fellowship. If Nuri was watching you, it was likely your death was near. She was feared almost more than the assassins themselves, because you never knew when death would show up, only that it was indeed coming. The dread became more unbearable than the actual death, unless she was accompanied by her 2 sisters. When the wraiths of death were all dispatched on one target, they begged for death by the end. Many knew Nuri's name. Few knew she was Death's Shadow. It was kept hidden, like many secrets of the Black Syndicate. Scarlett had interacted with the Lord of the Assassins nearly every day, but she'd never once seen his face and knew none of his features. He always wore a hood, but she knew her mother had known him well. While he ran the Fellowship, her mother had run the Healer's Compound in the Black Syndicate. There was the Syndicate, full of thriving merchants and businesses, and then there was the Black Syndicate, full of much darker merchants and businesses, a kingdom in and of itself. The Black Syndicate held everything from crime lords and brothels to thieves and mercenaries. Why her mother had chosen to set up shop in the Black Syndicate district, Scarlett did not know. She was the most skilled healer in the kingdom, perhaps in all the kingdoms, and people came from neighboring lands just to see her. She was often called away in the middle of the night to the Fellowship to attend someone who had returned from a mission where something had gone wrong. The Fellowship was directly across from the compound, and messengers were constantly going between the two. At the age of 6, Scarlett's mother had turned her over to the Assassin Lord to learn how to defend herself, and another healer's daughter of the same age had joined her along with Nuri. What had come of that was the creation of a nightmare made flesh. The 3 girls had bonded during hours of brutal training. The 3 girls grew to love each other in the darkness. The 3 girls formed the bond of sisters. They pushed each other harder than anyone else, even their trainers, and they were loyal to each other above all else. When Scarlett's mother had been killed, the rumor was spread that she had been killed as well. That had been the plan, according to the assassin she had watched take her mother apart. Cassius, of course, had been the one to find her. She was snuck into the fellowship, where she was kept hidden for 7 years. The girls had continued to train just as intensely and were sent out on missions, and because no one knew who the Wraiths of Death were, no one was any the wiser that she was, in fact, alive. Since coming to live at the Tyndale Manor, however, the most she ever seemed to use her stealth training was to sneak out on occasion to exercise with Nuri, and to get herself and Teva out to attend various activities. Her favorites were the parties by the pier that went well into the night, full of dancing and food and wine. Nights when she could forget the mess her life had become and just exist for a few hours without the weight of her world pressing in on her. She smiled at the thought of the memory of the last party she'd attended at the pier. It had been the first scorching hot night of the summer. She'd spent more time by the sea than in the actual venue, although she'd gotten plenty of dancing in too, when Mikhail hadn't been hovering over her incessantly. Drake had finally distracted him long enough for her to slip out into the stifling heat. She had walked among the waves washing up on the shore, a quiet moment of peace among the busyness of whatever it was she did anymore. She used to have a purpose, even if it was a dark one. Now, "It's awfully early to be in the gardens, isn't it?" came a silky voice from beside her. "Damn it, Nuri!" Scarlett hissed, her hand going to her heart. She may have trained with Nuri, but the other girl was still more covert and thoroughly enjoyed slipping in and out of the shadows to everyone's great annoyance. Nuri laughed quietly, her footsteps as silent as Scarlett's were along the path. "Where are you going so early?" Scarlett glanced out of the corner of her eye at her friend. The girl's hair was braided down her back, her scimitars at her waist as usual, and a bow slung across her back. She was entirely in black, her hood down. She looked tired, as if she'd been up all night. She probably had been. She'd likely been stalking someone for a job. "I'm meeting Riker for training." Nuri's eyebrows shot up. "Riker? Who's that?" "He's a captain in the King's armies," Scarlett said with a dismissive wave of her hand. "He trains an elite group of soldiers. I've never seen anyone fight like him, Nuri. He knocked me on my ass in less than 2 minutes. I asked him to train me." "Whatever for? You were trained by some of the most lethal men in the kingdom." "His fighting style is different. I don't know how to explain it." "So it makes his training better?" Nuri asked curiously. "No," Scarlett said, contemplating. "I said his fighting style was different, not necessarily superior. We can always grow. We can always learn." "Because when we stop growing and learning, we start dying. Yes, I know," Nuri said, finishing what Scarlett was saying. It was something her mother had said to them both, and often. "Besides, maybe I'll learn other things from him," Scarlett said with a shrug of her shoulders. "Oh, I'm gleaning there's plenty you'd like to learn from him," Nuri said with a taunting smirk. "Stop it," Scarlett groaned, shoving her sister slightly with her shoulder. Nuri only laughed under her breath again. "You know what I mean. Since I can't speak with Callan anymore, we need another way to get information." "That could work," Nuri mused. Then she said innocently, "Or we could just dispatch Mikhail and his wonderful sister in their sleep, and you could resume your dealings with Callan." "Speaking of dispatching, he finally sent over my assignment," Scarlett replied, changing the subject. A look passed over Nuri's face that Scarlett couldn't quite read, but was gone in the next moment. "Is that where the sudden renewed interest in training has come from?" "Yes, and no," Scarlett answered. "I haven't trained in over a year. I figured I should probably brush up on my skills a little bit before I figure out who the hell this guy is that I'm tracking down. I probably would have asked him to train me anyway, though." "Is your target Fae?" Nuri asked, looking straight ahead as they made their way down the path. Few knew how to fight, and best the Fae. In fact, the majority of their assignments were Fae, and for good reason. The Fae occupied the lands on the northern side and southern side of the continent. They were divided into 4 courts, ruled by 2 sister queens. One ruled the western courts of fire and water, and one ruled the eastern courts of wind and earth. And it was the Fae queens who had sided with Auvenlea in the Great War in exchange for help enslaving the mortals. For the love of their people, King Daemus and Queen Esmeralda sacrificed themselves to cast 2 powerful spells that took their lives. One to lock the Auvenleans away to their own continent, and one to make magic inaccessible in the mortal lands. Thus, the Fae were made far easier to kill should they cross into the human territories. They were still faster and stronger and had primal senses, but without access to their magic, they could be killed if you had the right weapons. Blades of sheer stone or black ashwood arrows, both extremely hard to come by, and both extremely expensive. The kingdom was divided into the 3 mortal kingdoms it was now. I don't know if he's Fae or not. I've never heard the name before. He also didn't tell me why he wants him dispatched. He's always told us why, and he didn't this time. When Nuri remained silent, Scarlett asked, "You don't know anything?" "About your target? No," Nuri answered, reaching to pull up her hood. "That makes it sound like you know of something else," Scarlett replied, turning to face her friend, but she was gone. She heard footsteps behind her and whirled to find Riker making his way up the narrow path. He looked exhausted, as if he hadn't slept all night. "You're late," she said by way of greeting. He stopped a few feet away from her, his nostrils flaring. "Who else is here?" He couldn't possibly know Nuri had been here. Scarlett turned in a slow circle, making an exaggerated show of looking for someone. "Clearly we're alone," she finally answered with a raised brow. "Let's go," was all he said in response, striding by her and making his way to a clearing. Once there, he found a path and started into an easy jog to warm up before they would begin to run. "You're the one who set this awful time before the sun rises. Don't be cranky with me," she snapped, falling into step beside him. Riker didn't say a word. He just picked up his pace with a snarl. They ran and ran and ran. Hard. She hadn't run like this in ages. So much for the maintenance she'd tried to keep. Riker, it appeared, was working off a temper. Her lungs burned, but she couldn't deny that the aching in her legs felt good. Finally, Scarlett had to stop and vomit. Wiping her mouth on the back of her hand, she leaned against a tree along the path. "Are you done?" Riker snapped from a few feet away, his accent almost thicker this morning. His arms were crossed against his broad chest, and his face was lined with aggravation. "Excuse you?" Scarlett demanded, the taste of vomit coating her mouth and tongue as she spit onto the ground. "I asked if you were done hurling your guts up so we can get going," Riker repeated. "Quit being such a prick," Scarlett snapped back. "You asked me to train you. If you cannot handle it, then let's just quit now," Riker snarled, turning to walk back down the path. "Oh, no you don't," Scarlett said, grabbing his muscled arm. Riker whirled back, gripping her wrist tightly. He glared at her, baring his teeth, and she glared right back. "I am well aware that training with you will be grueling, and I am prepared for that, but you do not get to take your pissy mood out on me." "I am not Cassius," he retorted, his voice low. "You yelling at me does not make me feel bad for you and give you what you want." Without warning, she brought her other hand up, fisted, to punch him. He caught that wrist, too. She brought her knee up to inflict damage in a particularly sensitive area. Riker twisted just in time so that her knee connected with his thigh. "You will not win a fight with me," he hissed at her. "Maybe not, but I'll be a challenge," she retorted, leaning in close. Then she looped her foot around his ankle and jerked. He let go of one wrist, and that was all she needed. Her elbow came down on the other, breaking his hold. She intended to flip back out of his reach, but he was so damn fast. He gripped her around the waist. She attempted to kick out at his shin, but he was still stronger than she was. In a heartbeat, he had her thrown to the ground. The impact knocked the breath from her. Then he was on top of her, straddling her with her wrists pinned above her head. Rage roiled in her gut. "You are an ass," she hissed, her voice lethal. A half grin kicked up on his mouth. "Most would agree with you, lady, but the fact remains that you throwing a fit does not get you what you want. I am not Cassius." "Do not make assumptions about things you know nothing about." Riker smirked at her. "I do not need to assume anything. It is clear how every man in your life feels about you. It was evident the day I watched them with you in the training barracks. Drake sees you as a little sister to protect. Mikhail sees you as a pet to be tamed and prized. And Cassius..." There was a deafening boom. Birds flocked to the sky as branches from the surrounding trees crashed to the ground and shattered into thousands of pieces. Riker pressed himself flat onto Scarlett, pressing her into the ground. She could feel his heart racing as fast as her own, and she could feel every part of him against her, something inside her seeming to flicker in response. In the silence that followed, Riker slowly sat up, rolling off her and sitting back on his heels. She pushed herself up onto her elbows and surveyed the clearing around her. Shards of black littered the surrounding area. She pushed herself higher into a sitting position. "Are you all right?" Riker asked. She didn't look at him as she reached out a hand to touch one of the shards. They were branches, but they were black as night. They had been frozen and then shattered when they fell to the ground. She looked at the trees. All were perfectly normal, their bark brown and leaves green, just as a tree should be in midsummer. There was no ice anywhere else. "Scarlett," he said quietly. She turned to Riker to find him staring at her. "Where is your ring?" "My ring?" she asked, looking down at her hands. "Yes, the ring you said your mother gave you." "I didn't put it on this morning. I didn't even think of it as I rushed out to meet you. What does it matter, anyway? Branches just exploded everywhere. How the hell does that happen?" Riker didn't say a word, finally tearing his gaze from her and looking around. He took the shard Scarlett was holding and turned it over in his own hands. After a moment, he stood and held out a hand to help her up. Her legs were shaking as she took it, and he yanked her to her feet. She stumbled forward, Riker catching her in his arms. As they stood there, Riker steadying her, she again felt as if she knew him. It was the same feeling she'd had when she'd watched him leaning against the wall in the training barracks. "Have we met before?" she asked, working to keep her voice from trembling at what had just happened. "What?" "I swear we've met before. I feel like I recognize you in some weird way." She trailed off. Riker seemed to consider something, but then he was quickly lowering his arms. "I am pretty sure I would remember if I had met such a skilled, albeit incredibly spoiled, lady in these lands," he said, starting back down the path. "Come on, I'm going to show you how you could have broken my hold and been an actual challenge in that little fight we just had." Scarlett stuck her tongue out to his back and started to trail after him, shards of shattered, frozen branches crunching under her boots. Chapter 5. Scarlett. "You need to strengthen your core. It will help you maintain balance, even when your opponents are physically stronger than you," Riker told Scarlett, reaching down to help her from the ground where he'd knocked her on her ass. Again. Scarlett scowled at him. "Just add it to our training routine," she grumbled as she was yanked to her feet. Her legs were sore from the extra 2 miles he'd made her run that morning when she had asked him if that ever-present scowl was permanently stuck on his face, and her arms were sore from the new maneuvers he'd been making her practice over and over. Her shoulders hurt in places she didn't even know they could hurt. She was looking forward to a hot bath before bed tonight to soothe all the soreness. "Oh, there are lots of ways to strengthen your core. I'm sure Mikhail could help in more ways than one," he said, winking at her. "Mikhail is a fucking ass," she replied, rolling her eyes. After a few weeks of training and studying him, this new place of easy teasing and conversation was one that Scarlett didn't mind. They were far from friends. She still annoyed the hell out of him. He still said things that pissed her off. More than once, she'd announced they were done for the day. The days following such a time, he usually made her run extra miles and seemed to, accidentally, strike her harder with whatever weapon they were training with. They had begun sneaking in evening sessions a few times a week when possible. She had forgotten what it was like to be in control of her body, and had found comfort in her old habits and ways as she sparred and felt her muscles regaining lost strength. One such evening, when he had again brought up her relationship with Cassius, she had announced they were done for the night. She had chucked her short sword to his feet and turned on her heel to leave, and a second later she had found herself on her back in the training galley. Riker had tackled her and was not only sitting on top of her, but pinning her arms to her sides. She knew all kinds of fancy maneuvers. Riker had even taught her some new ones since the clearing, but that did nothing when he still had brute strength on his side. "You do not get to decide when we are done," he had snarled at her, his lips set in a feral sneer. "Get off of me," Scarlett had replied, her voice a lethal whisper as she enunciated each word. His face had turned smug as he stood and snapped, "Pick up your weapon." He hadn't even been fully standing when she had leapt to her feet and hit him as hard as she could in the face. Her hand throbbed and stung, but an angry red mark, to her satisfaction, marred the side of his face, and had turned black and blue the following day. He stared at her in shock as she snarled back at him, her voice vicious. "If you ever touch me like that again, I will gut you." She had picked up her dropped sword then and turned to face him in the ring. "I'd like to see you try," had been his only reply, with a challenging gleam in his eyes. "Your first kill is always the hardest." "Who says I've never killed anyone?" she had sneered. Riker had straightened at her words. "Have you?" "No questions, remember, Captain?" She'd replied sweetly. That had been the end of it. There hadn't been any other instances of randomly frozen exploding trees, and for that she was grateful. But she had spent time in the library, looking for any information on such a phenomenon. She found nothing. The rest of her time had been spent trying to find information on her target, but there was nothing anywhere. She didn't know who he was, let alone how she was supposed to track him down. She had snuck out into seedy taverns and gone to high teas, subtly asking about him, but no one had ever heard of him. It had been nearly a month since she had gotten the assignment. She suspected the assassin lord would be checking on her progress any day. Making him nearly impossible to find was obviously part of the game he was playing. As they had agreed, Riker and Scarlett ended every training session, offering something up about themselves. Sometimes it was silly, meaningless things. The day he'd tackled her and made her continue training, he had shared some tale about the first time he'd been punished in his own training as a new soldier. She had shared that her favorite color was purple as she walked out of the training barracks, and that hadn't even been true. Her favorite color was a deep shade of red. Riker had called her a wicked brat, to which she had merely thrown a vulgar gesture over her shoulder and continued on her way without a backward glance. Now they sat on the floor against the far wall of the training galley, drinking from their water skins. He'd had a meeting that morning of some sort, and they hadn't been able to meet, so they had trained tonight instead. She was panting slightly from their last round. Riker, as usual, seemed barely winded. She could feel his eyes on her, as if wanting to ask her something but not sure if he should. "What?" she demanded, turning to face him. "I am debating." He hesitated before saying, "If tonight you would let me ask you a question rather than volunteer information." Scarlett studied him hard. His dark hair curled slightly at his neck from the sweat of the sparring. His golden eyes seemed muted, as if they should be brighter. "I suppose as long as I'm afforded the same courtesy, and if it's too personal, I have the right to decline." Riker nodded in silent agreement, then said, "Tell me about the tonic you take every night. What is it for? What does it do?" Scarlett was a little taken aback. Of all the questions he could ask, he wanted to know about her ailment. She had expected a question about her mother or Cassius or who had trained her previously. She had expected a question about anything other than this. Riker was quiet, waiting for her to either say no or start talking. "You want to know about that? Why?" "Because where I am from, I have access to some of the most gifted and skilled healers in all the lands. Maybe I can send word, and they can help." Scarlett was speechless for a long moment before saying, "Careful, Captain, or it will seem as if you actually care." Riker gave her a pointed glare. I only care that I'm not wasting my time training someone who is never going to be able to use it. I spent the first 9 years of my life in a healer's compound. If they couldn't figure it out, no one can. Scarlett replied with a sigh. Healers here are very different from the healers I have access to, Riker said carefully. I'm fairly certain that the healers I have access to are the best in all 3 kingdoms, she replied dryly. When Riker said nothing, she brought her eyes to his, studying him hard, before letting out a long breath and saying, My mother was the most skilled healer in all of Windinel. She was sought out by the poor and nobility alike, and people came from the other kingdoms to see her. I assure you, if she couldn't figure it out, it is not something that can be done. Your mother was a healer? He asked. His tone was contemplative, as if he were trying to solve a riddle. Shit, that wasn't something she'd particularly wanted to share with him, but she couldn't exactly take it back now. Scarlett let out another sigh and said, I've been taking a nightly tonic for as long as I can remember. My mother mixes the tonic for me every night. I can remember sitting on a stool in the kitchen watching her add the various herbs and elixirs. I take it at almost the same time every night, and it makes me tired. One night, when I was 6, she let me skip my tonic. There was a huge celebration going on in the city. For what, I don't remember, but there was going to be fireworks. I begged her to let me stay up and see them. My closest friends were going, and I wanted to go too. She finally relented. The fireworks were beautiful, everything a 6-year-old would expect them to be and more. Brilliant explosions of reds and golds and purples filled the sky. They went on for nearly 2 hours. It was in the finale when I started to not feel well. My vision became blurry. I vomited. My mother scooped me up, and I remember her exclaiming how hot I was. I was burning up, but not with a typical fever. I felt like my insides were on fire, and I felt like the dark night was literally swallowing me up. Scarlett was staring straight ahead. She could still see the panic in her mother's eyes as she raced them back to the compound. I don't remember how we got back to the compound. I'm assuming she found a horse. It felt like we were there in a matter of seconds. I was in and out of consciousness as she forced a different tonic down my throat. I slept for 2 days straight before I awoke and was completely fine. She made me swear I would never miss my tonic again unless it was absolutely necessary. Then she gave me emergency vials of the tonic she made me drink that night to take, should I ever not be able to take the tonic. After she died, the successor high healer at the compound I had lived in took over making my tonics. She still does. It is delivered to the manor every night. Riker had his arms resting on his bent knees. His hands were lightly clasped as he stared at the floor. Scarlett sat cross-legged beside him, a few tears escaping down her cheeks. She hastily brushed them aside, wiping her damp fingers on her pants. She rarely spoke of her mother. Have you ever not taken it since then? Is the reaction always the same? He asked quietly, still looking at the floor. The blurry vision and vomiting and losing consciousness, yes. Now that I'm older, I do sometimes skip the tonic if I desire to partake in nighttime activities, or when I have other things to tend to. But I do so knowing I will sleep for the next few days, because I will need to take the emergency vial before dawn or become violently ill. The emergency tonic puts me into a deep sleep for my body to recover or something. I don't remember much, to be honest. One time, I vomited water as if I'd been drowning. Do you dream when you are in those deep sleeps? That's an odd question. You've asked 4, by the way, she answered, elbowing him lightly in the ribs. You do not have to answer it, was his only reply. I do, but they're just normal dreams, although longer than an average dream, I suppose. She shrugged. Last night, I dreamt about the Fae lands. What? Riker's head snapped up. He was looking at her as if she had sprouted a second head. I found a book a few months ago. It's a book about the war with Auvenleia, but it also has detailed information about the Fae lands. Scarlett shrugged again. Don't you normally dream about things you've read or things that have been going on? Riker's face had gone back to the usual unreadable mask. It sounds like an interesting book. I would like to see it. I didn't know you were a reader, Scarlett replied, raising an eyebrow. It is just as important to train your mind as it is to train your body. That's the take of a warrior on reading? Scarlett scoffed, pulling the string from her braid and shaking out her long hair. And what is the take of reading for you, lady? He asked, watching her carefully. Scarlett paused, the raking of her fingers through her strands. It's an escape. It gives me someplace to go when I have to stay where I am. Riker reached for her hand, and Scarlett went still, barely breathing. Her hand felt small wrapped in his giant one. His calluses were rough against her own. Scarlett swallowed, not sure what to say, but Riker spoke first. You are not as alone as you think you are. What makes you think I am alone? I have plenty of people who care for me. Yes, but you can be around people and still feel alone. You can feel alone in life, even when you have people you love and who love you in return. Tears burned at the back of her eyes, and she leaned her head against his shoulder. She felt him tense slightly, but they sat silently in the dim room against the wall. She was alone, even with Cassius and Nuri and Teva in her life. They all knew where their life was going. They all had purpose. And her? She was just drifting along, like ashes in the wind, trying to get her feet under her in whatever she was supposed to be doing. She'd had purpose once, but now she had no idea what she was doing. She didn't even know who she was anymore. After several minutes, when Scarlett had blinked the tears back and had swallowed the lump in her throat, she said quietly, I am alone, though. One day they will leave, Cassius, Drake, Teva, and... Scarlett stopped before she said Nuri's name. One day everyone will leave, and one day I'll find my way out too, because I'm not supposed to be here. Not really. She paused as a single tear managed to escape and slide down her cheek. She wiped it away and said, more to herself than Riker, maybe that's how it's supposed to be, but in the end I found being alone isn't really all that bad. Not when there are moments like this, in between the being alone. They were both silent again, and Scarlett found herself torn between knowing she really needed to go take her tonic and wanting to drag this moment out just a little longer. She found herself unexpectedly comfortable in his presence, likely because he was a welcomed reprieve from the monotony of her days, she supposed. Finally, she started to stand, but Riker tightened his hand around hers. His other hand gently gripped her chin as he made her look at him. Her hair hung loose around her shoulders now. His golden eyes seemed to swirl, almost as if flames danced in them. I know you will be just fine alone, Scarlett Monrhoe. You are strong and wicked and brilliant. Scarlett felt heat rush to her face, but he wouldn't release her chin. He held her gaze and continued. But maybe, just maybe, alone is not where you are supposed to be either. Riker released her and Scarlett stood. Before she turned to leave, she looked down at him and said, You owe me 4 questions. Riker gave her a half grin. Don't waste them. I don't intend to, Scarlett answered, and she sauntered out of the room. There was blood everywhere, on her hands, on her bare torso and legs. Her dagger lay beside her as she hugged the body that had stopped breathing to her chest. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She couldn't breathe around the sobs. A cold hand gripped her elbow and hauled her to her feet. She could feel his breath on her neck as he leaned in and whispered into her ear, This was a reminder, my pet, that should you fail to follow through, I do not. Then she was being dragged down a hall to a small, cold office, but another man stepped into view. He was beautiful. There was no other way to describe him. He had shoulder-length silver hair and silver eyes that seemed to glow. His muscles rippled as he stepped towards them. The smile that filled his face had her shrinking back into the other man. She instinctively knew that this man was far more dangerous than the one who had just made her. Scarlett shot up in bed. Her forehead and back were dripping with sweat, her sheets soaking wet. Shh, Sea Star. Cassius soothed from the edge of the bed. Breathe. I can't, she gasped. I know, he whispered. She felt Cassius pull her into his arms. His hand began stroking the hair that was matted to her head. He held her tightly as she struggled to get down a breath. She didn't notice Teva at the bedroom door, her hand at her throat. She didn't notice the look Teva and Cassius exchanged. Her lungs wouldn't expand enough to get a full breath down. She gasped again. Scarlett, Cassius whispered. She could hear the slight panic in his voice. In and out. She tried to talk her body through the motion. She just needed to get a solid breath down. This was real. She was in her bed at the manor, not in that cold cell or that small office. In and out, she ordered herself. Finally, the oxygen filled her lungs fully, and her head fell against Cassius's shoulder, his hand continuing to stroke her hair. When she had managed to get down a few more breaths, she felt him rise from the bed, taking her with him. A moment later, he was sitting her into his own bed in his room next to hers. She felt the bed dip when he crawled in beside her. "Sleep, Sea Star," he whispered as he resumed the calming motion on her hair. "I've missed you," she whispered back. "I know. I'm sorry I haven't been here." She didn't know how long she laid there, but sleep eventually found her again. Cassius's hand never stilled. Chapter 6. Scarlett. "What a surprise! You have your nose in a book," Teva drawled from the doorway of the sunroom. Her long blonde hair was tied in a simple knot at the base of her neck, and her mint green gown brushed the floor as she entered the room and plopped into the chair adjacent to where Scarlett sat. Scarlett glanced up from her book. Book or tea with a bunch of girls gossiping about the latest goings-on in court? I'll go with the book, thank you. Teva rolled her eyes. "You left me to go to Kiara's tea by myself, again." "I wish I could say I am sorry, but..." Scarlett shrugged her shoulders and returned her attention to her book. Teva glared at her and crossed her arms across her chest. "I have hardly seen you lately. Do you want to see if the training barracks is empty?" "No," Scarlett answered, not even looking up from her book this time. "Shopping?" "No." "Anything?" "No," Scarlett snapped. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Teva demanded, eyeing Scarlett warily. "I'm just..." Scarlett sighed. "I'm sorry. I'm tired from training with Riker, and then my dreams. I've hardly been sleeping." "Have you talked to Mora? She could probably give you something to help you sleep," Teva said, worry sounding in her voice. "I don't need to take another tonic. I need to figure out what these dreams mean." "Maybe they don't mean anything. Maybe they're just dreams, Scarlett." Teva's tone had grown tense at the tone of Scarlett's own. "I thought that at first, but they've changed. They're different from the usual ones that wake me in the night," Scarlett said. The beautiful man had been in every dream since he'd first appeared a few nights ago. He was always there, as if he were watching her. He never spoke. He never did anything. He was just there. "Different how?" said a male voice from the doorway of the sunroom. Scarlett turned and saw Cassius leaning against the doorframe. His shoulder-length brown hair was tied back from his shoulders, and his sword hung at his side. Riker stood behind him, the usual look of annoyance firmly on his face. "Scarlett is having dreams that she thinks mean something," Teva replied, rolling her eyes again. "Teva!" Scarlett hissed, glaring at her friend. "Well, you are. You've been acting strange for days now, and you said you've not been sleeping, and then you ditched Kiara's tea today." "I always ditch Kiara's tea," Scarlett interrupted pointedly. "True," Teva mused. "But still, there is something going on, and if you are not going to talk to me about it, talk to one of the guys you seem to be involved with." She gestured towards Cassius and Riker still standing in the doorway as she stood from her chair. Both men gaped a little at what she implied. "Or talk about it with her." She winced, glancing at Riker. "Avoiding tea at Kiara's may be normal for you, but you are different, like you were months ago. I do not care who you talk to, Scarlett, but talk to someone, before my father takes notice." She left the sunroom, giving Riker and Cassius pointed looks as she brushed past them. "Your father is looking for you," Cassius said to Teva as she passed. "That's why we're here." Teva only nodded and left the two alone with Scarlett. Riker and Cassius stood awkwardly in the doorway, clearly trying to decide if they should stay or go, worry written on Cassius's face. "Well, don't just stand there like idiots," Scarlett snapped, gesturing to the chairs around the sunroom. "Do you want to talk about it?" Cassius asked, not moving from the doorway. "Not really, no," Scarlett answered, her eyes fixed on the book. She wasn't reading, she just didn't want to look at either of them. "When you're ready," Cassius trailed off. "I will find you," she answered, her voice quiet. Silence, Then she heard the sound of footsteps leaving down the hall. She let out a sigh and turned to the page of the book. What kind of dreams, Scarlett? Scarlett jumped, the book flying from her lap. She swore as she realized Riker was at her side. How had she not heard him? Gods, he was nearly as stealthy as Nuri sometimes. I thought you left with Cassius, she said, scowling. I heard you leave. Then listen harder next time. You heard one set of footsteps, not two, Riker replied, picking up the book and handing it to her. Is this the book you told me about last week? The one about the war with Arvanlea? Yes, she said, taking the book from him. She leaned her head back in the chair and closed her eyes. She was so damn tired. The dreams had woken her every night since they started a week ago. She was always drenched in sweat. The maids probably thought she was ill. She was surprised they hadn't said anything to Lord Tyndale yet. Why aren't you sleeping? Riker asked softly. I do sleep, just not well, Scarlett answered, not bothering to open her eyes. You are crankier than usual when you do not sleep well, he mused. Scarlett opened her eyes to glare at him. At least I have an excuse. You're just an ass all the time. Oh, that is probably true. Riker reached across the distance between them and pulled the book from her hands. He studied it for a moment and then said, You can read this. Of course I can read it. What kind of question is that? You do know it is in a different language, do you not? Riker asked, angling his head. What are you talking about? She snatched the book back from him, studying the title. It's in the common tongue. Interesting, he said, settling back in his chair. Scarlett rolled her eyes. Massaging her temples, she muttered under her breath. What's interesting is that I'm going crazy because I'm reliving hell while you think a book is literally written in a different language. You are having nightmares? Riker asked quietly. Scarlett hesitated. She hadn't spoken loud enough for him to hear her. How did he do that? This wasn't like their little sharing sessions after training. This was a reminder she entirely deserved. This was not something she would let herself work through. These nightmares were the least of what she should be experiencing. They're nothing, I'm fine, but I should skip training tonight and try to get some decent sleep. Tell me about the dreams, Scarlett, Riker said, his voice low. They're nothing. Maybe I do need to talk to Mora for something to help me sleep, she mused, propping her chin on her fist. No, Riker said, his tone commanding, an order from a captain. Scarlett raised her eyebrows in surprise at him. No, I didn't realize you had any say in the matter. Do you really think the answer is another tonic in your body? What if it interferes with the one you're already taking? He asked. He was leaning forward now, his elbows resting on his knees with his hands clasped in front of him. His eyes were fixed on hers. Scarlett didn't say a word, just stared at him. He seemed to be struggling to keep his breathing even, to leash his emotions. This was new. She'd never seen him so close to losing control. She sat back in her chair and crossed one leg over the other. Why do you have such an interest in my dreams? Riker sat back in his own chair, trying to appear nonchalant and relaxed. She almost laughed at how unsuccessful he was. I just thought it would be more information to pass along to the healer where I am from. The more information she has, the more she may be able to help. Liar, Scarlett said. She stared at him expectantly, her lip curling. She watched as Riker fought to control his rising temper. She'd learned a few ways to read him these last few weeks. Despite his seemingly immovable mask, he had other tells. His hands were balled into fists, and Scarlett felt oddly satisfied to have elicited such a reaction from the warrior who always controlled everyone around him. Tell me about the dreams, Scarlett. He bit back through gritted teeth. We're not in a sparring ring, she answered flippantly. You don't get to tell me what to do outside of training. Then maybe we will just be done training, he retorted, glaring at her. Scarlett huffed a laugh. Don't be stupid. We both know that won't happen. You like seeing my pretty face too much. You can be ridiculously vexing at times, Riker gritted out, his eyes flaring with anger. It must be incredibly annoying to have someone not care about that temper you appear to keep on a very tight leash, she retorted with a smirk. We shall see how much you care in our next training session, he answered, violence glittering in his eyes. She answered with an apathetic smile as she leaned her head back against the chair once more and closed her eyes. How often do you have them? Still none of your damn business, she replied, not even opening her eyes to look at him. Should I ask Cassius, then? Scarlett snorted in amusement. Cassius will tell you nothing. He has already told me plenty. Liar, Scarlett said once more. Honestly, Captain, should you wish for me to ever share anything of value with you, perhaps the lies should cease. You want a truth. Something in his tone had changed, hardened. It caused Scarlett to open her eyes and look at him. He was studying her intently. A lock of his hair had fallen into his eyes, brushing his brow. He pointed to her lap. That book is written in the language of lands I am from. Do you know what the definition of truth is? It is written in a different language, Scarlett. My home has thousands of books written in that language. It is not a language found here. Whatever, she sighed. Even if that were true, that's not a good enough truth. Everything in that book is a truth. Scarlett rolled her eyes. There is no way to know if the things in this book are true unless you've been to the Fae courts. This is a book of theories and speculation. How do you figure that? Because it is detailed information about the courts. One would need to be close with one or more of the court royals to be able to confirm or deny the things in this book. She watched him as his eyes searched hers. I am not from the mortal kingdoms. Scarlett's mouth went dry as it fell open in shock. Bullshit, Scarlett whispered. If he was not from the human kingdoms, then that could only mean he was from the Fae lands, in which case... You wanted a truth, did you not? There it is, Riker answered. If that were true, then that would mean you are Fae, and you clearly are not. Why? What do you, a noble lady of the court, know of the Fae? Scarlett's lip curled up. I know far more than you think, Captain. Far, far more. His head tilted to the side as he said, Did you know there are mortals who live in the Fae courts? You mean who are slaves? That is not what I said. Why in the world would there be humans in the Fae lands? They came seeking a different life. Scarlett huffed a laugh of disbelief. They fled to the Fae courts to find a better life? Why would that be so unbelievable? Scarlett blinked at him. He was serious. Completely serious. Because they would have to get through wards the Fae have set up around their lands, traps to capture humans to make us slaves, not welcome us into their territories. Or so you have been told. Scarlett didn't know what to think. He honestly expected her to believe this? She had met Fae. Well, maybe met wasn't the best word to use. She had tortured and killed them as assignments from the Assassin Lord and on behalf of the king. If that is true, then what are you doing here? Why aren't you back in your Fae lands if it's so much better there? A corner of his mouth twitched up. I think I have shared enough truths with you for one day, unless you care to share more about your nightmares, lady. I don't believe you, she answered. I know, Riker said as he stood. You have been indoctrinated not to believe such a thing. Indoctrinated? I know how to think for myself, she snapped indignantly. He crossed to her chair and braced his hands on either side of it, leaning down towards her. Surprisingly, her breath hitched at his closeness. If you didn't, you would not still be reading that book. He was silent, studying her, and her heart had skittered into a weird rhythm she wasn't sure what to do with. His half-smile grew as he said, Take the night off, Scarlett. Get some rest. Is everything all right in here? Came a feminine voice from the doorway. They both turned to see Teva standing there. Her face was tight as she took them in, and she glared with disapproval at Riker. Fine, Riker said, straightening and turning back to Scarlett. I will see you tomorrow morning. Scarlett's eyes were fixed on his as she looked up at him. This conversation is not over. I do not doubt that. He turned to leave, but stopped and plucked the book from Scarlett's lap. Give that back, she demanded, but Riker didn't even look over his shoulder at her. Instead, he strode straight to Teva and handed her the book. Do you know what language this is written in? Teva glanced at the book in her hands and then up at Riker. Should I know what language this is? Riker gave a pointed look at Scarlett over his shoulder and left the room. After she was sure he was gone, she stood and walked over to Teva and took the book from her. What was that all about? Teva asked, confusion in her voice. You truly do not know what language this book is written in? Scarlett asked, her voice meek. Teva shook her head. It seems ancient, and I feel like I may have seen it before at some point, but it is not one I readily recognize. Can you read it? Scarlett said nothing as she studied the text. It looked completely ordinary, like the common tongue. How could Teva not read it? And if Riker hadn't been lying about the language, then had he been telling the truth about the humans in the Fae lands too? What could have been so bad here that they would seek out the Fae courts? Here, Teva said, handing a note to Scarlett. Scarlett took it and instantly recognized Nuri's neat penmanship. She wanted to meet with her tonight, and it was urgent, which meant that Scarlett would need to skip her tonic and take the stronger one. Scarlett swore under her breath as she left the room. She would meet with her. She could take a nap before doing so, but first, she was going to figure out exactly who Riker was, because if he was from the Fae lands like he claimed, he might have information on the one who had ordered her mother killed. Chapter 7. Scarlett. Scarlett crept along the trees as she trailed Riker. He was on her favorite horse and had been riding along the river at a decent pace. She had to run to keep up, but now he was slowing. She braced a hand against a tree trunk as she worked to even out her breathing. Scarlett had changed into a black tunic and pants after she'd deposited the book back in her room. She had planned to go and track down Riker, but luck had been on her side. Riker had been with Drake in the entry, and she heard him mention going for a ride before the weekly meeting Lord Tyndale held with his top generals, captains, and commanders. She was usually at the weekly dinners, along with Teva. After the meal, they were dismissed so the men could discuss the week's plans. She had followed Riker in the shadows, and once she'd realized where he was going, she'd taken a few shortcuts she knew well to get ahead of him. He'd caught up with her quickly enough, though, and now he was casually walking along the path. The horse suddenly came to an abrupt halt, rearing back on his hind legs. Riker pulled back on the reins to remain in the saddle. Whoa, he soothed, as the horse slammed back down on its front hooves. It pranced in a tight circle, and Riker shifted, looking for the source of what had startled it. Scarlett dropped to the ground to remain unseen, slicing her arm on a sharp rock. She hissed between her teeth at the sting, but it was quickly forgotten as a giant black wolf slunk out from the trees near the side of the road. It easily reached higher than Riker's waist. It growled low in its throat, and the horse stamped its hoof in response, backing up with a whinny. Riker quickly slid from the saddle and grabbed its bridle, making a soothing noise at the animal. The wolf tracked his every movement, its jade-green eyes beginning to glow. Scarlett made to move, to do something to help him, but then she froze. Riker did not seem at all concerned with the wolf. He watched it warily, almost as if he knew this wolf. The wolf padded forward, coming to a stop a few feet from him. Malik, Riker said, reverence in his voice as he bowed to the wolf. Scarlett could only watch, unable to believe what she was seeing. Her head whipped to the side as a cool, cultured female voice filled the air. She had a hint of the same accent Riker had. You show my wolf more respect than you offer me. How amusing. Riker stiffened at the sound of that voice and glared at the woman who stepped into view before him. She had long mahogany hair. It reached past her waist and flowed slightly around her on phantom winds, despite the calm day. Her eyes glowed jade green just as the black wolf's eyes did. She was a couple of inches shorter than Riker. Twin blades were strapped to her back. She wore a white tunic with fitted brown pants. Fighting leathers adorned her as well, with various daggers in place. But none of that was what made Scarlett stifle the gasp that escaped from her. Wind swirled at the fingertips of the woman's left hand, while sand swirled along the wrist of her right. Magic. The woman was somehow wielding magic here. You are dressed for battle, Riker said. He was clearly well acquainted with the woman. Perceptive, as always, the woman said, rolling her eyes. She reached down and patted the black wolf on the head, scratching behind an ear. You would not expect me to come to the human lands without being properly armed, would you? Scarlett thought her head was going to explode at the words, come to the human lands. What is happening at home? Riker demanded. That is not your concern right now. Your concern is the task I gave you, the woman replied snidely, her green eyes flaring. Not if my people are in danger, Riker snapped. His people? The wolf growled low. Shh, Malik, the woman said, soothing the wolf as if it weren't a giant, terrifying predator, but a puppy. This is not the place for this, Soren. Soren? Why was she calling him Soren? There is enough war on the brink of happening without adding your own pettiness to the matter, the woman continued, turning back to Riker. Do you have such little faith in those in charge? Why are you here? Riker asked tightly. Scarlett recognized that tone. He was leashing his temper. I am free to roam where I wish, the woman answered. Then she angled her head to the side as she continued to speak. But to answer your question more specifically, I am here to see for myself how your task is coming. Have you found the weapon which I seek? If I had, I would have been home months ago, he growled. Perhaps I should inquire after the missing Cimmeria ring, then, the woman said, a cruel smile filling her face. What of it? He countered. You have found it. Why would you think that? Why else would you inquire of it? As I told your prick of a second, I came across some ancient texts regarding the rings. I thought they may help us locate the weapon, Riker answered, his grip tightening on the stallion's bridle. The woman tisked under her breath. I know you better than that, Soren. You may have lied to Azrael and think you had gotten away with it, but I never believed that crock of shit for 1 second. What is the prophecy of the Oracle? Where is my ring? On your finger. Scarlett felt the earth shake and rumble underneath her. Her mind was racing. Cimmeria ring. Who was Azrael, and why did she keep calling him Soren? Damn it, Riker swore, tightening his grip on the stallion's lead as he glared at the woman. I see you still cannot control your fucking temper. I suppose I learned that particular trait from you, she answered, sounding bored. Her eyes seemed to glow even brighter as she said with quiet rage, Bring me that ring. It is mine. It is not yours, and when I return to the Fire Court, I shall bring it with me. Scarlett almost shot up at the words. He was from the Fire Court? The wind picked up, whipping the woman's hair behind her. Return home, Soren, and bring that ring. I am not ready to return home, Riker replied through gritted teeth. Were you not just lamenting about your people? I am entrusting you to help keep my people safe while I am away. If I return now, I cannot bring the ring. And why, pray tell, is that? She asked, her voice low and steely. You sent me on this ridiculous task. Now that I have found something, do not summon me home before I am ready. The woman stared at him, her jade eyes locked on his golden ones. The people are growing restless, Soren. War brews. Do what you must, but do so quickly. Your people will soon need you. Before Riker could reply, the woman turned and strode back into the woods where she had come, her black wolf at her side. The horse huffed softly behind him, and he reached up absently to stroke his nose. He turned to mount the horse once more, and before Scarlett knew what she was doing, she was on her feet and striding to the edge of the trees. I suppose if you were going to convince me humans live among the Fae, she would certainly do the trick. Riker whirled to find Scarlett leaning against a tree, her arms crossed over her chest. What the hell are you doing here? He didn't move, as if he were rooted to the spot by the horse. His body was rigid, and his golden eyes were luminous. I'm sorry, were you having a secret rendezvous with a consort? She asked, pushing off the tree and prowling towards him. Riker watched her as she moved. He had been training her, but she moved like a predator now. She moved like a wraith. She had always held back in training, always kept this part of herself tightly leashed. He studied her like he'd never seen her before. She stopped several feet from him and continued, I hate to tell you this, but she didn't seem all that interested, so I hope that wasn't the case. What the hell are you doing here? He repeated. You first, she countered. Riker let go of the horse's bridle and stalked to her. Do you have any idea what— He cut himself off. Was that panic in his eyes? How did you find me? You took one of my favorite horses, she answered, stepping around him and walking to the horse. She reached up and scratched the horse behind his ear. How did you catch me so quickly? We were running. She gave him a secretive smile. I know a few shortcuts. Shortcuts? He repeated dubiously. Yes, shortcuts, she replied. I did grow up here, you know. His eyes did not leave her while she turned her attention to the horse. She was frantically sorting through everything she had just seen and heard. She laughed softly when the horse nudged her shoulder to continue with her attention. Riker's jaw clenched. How much did you see? Of you and your consort. She is not my consort, and yes, of that. Enough that I have so many questions, Scarlett said, finally turning to face him fully. Starting with, why the hell did she keep calling you Soren, and ending with how the fuck was she doing magic here? A muscle feathered in Riker's jaw, but he didn't answer her. Do you need a treat to speak, Captain? His golden eyes snapped to hers and his nostrils flared. Are you bleeding? What? His eyes raked over her, stopping on her arm where the rock had torn her tunic sleeve and cut a decent gash up her forearm. He stepped forward, but froze when she stepped back from him. You should wrap it until you can clean it when you get back, to avoid infection. I know how to tend to my wounds, it's just a scratch. It seems like more than a scratch. It is dripping blood onto the road. She looked down. He was right. It was doing that. I don't have anything to wrap it with here, and that is— Her words left her mouth as Riker reached for the hem of his tunic and tore a strip from the bottom. In doing so, he revealed a little of the corded muscles of his abdomen, and damn if that wasn't distracting. The tunic fell back into place, once again concealing that delightful sight as he stretched out his hand with the strip of fabric. Scarlett's mouth was dry as she reached for it, but he said, Will you let me wrap it? What? She said again. Your arm? Will you let me wrap it? It will be hard to wrap your own arm, will it not? Scarlett's eyes met his. I suppose, if you answer my questions while you do so. Riker stepped forward and gently gripped her arm to inspect the wound. This really is deeper than a scratch, you know. How did you get it? I got it when I dropped to the ground at the sight of a giant-ass wolf prowling from the woods, she snapped. Stop trying to distract me. A faint smile played on Riker's lips. But I have so many methods of distraction. Had he really just said that? Scarlett gritted her teeth as he reached for the waterskin he had attached to the saddle of the horse. He unscrewed the cap and dumped a little water on the wound. She hissed at the slight stinging. His eyes flicked to hers, then returned to her arm. She called me Soren because that is my name, he finally said as he patted her arm dry with the now torn hem of his tunic. What? Gods, is that the only word she knew right now? It was the only one she could think of to say every time he opened his mouth. My name is Soren, not Riker, he answered, his focus on her wound. I told you earlier today that I'm not from these kingdoms. I am from the Fae courts. The Fire Court, Scarlett said. He stiffened almost imperceptibly. Yes, I reside in the Fire Court. Is she from the Fire Court too? She asked. No, he answered. Then who is she? A pain in my arse, he muttered as he began wrapping the cloth around her arm. She seemed formidable, Scarlett mused. She can be when I— He stopped himself again, and Scarlett raised her brows at him, waiting for him to go on. When I am not prepared for her. She can do magic. She can. How? He hesitated, but then said, There is always a workaround when it comes to magic. But humans do not have magic. You also thought that humans did not reside in the Fae courts, he pointed out. That was true. Why are you using a fake name? Because there is a slight chance my real name could reveal where I am from, and I needed secrecy while I am here, he said, gently beginning to tie off the wrapping. To find a weapon. For what? To free my people from their oppressors. Scarlett wasn't sure how to take that. She sent you here. Is she your superior? She thinks she is. Aren't there court royals in the Faelands? There were, but they were all killed by Deimos and Esmeralda after the war. Well, yes, but new royals have risen. Wouldn't you answer to them? Not necessarily. Soren answered, lowering her arm. So you are here under a false name to find some sort of weapon to free your people from someone oppressing them? So many questions, he said, his gaze sweeping over her body, assessing for more injuries. Are you using your fall? No, she said quickly, glaring at him. Then she turned and lifted her foot to the stirrup. What are you doing? I may know shortcuts, Captain, but you have my favorite horse. I think I shall ride back to the manor. You are commandeering my horse? He asked, his brows snapping up in surprise. No, she said with a grin. I'm going to ride back with you. She swung herself gracefully up and into the saddle, sliding forward to leave room for him behind her. You cannot be serious, Soren said, studying her. I don't see how anything I've said or done would imply that I am kidding, she said. On the way, you can tell me who that woman is. Or you can tell me about your nightmares, he retorted. Scarlett's lips thinned at his suggestion, and he smirked in satisfaction. He closed the distance between him and the horse and easily swung up behind her. She slid back, her hips nestling between his thighs, and she felt him stiffen as the contact sent a jolt through her entire body. Are you sure you want to ride back? He questioned. Of course, she said, relaxing slightly. I'll just throw you off if you annoy me. Soren huffed a laugh. I'm sure you will. He took the reins from her hands and nudged the horse forward in an easy walk along the path. They rode in silence for several minutes, and all she could focus on was how her back rested gently against his chest. What is his name, then? Soren asked. Whose name? She asked, pulling her thoughts from the wall of muscles at her back. The horse. You said he was your favorite. What is his name? Erwin, she answered. They fell silent again, and she found herself relaxing and settling into him even more as they rode. After several more minutes, he said, One would think you had fallen asleep, lady. Call me that one more time, and I will seriously knock you off this horse and leave your ass to walk back to wherever you're going, she murmured. Soren chuckled. I am going back to the manor. I have the weekly assignment dinner. You and Lady Tava usually at the dinners, he replied. Yes, but I will not be there tonight. I had another obligation come up this evening, she answered quietly. I thought you were going to sleep. Not that it's any of your business, but I plan to take a nap when we get back, as my obligation will run later into the night. And your tonic? Is also none of your concern. I have shared some pretty big truths with you today. I'm not entitled to any in return, he asked, and she could hear the smile in his voice. A small grin spread across her own lips as she replied. Your consort seemed upset with you. Trouble in paradise. Refer to her as my lover one more time, and I will knock your ass from this horse, he ground out. She laughed, and it felt strange to do so. She couldn't remember the last time she had genuinely laughed. Fair enough, Captain. It is general now, he said casually. What? Everything he said apparently seemed to elicit that response this afternoon. She twisted to see his face. I was made a general a few weeks ago. So now you have a new title and a new name? Why didn't you say anything? She couldn't hide the surprise in her voice. He shrugged. I am not from here, Scarlett. My title means nothing to me here. Do you have a title where you are from? Who trained you in stealth? He asked instead. Fine. She was probably pushing her luck with all the questions, especially if his task was as dire as it appeared. The same people who trained me and everything else. So, Cassius. Some, but he was more for combat and weaponry training. And the rest. Now, General, I believe being this close on a horse together is as personal as we're going to get today, she chided. He sighed. Have I ever told you how incredibly vexing you are? If people only knew the half of it, General, she murmured, leaning her head back against his shoulder, thinking of how her stubbornness had landed her at the Tyndale Manor. Her eyes fluttered closed as her mind raced. Wards and spells kept the Fae from coming here and oppressing them, but apparently there were humans in the Faelands who were experiencing exactly what King Daemus and Queen Esmeralda had sought to protect them from hundreds of years ago. If you are being oppressed in the Faelands, why do they not just come here, to the mortal kingdoms? She asked. Because the Fae would not be welcomed here, he answered. Scarlett sat up at that. The Fae are being oppressed? Many of them, yes, but they are not the only ones. Her heart was racing as she voiced her next question. By the Prince of the Fire Court? Soren stiffened behind her. What do you know of the Fire Prince? Her body went cold, then hot, then cold again. Not as much as I wish I did. Why would you say that? Because the Prince of Fire is responsible for the death of my mother. What? It was his turn to be caught off guard by a revelation, apparently. The Prince of Fire is the reason my mother was killed, Scarlett repeated, fury lacing her tone. Why would you think that? I've been searching for answers for years. I've found various clues along the way that all point to him, she answered. She couldn't tell him how she had discovered such things, how the assassin lord had used many of his resources to gather information, how she had tortured answers from various Fae and men alike that she had been assigned to take out. But from what I do know of the Prince of Fire, he seems like the sort of bastard who would oppress an entire kingdom. How would the Prince of Fire have such power if they are ruled by the Fae Queen? He asked. Is she the one who is oppressing your lands, then? I did not say that. If you are from the Fire Court, and your people are being oppressed by the Fire Prince and not the Fae Queen, then why not go to another court? There is not enough room to relocate thousands of people, Scarlett, he said quietly. Furthermore, the courts may all be Fae, but they are not exactly welcome in each other's lands, especially when going from the Western courts to the Eastern courts and vice versa. She had not expected that. It sounds like there are a lot of problems among the Fae courts, she said contemplatively. Indeed, was Soren's reply. And you finding this weapon would ease some of them? Finding the weapon would change everything. What is it, this weapon? That is what I'm here to try to figure out. You don't even know what you're looking for? She asked, turning to look at him once more. His eyes met hers in the briefest of glances. I have no idea what I am looking for. Chapter 8. Scarlett. There was blood everywhere, on her hands, on her bare torso and legs. Her dagger lay beside her as she hugged the body that had stopped breathing to her chest. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She couldn't breathe around the sobs. But this dream was different. The cold hand didn't grip her elbow and yank her to her feet. He didn't whisper in her ear. No, the beautiful man was here. He had been appearing in the hallway, not here, not in this room. He crouched before her as she clutched the body to her chest. He reached out, and she felt his finger under her chin, forcing her gaze to his. This close, she could see that the silver in his eyes seemed to swirl like a glass orb. He tilted his head slightly to the side as he studied her. I can see why he has been trying to keep you hidden, he said. His voice was gentle and coaxing. Her entire body almost relaxed as the sound of it washed over her. She said nothing. Without taking his eyes from her, he pried her hands from the body, and with surprising gentleness, set the woman off to the side. Then he went to his knees before Scarlett, kneeling in the woman's blood just as she was. "Such beautiful, unrelenting darkness," he murmured. He brought his hand to her cheek and stroked his thumb across it. Scarlett couldn't move as she watched him, as he watched her. "Such untapped power that draws all to you like a siren," he purred. Then he leaned in closer to her, so he whispered directly into her ear. "If only you would let it all out." She lurched back from his closeness and almost fell backwards, but he was fast and had a hand behind her, catching her before she could crack her head on the stone floor. A smile curved up the side of his lips, and movement caught her eye. She whipped her head to the side, looking over the dead body to the wall, where a woman was chained who had not been there before. She was in the same stone chains that Scarlett had been chained with that night, that still encompassed her wrists. The woman was bloody and beaten, but she still recognized her and the mahogany hair. This was the woman she had seen Soren speaking with. Scarlett finally managed to speak. Her voice was hoarse and gravelly from the screaming on that night. "Who is she?" "The embodiment of everything that was taken from us," he replied. "From you." "From me?" She turned to look at him, but his silver eyes were fixed upon the woman. A faint smile played on his lips, and the woman began screaming. Scarlett's head whipped back to her. She couldn't see any new wounds, but the woman was so covered in them she wouldn't be able to tell if any were new anyway. She knew that kind of scream. Her assignments had made those kinds of screams. Draken had made those kinds of screams. Her mother had made those kinds of screams. "Stop," Scarlett whispered. Then, louder, she turned to the man. "Stop!" His eyes met hers, and the woman's screams turned to ragged pants. She seemed to be crying a word around gasping breaths, but Scarlett couldn't make out what it was. "She will stand between us." "Who are you?" she rasped out. "All in due time," he answered. Then she was being lifted to her feet, and he draped the cloak that had fallen from her naked body over her, wrapping it around her tightly. "As for him," he spat the last word, "he will pay for what he did to you on this night, for what he is trying to usurp. They all will." Scarlett didn't understand if he was referring to... She jerked back at the contact of his hand brushing hair from her face. "So much strength and power they tried to keep locked up," he murmured. He bent then, picking up her dagger from the ground. She watched as he drew the dagger across his forearm and couldn't stop the small gasp that escaped from her lips. Faster than she could track, he gripped her wrist hard so that she couldn't pull away. "Shh," he soothed as he pressed a pressure point on the inside of her wrist, causing her hand to spasm open. In a flash, he cut a small gash across her palm. "Those fools are trying to break you," he murmured, "but they forget." She could only watch as he dropped the dagger to the floor. His hold held on her wrist as he dipped his finger into his blood running down his arm. Then he brought those fingers to her own blood pooling in her hand. He swirled them together as if he were mixing paints. "Forget what?" she finally managed to say. He paused, meeting her gaze once more. That small, amused smile was back. His eyes locked on hers. He traced a pattern onto her forearm, an upside-down triangle with 3 stars below it. Then he brought those fingers to his lips and sucked the remaining blood from them. His eyes fluttered closed, as if the taste was the most decadent thing he'd ever tasted. "Forget what?" she demanded again. His eyes cracked open, and he brought his face an inch from hers. "That a siren's call draws unexpected attention." Then the woman's screams began again, and this time the word The name, she screamed, was crystal clear. Soren. Chapter 9. Soren. Renwell, are you going to join us? Drake asked, snapping Soren from his thoughts. Yeah, sure. I do not have anything else to tend to tonight, Soren answered, not even knowing what he'd just committed to. It had been an effort to stay focused on dinner conversation as Lord Tyndale had handed out assignments for the week. The ride back with Scarlett had been interesting. She had been different. Everything from how she had prowled out of the woods, to her affection for the horse, to her clever questions. Then there had been the feel of her leaning against him while they'd ridden. He had teased her about knowing methods of distraction, but she had distracted him so much he could hardly focus on her questions and how carefully he'd needed to answer them. All of it, from her back against his chest to her silver hair brushing his cheek when she turned to look at him, to her icy blue eyes seeming to flare in surprise at his answers, had distracted him. She was so goddamned unexpected in the disaster this task had become. But she knew now. She knew his name was not Riker, and he wondered who she would tell or if she would keep it a secret. Inexplicably, he wasn't as worried about it as he probably should be. He'd wanted to hear his real name on her lips for weeks now, ever since they had started training. When they were still a few blocks away, Scarlett had told him she couldn't be seen riding onto the grounds with him. She had slipped from the saddle with the grace of a feline, and before he could protest, she had disappeared into the trees. How and when she had gotten back to the manor, he didn't know. He stood in the foyer with Drake, Cassius, Mikhail, Nevin Swanson, and a handful of other commanders. They had just finished the meeting with Lord Tyndale. Teva and Scarlett usually joined them at the weekly dinner, but then left at the end of the meal before business was discussed. Teva had reported to them all that Scarlett was not feeling well and was in her room resting. Soren knew she had been planning to nap before going off to whatever obligation she had that evening. He hadn't missed the look Cassius had thrown at Teva, worry in his eyes. He was still trying to figure out what the relationship was between him and Scarlett. They were clearly close, but any time he brought up them being intimate, it brought about such fury in her he didn't know what to make of it. "We can finally celebrate that promotion, General," Drake said, clapping him on the shoulder. "Lord Tyndale has kept you quite busy with that new title," Mikhail added, a slight sneer to his tone. "We rarely see you outside of the castle these days." Soren stared at Mikhail and said coolly, "Higher rank, more responsibilities." The two glared at each other, a mutual dislike tangible between them. He found the lordling spoiled and pretentious. Mikhail also clearly wanted Scarlett for his own. He had not even tried to hide his desire for her that day in the yard outside the training quarters. She clearly did not return the sentiment. "Who knew some of those responsibilities included tending to the Lord's household members?" Mikhail growled. "That is enough," Drake said. Pure command rang in his voice. "Not only are you outranked by more than one here, you stand in my house, Lairwood. Show some damn respect." "My apologies," Mikhail seethed through gritted teeth. "Pull your shit together or go home," was all Drake said as he brushed past him and strode for the door. Soren made to follow, but a woman's voice at the top of the stairs had them all turning. "Cassius!" Teva called. She hurtled down the stairs, nearly tripping on her skirts. Drake was at the bottom of the staircase in a heartbeat, catching his sister by her shoulders. "Teva, what is wrong?" Drake asked, scanning her for any sign of injury. "Are you all right?" "I am fine," she said, panic in her ocean blue eyes. She looked over Drake's shoulder at Cassius. "Scarlett, she is not well." "Then call for a healer," Mikhail said, pushing forward. Soren could have sworn he saw slight panic enter his eyes as well. He felt his blood heat at the bastard acting like he actually cared. Where had this protectiveness come from? "Did you call for Mora?" Drake asked, still holding Teva's shoulders, but her eyes were locked on Cassius. "Teva!" Drake shook his sister's shoulders gently to try to regain her attention, but she shrugged out of them and went to Cassius. It was taking all of Soren's willpower not to race up the stairs, but he didn't know which room was Scarlett's. Teva stood on her tiptoes, whispering into Cassius's ear. The commander's eyes widened, and he nodded slightly to Teva. "You guys go," he said, nodding to Drake. "I'm going to check on Scarlett with Teva, and we'll be along." "You sure?" Drake asked, a knowing look passing between him, Teva, and Cassius. "She will be fine," Cassius said. "I just want to check on her." "That would seem most inappropriate," Mikhail scowled. "Why has a healer not been summoned?" "Miss Scarlett has her own demons she deals with that a healer cannot fix, Lairwood," Cassius growled. "You, of all people, should know such things." Mikhail sneered, but Drake stepped between them. "Let's go," he ordered, then added, "Renwell, stay with Cassius. We will meet you at the usual tavern." He pushed Mikhail roughly towards the door. As soon as the door clicked shut behind them, Teva grabbed Cassius by the hand. "Hurry!" was all she said as she pulled him to the stairs. The three of them raced up the staircase, and Soren followed them down the hall. They stopped at the third door down on the left. The door across from it was opened wide, and Soren assumed it was Teva's room from the various personal effects he could see. Teva made to knock on the closed door, but Cassius pushed her hand aside and pushed into the room. Teva followed him in, Soren on her heels, and shut the door behind them. "Gods!" Cassius breathed as they took in the room. Scarlett was sleeping in her bed, but she was drenched in sweat. Her silver hair was matted to her forehead, and she thrashed among the sheets. Low moans escaped from her, and her skin was leached of color. "I came to check on her and found her like this. I cannot wake her," Teva whispered, fear in her voice. Cassius walked to the edge of the bed. He had gone pale. He gripped Scarlett's shoulders and shook them, hard. "Scarlett?" His voice quivered. Soren could hear the fear in it. She thrashed beneath him. His voice became louder, commanding, panic creeping in. "Scarlett, I'm here. Wake up!" "Is that smoke?" Teva breathed. "What?" Cassius asked, turning to her. Teva pointed to Scarlett's hands twisted in the sheets. Where her left hand curled into a fist, wisps of dark smoke indeed furled up. "We need to call for Mora," Cassius breathed. "You said yourself a healer cannot fix this," Teva hissed. "If we call for anyone, we call—" She paused, glancing at Soren. "Her, or Sybil. I cannot help her through this if she will not wake up. Sybil will take too long to get here. She would be here immediately if we could track her down, but I have no idea where she is right now," Cassius answered. "A healer cannot help her," Soren cut in, stepping to the side of the bed. "And I doubt whoever she is would be able to help her either." Soren reached for Scarlett's hand. It was indeed burning. This was impossible. When she had frozen those branches in the clearing weeks ago, he had thought she was a daughter of Anahita, the goddess of the seas and water. But this display of power? This was Anala, the goddess of the sun and fire. Scarlett was water and fire. No one but the Fae queens displayed powers from more than one court. "What do you mean a healer cannot help her?" Cassius demanded. "I mean a healer here cannot help her," Soren said, his eyes scanning the room. "Where exactly can a healer help her?" Teva demanded. "Where I am from," Soren answered, his eyes still searching. "Stop with the fucking riddles, Renwell," Cassius hissed. "What the hell are you looking for?" Soren's eyes settled on Scarlett's dresser and the Samaria ring. "This," he said, striding to the dresser and picking it up. He slid it onto his finger. "A ring?" Cassius said. "How is a ring going to help her?" "The ring will allow me to help her." He jolted slightly as his magic sparked. Then he sighed deep as he felt his veins crackle to life with embers he had not felt in nearly 3 years. Heat rushed through his body. With barely a thought, a shield of thin, nearly invisible flame encompassed the room. Teva cried out, and Cassius swore. "What did you do?" Cassius gasped. "I put up a shield to keep others from coming to see what you are shouting about," Soren replied calmly. "Where are you from?" Cassius asked, his voice sharp. "That is not important now. Whatever happens, do not attempt to wake her again until I say." Soren said, stepping back to the side of the bed. He hovered his hand over Scarlett's, absorbing the heat, but the smoke remained. It almost seemed to thrash against his magic. He bent down to study it and found that it was much darker than smoke. It was dark as night, more shadow than smoke. He had never seen anything like it. He was aware of Cassius and Teva standing nearby, whispering to each other. Eventually, he needed to figure out who this she was that was constantly being referenced in front of him. They had come close to letting it slip who she was a few times, but always caught themselves. "What are you?" Teva asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. The young lady was so quiet but so damn clever. The others didn't give her enough credit. She was just as dangerous as any soldier with the way she quietly sat back and observed everyone around her. "I am Fae," Soren answered, not even hesitating at the revelation he'd kept a secret for the 3 years he'd been in these miserable lands. He was solely focused on the female before him. Female, not woman, because she was Fae too, and apparently had no idea she was so. She had caught him off guard the first time he'd seen her, with those icy blue eyes, her silver hair, and her scent of the sea and embers of jasmine, and something else he couldn't place. It seemed almost muted. He'd caught the scent the first night he'd ever seen her at the Tyndale Manor. He had been required to attend a dinner there, as the Crown Prince and King had also attended. He'd watched her for months, whenever she was around, which wasn't often. It seemed she rarely left the manor, from what he could tell. She had been quiet and withdrawn, only speaking when spoken to. She had been the portrait of a demure lady, which was quite a difference from the female he had been training this last month, and wasn't that intriguing? He'd known the first time he had sparred with her that she wasn't completely human. She was faster than any mortal he had sparred with, both on and off battlefields. She moved with the grace of his kind, not the mortals he'd spent the last 3 years with. He often had to hold back when training with the men, much like she had done in their first match. She was better than he had expected, even after watching her spar with the commander. Her movements were precise and strong, but different from how soldiers were trained. She had trained with other types of masters. Soren had to put forth actual effort in the second match. He had stirred the pot, pushing her emotions to an edge, just to see if that icy rage he had glimpsed in those piercing blue eyes would come to the surface. But he'd seen nothing. He could have sworn frost had coated her fingertips when she had demanded he let go of her ankle that day in the training quarters, and then her skin had turned as icy as her tone. She had been trained well, not as well as he could train her, but still rather impressive for a mortal woman. She wasn't mortal, though. Not with that grace and scent and power he could sense all around her every time she was near, and not with that fire he had just pulled from her veins. Scarlett continued to thrash before him, but not nearly as violently since he sucked the heat from her body. He looked over his shoulder at Teva and Cassius. Cassius had his arm around Teva's shoulders, comforting her. "She will be fine," Soren said quietly, then turned back to Scarlett. He sat gingerly on the bed and leaned close to her. He tried not to notice the tunic that clung to her sweat-laden body. Her tossing and turning had caused it to ride up her torso. Her breasts rose and fell rapidly with her breathing. "Scarlett," he whispered into her ear. She stopped thrashing, but her eyes remained closed. She continued with the low moans as he whispered her name again. The moans ceased. He heard Teva suck in a breath. "Scarlett, I'm here," he murmured into her ear. "Open your eyes." Her eyes fluttered open. They were not the piercing blue he had become accustomed to, but were molten amber, as gold as his own, with swirls of silver moving among them. She stared at him for a moment, before whispering in disbelief, "Soren?" God, to hear someone call him by his real name was such a fucking respite. He started, but before he could explain what he was doing in her room, she launched herself into his arms. He tentatively wrapped his own around her as she sobbed into his shoulder. He took no notice of the sweat that dripped from her or the hair that stuck to her head. All he could focus on was the jasmine and sea mist scents that filled his nose. He felt someone approach the bed and drape a blanket along Scarlett's shoulders. He'd forgotten how inappropriate this whole scene would look should someone walk in. He looked up and found Cassius staring at him, a look of pure protectiveness on his features. "She will be fine," Soren repeated, not breaking the stare. Cassius only nodded, his arms folded across his chest. After a few minutes, Scarlett pulled back. She looked into Soren's eyes and studied him for a moment before whispering, "She was there, the woman from earlier today." "It was a dream, Scarlett," he answered, unable to stop himself from pushing back a stray hair that was stuck to her forehead. Unbeknownst to Teva and Cassius, he'd created an invisible second shield around himself and Scarlett. They could not hear what was being said. "Who is she, Soren? How was she in my dream?" she pressed, not breaking his gaze. "It was a dream," he repeated. "You were probably incorporating what you saw today into it." She shook her head. "No, this dream is always the same, or it has been until the last week. It's as if someone is... Who is she?" "It could not have been the same person," Soren insisted. "Don't do that. Don't speak to me like I don't know what I'm talking about. Don't patronize me as if I'm going crazy," she said, shaking her head slightly. "It could not have been her," Soren said again. "She was being tortured," she snapped. Soren stilled. "He was torturing her, and she was screaming your name." "What?" Impossible. She would never scream his name. Not anymore. "Tell me who she is," Scarlett seethed. "It could not have been the same person, Scarlett. It is not." He broke off as Scarlett's face turned hard, and the gold in her eyes turned to pure flame. He felt his shields blow apart and shuddered as his magic flinched. "Get out," she whispered venomously. "Scarlett, he started. She held out her right hand. "And leave my goddamned ring." He stood and slid the Samaria ring from his finger. He felt his flames gutter and die out as his magic disappeared and hollowness returned. As he dropped it into her palm, though, he realized her arm was unwrapped and the wound was completely gone. There wasn't even a mark where it had been. That had been a deep cut. There was no way it could be completely healed. "Your arm is healed?" he asked, stretching out his fingers to brush over the place where he had tended to her wound mere hours earlier. She jerked her arm back. "Get out," she said more loudly this time. "Scarlett, there are things you need to know." She untangled herself from the sheets and stood, her legs trembling. She rose onto her tiptoes, looking up into his face. "The only thing I want to know from you is who that woman is." Soren said nothing. He just stared back at her, not knowing what to say. It could not have possibly been her. "Scarlett?" Cassius said quietly from behind her. She held up her other hand to stop him from speaking, and Soren could have sworn a shadow swirled around her palm before dissipating like ashes on the wind. Her golden eyes were still on his as she said, her voice as quiet as death. "I do not want to see you. I do not want to talk to you. I want nothing to do with you until you are ready to tell me everything, starting with who she is." Unable to stop himself, he reached out a hand to her, but she jerked away again. "Get out," she repeated, turning and going to Cassius. Cassius caught her as she stumbled the last step, then gripped her face between his hands. "Are you all right?" Soren watched as Cassius's eyes scanned Scarlett's own. He watched as her slim hands came up, trembling, and wrapped around Cassius's wrists. In words he would not have heard had it not been for his Fae hearing, she whispered, "No." Soren took a step back as Cassius wrapped her in his arms and pulled her close, stroking her hair. And as he stood there, he felt something deep in his soul that he shoved down, unwilling to acknowledge it, before he turned and walked from her room. Chapter 10. Scarlett. Scarlett clung to Cassius as his hand stroked soothingly up and down her back. He didn't ask questions. He didn't move until Scarlett pulled away. He cupped her cheek in his hand again and stared into her eyes. She brought her own hand up, wrapping her fingers around his wrist, steadying herself. "You scared the shit out of me," Cassius said, his voice low. "How did you know to bring him?" Scarlett whispered. Cassius huffed a laugh. "A lucky hunch, although I think he would have found an excuse to stay had Drake not told him to." Scarlett turned at the sound of shuffling feet to see Teva leaning against the dresser, a hand to her heart. "I'm fine, Teva," Scarlett said, her voice as calm as she could muster. "Thank you for fetching them." Teva took a deep breath, then braced her hands on her hips. "Did you take your tonic tonight?" To her credit, her voice only shook a little. Scarlett shook her head. "I did not. Could you fetch me the stronger one?" Teva nodded and left the room, pausing at the door to look her over one last time. When the door had clicked shut, Cassius spoke. "It's not that late. You can take your regular one." "I need to sleep, Cass. I am exhausted." "That's not what your stronger tonic is for," he argued. "That is not your call to make," Scarlett snapped back. His lips thinned as he studied her. "Don't you keep one in your room?" he asked tightly. "Of course I do, but she needed a task. It will center her," Scarlett answered, waving a hand in dismissal. She went to the dresser and dropped that infernal ring onto it. It landed with a dull thud. She braced her hands on either side of the dresser and sighed deep, her head hanging. The exhaustion was definitely taking its toll on her. She was fairly certain she might be sick. "What is with the ring?" Cassius asked. She looked up into the mirror on the dresser and found Cassius watching her. She was a mess. Her clothes clung to her body, soaked in sweat. Her hair was just as atrocious. She met Cassius's gaze in the mirror. "I wish I knew. He seems obsessed with it, but he will not tell me why." Cassius took a deep breath, running his hands through his hair. Scarlett turned to face him, pulling the blanket draped over her shoulders tighter around herself. "Scarlett, he could hold the answers you've been searching for," he finally said. "I know. I've sensed it for a while now. We were finally starting to sort of trust each other, but he has secrets. I have secrets." Could she really expect him to reveal so much when she kept so much of her own life hidden from him? "He pulled you out of that nightmare, Scarlett. I don't know what he did, but he slid that ring on, sat beside you, whispered in your ear, and you woke up." "What did he say?" "All I could hear was your name, as if he could reach you wherever you were, as if he were a tether for you." When she had woken and seen him leaning over her, her entire body had sighed in relief, as if he were indeed an anchor. She had been unable to keep from flinging herself into his arms. "He also told us that he is Fae," Cassius continued thoughtfully. "Fae? He is Fae?" Her blood went cold. That was an interesting tidbit of information he'd conveniently forgotten to mention during their conversation atop the horse. She gritted her teeth. "Apparently, he encased this entire room in flames when he put your ring on," Cassius replied calmly. "And you didn't think that was something you should have said right away?" Scarlett demanded. "I just did," Cassius said with a shrug. Scarlett leashed her rising temper. "How can he be Fae? He doesn't have pointed ears or the canines." He did have immortal speed. He did seem to have better hearing and sight than most she knew. The Fae were powerful, natural-born predators that were only made stronger by their connection with nature. It was also the reason they often acted like wild, savage animals with their snarling and baring of their teeth. And she had been training with him. Like a God's damned idiot, she had been training alongside a damned Fae with weapons that would never harm him. A sword or dagger or arrow might slow him down, but they wouldn't end his life. Only black ashwood arrows or shirastone could kill a fae. Her vision began to swim, and a wave of nausea indeed washed over her as realization after realization clicked into place. She ran for the bathroom and made it just in time to vomit into the toilet. A moment later, she felt Cassius's hands gently pull her hair back as she retched again. When the nausea had eased, she leaned back and put her head against his knees, where he perched on the edge of the tub. The Fae. The reason the king and queen had sacrificed themselves to save their lands. The reason humans didn't dare venture beyond their 3 kingdoms. The reason her mother was dead. The reason she had been trained as lethally as she had. But the Fae were also immortal, which meant their knowledge was extensive. For all she knew, Soren could have been alive during the war between the courts and the kingdom. If he is truly Fae, he might have answers for you too, you know, she said as Cassius soothingly stroked her hair. The thought has crossed my mind, he answered, his voice calm and just as soothing as his touch. I'm supposed to meet Nuri tonight, at the usual spot. She said it was urgent, Scarlett said, groaning at the sudden memory. I will go and tell her what is happening. Maybe I should go with you. Once I take this tonic, I'll sleep for at least 2 days. If it's truly urgent... She trailed off, her vision swimming in front of her once more. Seastar, there is no way you'll be able to get out of this manor in your condition. Cassius answered gently. I will go. You can go to her when you wake. She will understand. Scarlett heard her bedroom door open quietly, followed by soft footsteps crossing her floor. I am sorry it took so long. A maid is changing your bedding. Something in Teva's eyes shifted as she took in Scarlett on the floor, her head in Cassius's lap. Scarlett could see the worry. This was a scene she'd witnessed numerous times over the past year. There was hesitation in her tone as she said, Riker is still here, in the foyer. He asked about you. Teva held out a small vial to Scarlett. She took it, her hands shaking slightly from the vomiting. She downed the contents in a single gulp before looking up at Cassius and saying, Tell that Fae bastard when he's ready to tell me what's going on, I'll be waiting. Until then, he can go fuck himself, and my well-being is none of his concern. Cassius reached down, sliding an arm under her knees and across her back. She brought her own around his neck as he lifted her from the floor in a fluid motion. His brown eyes twinkled with amusement, and the ghost of a smile crossed his lips. At least I know you're fine. Scarlett glared at him as he carried her across the bedroom, her eyelids already drooping heavily from the stronger sedative tonic. Promise me you'll tell him, Cassius. Those exact words. And don't tell him how I'm doing. Don't tell him a damn thing about me. As you wish, Scarlett, he answered, gently laying her in the bed, the sheets fresh and crisp beneath her. Before he left her side, he leaned close and whispered, He does care, Scarlett, whether he admits it or not. In some odd way, he cares. I don't think he even realizes it yet. I don't care, was all she could manage before sleep enveloped her wholly. For the first time in a week, she didn't dream of that night, or of the beautiful man. Chapter 11. Soren. Soren sat on the roof of his luxury apartment building in the elite district of Baloran, a few blocks from the Tyndale estate. The Tyndale family had long been the king's chief advisors when it came to war councils and foreign relations with the other 2 kingdoms of the continent. When Soren had arrived in Baloran after spending half a year in the Rhydion kingdom in the middle of the continent, he'd stayed hidden, learning everything he could about the place. He learned who was in charge of the armies, and forged a strong friendship over the last 2 years with Drake, the Lord's son and heir. If anyone was going to know of a weapon that could defeat an entire race of people, it would be the leaders of an army. When Drake had learned of his battle skills, he had immediately beseeched him to aid in training the king's armies. When Lord Tyndale had learned of his considerable skills, he had approached him about training an elite army of specially chosen soldiers. Soren had agreed, thinking it'd be the perfect way to learn any highly guarded secrets. His promotion to general was one step closer to achieving that goal. When he had agreed to Lord Tyndale's proposition, he had been provided with these living quarters. He hadn't planned on staying this long, though. After nearly 2 years here and learning nothing about any weapon, he'd planned to head to the third mortal kingdom, Toriel. He had been planning to leave a few months ago. That was, until he'd discovered her. Every time he was with her, he found her more and more intriguing. He found himself wondering what she would say next, and he'd never admit it to her, but her cheeky attitude towards him was just as enthralling. She was smart, arrogant as hell, but wicked smart. Every time he'd made a suggestion or made her change a minute detail about her stance or form in training, she did so without question. Not only that, he'd never had to remind her of the same change again. She had a natural skill for sword handling. He'd found her to be equally as skilled with a bow or a dagger or any other weapon he threw at her. She had been impeccably trained. Who had trained her, though, was just as perplexing as who her mother was. She had a similar style to how Cassius sparred, but not entirely the same, and she wouldn't reveal who else had had a part in training her. She was fast, faster than some Fae he knew, and the fighting mannerisms and style she had, somehow combined together, were not of the mortals nor of the Fae. Soren had initially thought she was only demi-Fae. There were plenty of humans with Fae blood in the mortal lands. It'd been centuries since the Fae courts had been cut off from the human lands, but that didn't mean that Fae and mortals didn't manage to find each other somehow. He hadn't been lying when he'd told Scarlett that humans lived in the Fae lands, seeking an escape from their oppressors. She had to be more than demi-Fae, though. The power he had pulled from her tonight was stronger than most. It was impossible that she wasn't full-blooded Fae. Which begged the question of who were her parents. When he'd asked her who her mother was, he didn't know what he'd expected. He wasn't surprised she'd refused to talk about it. When he had asked her where she had gotten the ring that had glittered on her finger, she had said, "It was my mother's." Was. She hadn't specifically said her mother had died, but Mikhail had made that snide comment in the training barracks, so Soren could guess well enough, and no child wants to relive the death of a parent. But what of her father? And where had she lived before they came here? So many mysteries surrounded her, so many secrets she was closely guarding. He'd have to build her trust, which started with sharing irrelevant details about his own life to make her more comfortable talking about hers. Time he didn't have, but was forced to bestow upon her. He was hoping her catching him in the woods today, which, how the hell had that happened, and him revealing his real name to her would have made her trust him even more, but tonight had clearly shoved him back to the starting point. He sighed as he relived what had happened tonight. There had definitely been fire in her veins. He could still feel it coursing through his own blood, and that thought alone sent a thrill through him. It was the first time he'd felt his magic since he'd entered these goddamned lands. He'd been aching to feel it since he saw that ring on her finger. A Cimmeria ring. One of 2 in existence. The Cimmeria rings had been crafted by the sister Fae queens. When first crafted, they were simply like any other family-crested ring. When the Great War was nearing its end, and they realized magic was going to be inaccessible in the human lands, they had used their power to enchant their family rings so that they could access their magic no matter which lands they entered. The Fae Queen of the East had one upon her finger. The ring of the Fae Queen of the West, however, had been missing for nearly 2 decades. The Queen had left in the middle of the night, not telling a single soul where she was going. Neither she nor her ring had been seen again. Until that day in the training barracks. But how had Scarlett gotten the ring? He had asked Scarlett what her family name was. Monroe, an unheard-of mortal surname unrelated in any way to the Cimmerias. How had Scarlett's mother obtained the ring, and here in the human lands? This is why he'd agreed to train her, to find out everything he possibly could about the woman and her history, and figure out how a child with such powerful Fae blood had ended up here. A chill went through him as the night air settled in, and he breathed in deep. A screech from a bird had Soren rising to his feet. He looked up to find a great blood-red bird soaring towards him. The tips of the bird's wings were tinged with orange and yellow. A phoenix, the bird of Anala, the goddess of the sun and fire. "Hello, amore," he greeted the bird as it landed on his raised forearm. He gave the bird an affectionate pat on the head and took the rolled parchment from its beak. The most powerful of the Fae were blessed by the gods with more than just powerful magic. When a Fae's powers fully manifested, some were granted a spirit animal. How the gods decided who received one, no one knew. Most believed it was based solely on power and magic, but Soren wasn't sure he believed that. He knew plenty of powerful Fae who were not granted one. The spirit animals, being linked to the gods, were immune from the wards and spells of the lands. They were able to travel among the spiritual planes, which made them ideal for communicating back to the courts. The scroll Amore had brought to him held a scribbled response to a message he'd sent to the Faelands. Soren read it quickly before crumpling it in his palm. The phoenix cocked its head in question. "If you do not mind," Soren answered the silent inquiry. The paper burst into flame and then quickly to ash that floated away on the wind. "Someday I will not need to rely on you for such things anymore," Soren said to the bird as he walked to the roof door. He strode quickly down the stairs to his apartment. The complex only housed 3 levels and 3 apartments, each taking up an entire floor. His was on the 3rd floor, making the walk to the roof require no socializing. Shutting the door behind him, the bird flew to the back of a dining chair. The luxury apartment was large and spacious. It housed 2 giant bedrooms, each with their own bathing chambers and complete with plumbing. The kitchen was a decent size. The enormous main room included a dining space and a piano towards the back. A couch and chairs were arranged in front of a great fireplace that easily heated the whole apartment. He hated that fucking fireplace. It was a constant reminder of what he didn't have here. No access to his elemental magic, his near limitless pit of flames and heat and embers. No, the luxury apartment in all its grandness did little to impress him. He spent most of his time on the roof of the building under the stars. "Your timing is impeccable, as always," Soren said, hanging his cloak on a hook near the door and striding to the table. The bird clicked its beak in response. Soren rarely ate at the apartment, and when he did, he stood over the kitchen counters. The table had become more of a desk and workspace with maps, books, and papers strewn everywhere. He shuffled papers, looking for a pen. Finally finding one, he scribbled a quick note. He rolled the paper into a scroll, handing it to the bird, who took it in his beak and cooed. "Thank you, my friend," Soren answered, stroking the bird's head a few more times. "Take it to Briar. Avoid the winds." The phoenix was out the window in seconds, and Soren watched until he saw a soft flash of light when he left the realm. Soren poured himself a glass of whiskey and collapsed on his couch. He had told the commander he was Fae, and Teva had been in the room. He was certain Cassius would tell Scarlett. He still hadn't figured out who exactly the commander was to Scarlett. He had trained her, yes, but she insisted he wasn't a lover, and he didn't exactly act like a brother either. He wasn't entirely sure how Scarlett would react to the news of him being Fae. She had seemed to understand why he used a different name here, but that was when she had believed he was mortal. He had read her body language at the mention of the Fae, the way she had stiffened where she sat in the sunroom with that book, the way her tone had shifted to one of anger and hatred. Soren sighed. He was exhausted. He could get by on very little sleep in this land. He wasn't able to access his magic, so there was very little drain on his energy. But he did require some sleep when he was putting in a full day of training the king's soldiers and spending time training Scarlett. The sun would rise soon enough, although after her very eloquent message had been delivered by Cassius this evening, he obviously didn't need to meet her at dawn to train tomorrow. He drained his whiskey at the thought of it. He had been certain she'd been a daughter of Anahita, the goddess of water and ice, with the frost he had glimpsed and the freezing of those branches that first morning of training. But tonight he had pulled fire from her veins, while smoke had seeped from her palms. No, not smoke. It had been thicker and darker than smoke. Soren rose and walked to his bedroom, where he picked up a piece of frozen branch from his dresser, turning it over in his palm. He'd known it wouldn't melt when he'd slipped it into his pocket in that clearing. It was still just as cold as it had been when it had shattered, when she had frozen and shattered everything around them in her anger. It wasn't just encased in ice, though. Scarlett had frozen it in hoarfrost. Unlike hoarfrost the way mortals knew it, this was Fae hoarfrost. In the Fae courts, he would have been able to melt it with his fire gifts, but here, nothing would melt it. Not only that, the branches were black, like they'd been burned first. No, not burned, because the blackness seemed to swirl within the ice, as if it were ashes in a wind. The hoarfrost wasn't the most perplexing thing about any of this, though. She had accessed her magic that day without her ring on in the mortal kingdoms, which was supposed to be impossible. Soren ran his hands through his hair as he set the shard back onto his dresser and crossed to his large bed. Settling in, he propped his hands behind his head, staring up at the ceiling, and finding himself oddly disappointed he wouldn't be seeing that silver hair and those icy blue eyes in the morning. Chapter 12. Scarlett. "Let's go shopping," Juliet said to Scarlett, looking up from her book. The girls were lounging in Juliet's room on her bed, each with their noses in books. Scarlett was stretched out, her feet propped across Juliet's lap. "It's the middle of summer and it's sweltering outside. I do not feel like walking around the syndicate fully hooded and masked in stifling heat," Scarlett grumbled, turning the page of her book. "When was the last time you were out of the Fellowship for something other than a job?" Juliet asked with a glare, toying with the spirit amulet around her neck. It was for the goddess of health and healing, Griselda. Ironic, considering their profession, but her mother was a healer, and it had been hers. She had insisted Juliet have it. "I went to see your mother yesterday," Scarlett replied with a shrug. "The healer's compound doesn't count. I can't help it that I'm sequestered here for who knows how long," Scarlett replied, not even looking up from her book this time. "We're the most feared executioners in the kingdoms, and you are who you are," Juliet muttered, returning her attention to her own book. "One would think we'd be able to go and do whatever we wish at this point." "Maybe someday we'll actually just disappear into the shadows and not return," Scarlett mused. "We can find somewhere no one has ever heard of the wraiths of death." Nuri breezed into the room, her ashy blonde hair flowing behind her. She chucked a small stack of papers at them. "Job requests," she said by way of explanation as she plopped into an armchair near the bed. The other girls both shut their books, and Scarlett sat up. Juliet handed her half of the small stack, and they began rifling through them as Nuri said, "Have either of you seen Gracelyn lately?" "The little orphan?" Juliet asked, her eyes skimming the job prospects. "Yes, I haven't seen her around in a few days." "Madame Jayana probably finally found a way to get her into her clutches," Scarlett offered. "For her sake, I hope not," Nuri said darkly. "I made it perfectly clear what would happen if she put her whoring paws on that little girl." "I'll help you look for her later today," Scarlett said, setting down the papers she had skimmed. "None of these seem to require all of us. Does he want us on any of these?" "No. He said Ridgely or Cade could handle them if one of us didn't want them," Neri answered. She pulled a dagger from her boot, grabbed a nearby wedding stone, and began sharpening it. Juliet snorted. "That's about all they're good for these days." Nuri grinned. "I could not agree more." "Gross," Scarlett said with disgust. "Please do not tell me you have allowed either one of them in this bed that I am sitting on." Juliet gave her a mischievous grin. "The sheets were washed." "Just gross," Scarlett said, her nose wrinkling in disgust. "Let's go out today. I'm bored with them," Nuri whined. "My point exactly," Juliet said with a pointed look at Scarlett. "First of all, you wanted to go shopping," Scarlett replied. "Yes, I did," Juliet answered with a wry grin. Scarlett rolled her eyes. "There's a party at the pier tonight," Nuri interjected. "You know I cannot go to a party at the pier," Scarlett replied blandly. But oh, she wanted to. Last year, there had been a masked party at the pier, and they had snuck out to attend. It had been one of the best nights of her life, a night of blissful freedom. "I've been thinking about that," Neri said, her face going contemplative. We could dye your hair for the night. Margot has all sorts of dye blocks. Juliet sat up straight. Yes, we could. No one knows you. They haven't seen you since you were 9. Your hair is your most recognizable feature and would be easy to cover up with any color dye, she said excitedly. We can use cosmetics, too. Scarlett felt a spark of excitement in her chest. Then I suppose we should indeed go shopping, she said, getting to her feet. I'm going to need a new dress. Juliet's violet eyes twinkled. I know just the place. Scarlett slept for 2 days straight until that dream tugged her awake. She could smell herself from the sweat of that night 2 days ago. She bathed, soaking in the warmth of the water, and dressed in a simple green and white gown that grazed the floor before she padded barefoot down the stairs to the kitchens. It was early afternoon, but after not eating for 2 days, she was famished. Miss Scarlett. A cook greeted her with a slight incline of her head. Her beautiful red-gold hair was pulled back from her neck into a tight bun. The soup she was stirring smelled divine. What can I get for you? Anything, Scarlett said, her stomach grumbling loudly. Go, sit. Tell me where you'll be, and I'll bring you something wonderful. Thank you so much. Scarlett usually knew the names of all the help in the manor, but this cook was new. From her slight accent, Scarlett wondered if she was from another kingdom. Aaliyah, she answered. Thank you, Aaliyah. I'll be in the sunroom, if it's not too much trouble, Scarlett said, smiling at the woman. None at all. Go. I'll be along shortly, she said, shooing Scarlett out of the kitchens. Scarlett went back to her room to grab the book she had been reading. The book she had thought was full of myths and stories. If Soren wouldn't give her answers, she'd find them herself in that damn book he claimed was full of truths. She already knew he was Fae, and from the fire court. Maybe she could figure out who this woman was. She stilled for a moment. Maybe she could figure out how to find and kill the Prince of Fire. Then the Assassin Lord could take his assignment and go to hell. She searched her room quickly but couldn't find the book. She could have sworn she carried it with her to her room that day, but maybe she had left it in the sunroom. She hurried down the stairs and along the hall that led to the sunroom. She reached the room just as Aaliyah rounded the corner with a tray. The tray was piled high with cheese, fruits, roasted chicken, and bread. Scarlett's stomach growled at the smell of the food that wafted towards her. Aaliyah followed Scarlett into the sunroom, where Scarlett quickly cleared a table so Aaliyah could set the tray down. Will this do? She asked, wiping her hands on her apron. This is more than enough, Aaliyah, thank you, Scarlett said. Send word if you need anything else, Aaliyah replied, looking her over carefully as she left the room. Scarlett grabbed a piece of bread from the tray and scanned the room for the book. Where'd she put it? She began lifting books and papers, wondering if it had gotten buried in the 2 days she'd slept. Looking for something? Said an amused voice from the doorway. Scarlett jumped and turned to find Cassius. You're looking much better, he added, scanning her from head to toe. No dreams? Scarlett shook her head. It was the most refreshing sleep I've had in weeks, she admitted, popping a few grapes into her mouth. Until the dream that had woken her, she supposed. Good, Cassius said, striding into the room. He grabbed a piece of bread for himself and plopped into a chair near the small table. What are you doing here in the middle of the day? Scarlett asked, moving to a small desk to continue her search for the missing book. I came to check on you. I've done so multiple times these past few days, he answered, biting off a large piece of bread. Well, aren't you sweet? Scarlett crooned, letting some papers fall back to the desk. You can report back that I am indeed fine. Cassius chuckled. The Assassin Lord will be pleased to hear it. What are you searching for? A book I've been reading, Scarlett said, moving to another shelf to see if it had been placed there. Maybe someone had taken it back to the library where she'd originally found it? Ah, Cassius said knowingly, finishing off his bread and leaning back in his chair. Why do you say it like that? Scarlett asked, pausing her searching to look over her shoulder at him. Well, I'm going to assume the book you're searching for would interest a certain someone you're not currently speaking to, Cassius said, raising a brow at her. It would, she agreed, her lips forming a thin line. In that case, you will not find it here. He took it with him 2 nights ago. What? Scarlett said incredulously. Why? I delivered your very articulate message as you requested, Cassius said, spearing a piece of roasted chicken with a fork. And it was not well received. He left his own message for you upon leaving, and I quote, "Tell her when she's done acting like a spoiled lady, I expect to see her back in the training ring. Until then, I'm taking this book to fill my suddenly free time." Scarlett seethed. What a prick, she muttered under her breath. He most certainly is, Cassius said with a laugh. Although it will be quite entertaining to see which of you gives in first, he added thoughtfully. You are both equally patient, Scarlett suggested, plopping into a chair to pout. I was going to say stubborn asses, but sure, patient, Cassius said with a roll of his eyes. Scarlett stuck out her tongue at him and took the fork from his hand to get her own bite of chicken. She ate a few bites of various items, then said, Have you talked to him at all about his claim? She didn't want to say it aloud. All the servants here reported everything they saw and heard to Lord Tyndale. If Soren truly was Fae, it was information that could cause quite the stir around the manor. Cassius seemed to squirm slightly. No, but I haven't seen him much. My assignments have been more intense as of late, and his promotion to general keeps him just as busy. Scarlett mused, stabbing a piece of melon. What aren't you telling me? What? You're keeping something from me. I've hardly seen you these past few months. When you are around, you avoid times like these, where we can talk. Cassius wouldn't look her in the eye. Lord Tyndale has kept me busy. Cassius, she said gently. We're one and the same, you and I. This thing we have only works because of that. You know I can't share details of my assignments, Scarlett. He sighed. Lord Tyndale has done just as much for me as he has for you. More so, even. It would be a betrayal of his trust to disclose. I understand, Cassius, she interjected. Just don't actively push me away. You need to check on Teva, Cassius replied after a moment of silence. She hasn't been the same. Riker's news has her a little shook up. The fake name grated on her ears, but she couldn't tell Cassius his real name here for the same reason they couldn't openly discuss him being Fae. And you? It makes a lot of damn sense, he said, shrugging. I mean, he showed up out of nowhere 2 years ago. He's very aloof about his past. His fighting skills are unparalleled. What does he do for the king's armies? She asked, contemplating. Well, now he's the general of the High Force. They're elite soldiers. He's been training since Lord Tyndale recruited him. Other than that, no one knows anything about the High Force or what they are trained in, Cassius answered. It seems the Lord and King like to keep many parts of their forces secret, Scarlett said, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Scarlett, Cassius warned. Scarlett waved her hand in dismissal, indicating she'd drop the subject, and set her fork down, finally full. Her mind wandered to magic. Soren had said there was always a workaround when it came to accessing magic in the mortal lands. She had begun to suspect as much. She had seen too many strange things these last few years to not at least entertain the idea. So, how long are you going to hang the poor guy out to dry? Cassius asked after a moment, the twinkle returning to his eyes. Until he can grow up, she answered in annoyance. Did you find her that night? Cassius's face turned grim. I did. 2 have gone missing. She wants you to try to find a way to talk to Callan. I can't do that. She knows that, Scarlett said coolly. I know, but she's insistent, he sighed. She knows the risks. I've only seen Callan in passing twice in the last year. It will not be a quick meeting if I find my way into the castle to see him. I know, Scarlett. I'm just relaying the message. I told her you would come to her as soon as you could. Cassius replied. I'll go as soon as we're done here. Maybe you should take the rest of the day to... Commander, what are you doing here? Scarlett and Cassius both started at the sound of the gruff voice. Lord Tyndale stood in the doorway, his body somehow filling the entire space. Cassius shot to his feet and bowed. My apologies, my lord. I came to inquire about Miss Scarlett. I was here the night she fell ill, and I wanted to see how she was faring. Scarlett made to rise herself, but Lord Tyndale stopped her, his voice softening slightly. "Stay seated, my dear. You do appear to be feeling better." "Thank you, my lord. I am, yes," Scarlett answered, inclining her head. "Teva informed me it was your usual ailment." "It was." "Ah, I am glad you are indeed doing well, then. You will be at dinner this evening. I've rather missed your delightful dinner conversation." His voice held amusement as he winked at her. Scarlett felt herself flush slightly, and she laughed softly under her breath. "I shall be there, my lord." "Good, good," the lord said. Then, turning to Cassius, he added, "I'm heading to the castle. Ride with me, and we can discuss a few things." "Of course, my lord," Cassius said. He turned his gaze to Scarlett and asked, "Do you need anything before I take leave?" "I am fine, Commander. Thank you for coming by." "I hope you find what you are looking for," Cassius said. "Do not discount the most obvious resource." Scarlett waited until Lord Tyndale had turned to leave the room. Then she threw Cassius a vulgar gesture. Cassius returned it lovingly, his shoulders shaking as he held in his laughter. Chapter 13. Scarlett. Once Lord Tyndale and Cassius were gone, Scarlett sent a messenger with a note to Nuri that she would meet her in an hour. Scarlett returned the now nearly empty tray of food to the kitchens and trudged upstairs to change. She was still tired, and the idea of sneaking off to the Black Syndicate sounded exhausting, but Nuri had to be biting people's heads off with impatience by this point. She waited until the messenger returned to confirm that Nuri could indeed meet her. Then she strode into her giant closet to change. She tugged on black fitted pants and a white top with a black jacket she buttoned up the front. She laced up her boots quickly and dropped to her knees to pry up the floorboard near the back of the closet. Pulling her weapons belt out, she strapped it low across her hips, sliding 2 daggers into it. She slid another dagger into her boot and strapped vambraces to her arms. You'd be a fool to go into the Black Syndicate unarmed. After she'd braided back her hair, she slid 2 lethal silver hairpins into the plaits. Then she slung her cloak over her shoulders, pulling the hood up, and slipped out to the hallway and down the hall. At the end of it, there was a study that was rarely used, and it was Scarlett's preferred way to slip out of the manor. With preternatural quiet, she slid the window up. She waited until the 2 patrolling sentries rounded the corner, then climbed up the latticework in a few precise movements. She moved quickly across the roof to the back of the house, where a woodpile was always stocked. She leapt nimbly across the stacks of logs, landing with the grace of a cat, and crept along the wall where she slipped through the servants' door without anyone the wiser. Scarlett kept to the shadows as she made her way quickly down various alleys and streets. The Black Syndicate looked like any other wealthy neighborhood in Baylorin. If you didn't know what it was, if you weren't looking for it, you were none the wiser that it was a place full of dark dealings. She turned the corner and prowled onto the main street of the Black Syndicate for the first time in a year, her cloak billowing behind her. Others on the street cast her wary glances, marking her. She was known here, not forgotten in the slightest in her year-long absence. She passed the healer's compound on her right. She should really stop there before she headed back to the manor today, but the thought of seeing Sybil made bile rise in her throat. Directly across the street towered the 4-story house of the Fellowship. The labyrinth of training rooms and dungeon cells beneath the house was unknown to many, unless you trained there, or were unlucky enough to be dragged below. Scarlett continued down another few blocks, passing 2 of the Syndicate's main brothels and an opium den. She made a sharp right down an alley and quickly climbed to the roof of a shop that sold various weapons. Leaping across a few more rooftops, she found herself atop a tavern. She dropped down over the side, holding onto the gutter, and swung herself through a window into an attic room. Nuri sat at the long wooden table in the room, 2 mugs of ale before her. The Fellowship had standing ownership of this room. The door down to the tavern was always locked from the inside. The window was the main entrance used by those who utilized the room, and it was their usual meeting spot. Scarlett closed the window behind her, pulled her hood back, and crossed the room, plopping down on the bench across from her. Nuri slid a mug across the table. "Were you followed?" she asked. "Only by Maximus," Scarlett said with a roll of her eyes, taking a long drink from the mug. Neri mused. I don't know if I should be upset with Maximus that he was so obvious, or impressed with you for knowing he was trailing you. I don't know whether I should feel pissed off that you think I wouldn't notice someone tailing me, so you sent an escort, or annoyed to all hell that you still have the Fellowship guarding my movements, Scarlett retorted. Neri clicked her tongue. After what happened a year ago, you really think we wouldn't have eyes on you at all times? My banishment was rescinded when I accepted my job, Scarlett snapped. And I don't need a keeper. Events from a year ago would suggest otherwise, Neri said with a shrug. You are feeling better? I'm fine enough, Scarlett sighed, drinking again from the mug in front of her. Good. Then you can figure out how you're going to speak to Callan. Scarlett choked on her ale. You know I can't do that, Neri. You can and you must. Going to see Callan is like signing your death warrant. I won't do it, Scarlett argued. If anyone even whispers about my death, they would be dispatched within a day, Neri replied darkly. I haven't spent time with Callan in over a year, Neri. I can't just drop into his rooms at the castle out of the blue, Scarlett argued. Then drop in out of the night. I don't care how you do it, but you need to talk to him, Scarlett. 2 more have disappeared, Neri said, her voice quieting at the last words. I know, Cassius told me. No, Neri said, shaking her head. 2 more. Last night. 4 in 4 days. Scarlett's eyes widened at the news, her face paling. Who? She whispered. Neri was looking down at the table, twisting a section of her ash-blonde hair around a finger. Dexter and Lena, she answered quietly. The twins? They are so young, Scarlett replied in shock. They were 6. They're getting younger and younger again, Neri said, quiet anger ringing in her voice. This hasn't happened since that night, Scarlett said. No, it hasn't. We let our guard down. We got lax. We mustn't make that mistake again. You need to go talk to Callan, Neri pushed. What about the other districts? The slums? Are their children going missing? Scarlett asked, ignoring Neri's plea. No, only here. I've been scouting the other areas of the city for months. I've had members of the Fellowship doing the same. I was thinking maybe they had left our children alone only to move on to others, but only our children, our orphans, are going missing. I have as many as I can at the Fellowship, but it's not a place for children with the constant training and killing. Sybil has taken several in at the compound, but it's the same thing. They have their own work to be doing. They can't be watching children all day. I don't want the madams getting their whoring mitts on them, so I don't let them go there. I'm getting a safe house set up again, but I'm running out of options, Scarlett. Scarlett could hear the rage and worry mixing in her voice. She stared down at her half-empty mug of ale. A little over 2 years ago, orphans from the streets of the Black Syndicate had started going missing. They would disappear in the middle of the night. At first, no one noticed 1 or 2 missing street children, but then it started happening more often. The children started roaming in packs, and word spread. There was no pattern to the disappearances. There was no type or reason. Nuri, Juliet, and Scarlett had started investigating and digging for answers, but whatever was happening left no clues, no trails to follow. They had infiltrated various districts and company to try to hear any gossip or news, but had learned nothing. Not until Cassius found them one night and said he had overheard a group of castle guards discussing the urchins in the dungeons. They came to dead end after dead end, though, until one day, by chance, Scarlett had befriended the Crown Prince of Windanell. Then she had become more than friends with Callan, and, much to the dismay of several court ladies hoping to become his bride, she began spending a lot of time with him. The girls had pushed and pushed Callan to begin asking questions in the council meetings he attended daily with his father and court. They had grown desperate as children began disappearing almost nightly. But when Callan did, when he had finally started pressing the subject in those meetings, that was when everything went to hell. Scarlett and Nuri sat in silence, listening to the revelry going on in the tavern 2 stories below them. She could feel Nuri's eyes on her. I cannot go to Callan, Nuri. We need to come up with another option. There is no other option, Nuri snapped, ire lacing every word. Then you go to Callan, Scarlett retorted, glaring into Neri's honey eyes. Fuck, Scarlett, you know that's not an option. The second someone reports that I have started trailing the Prince of Windinel, we find the King's soldiers burning the Black Syndicate to the goddamn ground, which is nothing compared to what Alaric will do to me. Scarlett knew it was true. The King was well aware of what went on in this district, even though he didn't know exactly where it was. As long as the residents kept to their own, the King let them be. He even utilized services in the district from time to time, but the minute someone from the Black Syndicate threatened him or his own, that fickle truce would snap, along with the necks of everyone in the syndicate, and an internal war would ensue. And the second it is reported that I have started conversing with the prince again, you have a target put on your back, Scarlett argued. I won't risk that. My safety is not your priority, Neri seethed. Me? Cassius? Our safety is not your concern. We can take care of ourselves. We're trained to do so. Those innocent children on the streets? Those innocent lives that have no one to care for them, no one to worry about their safety? They are your concern. Shit, Scarlett, you're living in a fucking noble's household. You have access to the court on a daily basis. Do something with it. Scarlett placed her hands flat on the table before her. You do not get to pin this on me, Neri. This is not my responsibility. Apparently not, Neri snapped back. Apparently, when you left to go to the elite district, your responsibility to your family was no longer your concern. Scarlett felt as if Neri had slapped her across the face. She reeled back, nearly knocking her ale mug over. The two squared off. We've lost too many. Losing Juliet that night. We never should have let them scare us off. Scarlett swallowed hard. Losing Juliet, that had been her responsibility. That had been her fault. The silence was thick around them. What about the one that's training you? He's close to the soldiers, isn't he? Neri finally asked. Riker? He trains a special group of elite soldiers for the King's armies. I know little more than that when it comes to his work for the King, Scarlett answered. Can you ask him? Get information from him? Neri, I can't ask him about something like this without telling him everything else. We'd have to reveal who you are, who I am, who trained us, everything. We both know how persuasive you can be, Neri said with a smirk. Not an option, Scarlett replied flatly. Neri chewed on her bottom lip, contemplating. Do you trust him? What? Scarlett asked in surprise. Do you trust him? Neri repeated. You would have me bring him into this? If it will save even one of those children, yes, I would have him know me and my own, Neri answered, fire and determination ringing in her voice. Scarlett was quiet a long moment, then said, It's not that I don't trust him, but have you told him about that night? Neri asked quietly. No. Would you? Neri pressed. No, Scarlett sighed. No, I do not trust him enough to tell him that story. Besides, I'm not sure how much I will be seeing him anymore. Then we are back to Callan, Neri replied simply. Scarlett turned to the window. The sky was cloudy, blocking out the sun and casting the streets in shadows. So we are. She stood, pulling her hood back up. Where are you going? Neri asked, standing as well. If I'm going to be sneaking into the castle, I'm going to need a new sword, Scarlett replied grimly. I never got a new one after that night. I'll come with. I love sword shopping, Neri said brightly, like they hadn't just been discussing something so dire moments before. You love shopping for anyone new to warm your bed, Scarlett pointed out. True, Neri replied, pulling her own hood up. Before she opened the window, she turned back to Scarlett and said, Don't tell Cassius you're going to see Callan until after you've done so. He'll skin me alive if he knew I'd talked you into this. Cassius is not my concern here, Scarlett said as she followed Neri out the window, hauling herself up onto the roof. Veda and I haven't had a chat in a good long while. Maybe it's time, Neri said with a wicked grin. Let's not play with fire until we're sure we need the heat, Scarlett answered, sliding down a roof slope with ease. Where's the fun in that? Neri asked, her grin turning downright feral now. Scarlett couldn't help it. A grin spread across her own face, It had been over a year since she'd felt even remotely like her old self, over a year since she'd felt alive. She stepped to Neri's side at the edge of the roof. "Then I suppose we better decide what we shall burn first." "All of it," Neri breathed as she stepped from the roof. "Every God's damned inch of it." Scarlett dropped down beside her, landing gracefully in the alley street below. "Perhaps we start with a spark and see where it leads?" "A spark can start quite the blaze," Neri replied, her eyes bright, like they always got when she was tunneling down into that place of intense focus. "Then it shall be one of wildfire," Scarlett purred as they set off down the street. Death's shadow and Death's maiden, two sparks to set their world on fire. Chapter 14. Soren. "How is she?" Soren asked, coming up beside Cassius in the mess hall. It was time for lunch, and this was the first time he'd seen the commander since that night. Cassius cast a sidelong glance at him as he picked up a tray in the line. "If you honestly think I'm going to join you on Scarlett's shit list, you are sorely mistaken, Renwell," he answered grimly. Soren picked up his own tray as he said, "Is she awake?" Cassius just stared at him as if to say, "Are you serious?" Soren gritted his teeth as food was placed onto his tray. "You won't even tell me that." "Sorry, Renwell," Cassius said with a low laugh. "We may have become something like friends as of late, but my loyalty lies with the one who said not to tell you a damn thing about her well-being." "Then I shall go check on her myself," Soren snapped, slamming his tray onto a table. Soldiers down the benches glanced up at his tone, scooping up their trays and moving elsewhere. A pissy general was someone no one cared to be around. Cassius sat down at the table as if they were having a pleasant conversation and motioned for Soren to do the same. Nothing seemed to ever rile him, unless it concerned Scarlett. Once Soren had sat, Cassius said, "Why do you care so much?" "What?" Soren growled. "You've known her for what, a month now? The woman had to resort to cheating in a sparring match to get you to agree to train her, so what is she to you?" "I cannot ask about someone who is ill. I cannot simply wish to know how she is faring," Soren replied, his voice low and vicious. Cassius raised a brow. "If that were the reason you were asking, sure, but we both know it's not. You've taken an interest in her from that first day you laid eyes on her, but I can't for the life of me figure out why. You don't want her for your own the way Mikhail does. The two of you seem to barely tolerate each other most days. Up until she launched herself into your arms the other night when you pulled her from that nightmare, I'd never seen her even look at you without some hint of distaste." When Soren didn't say anything, he continued, "It does make me wonder if she has something to do with your own land, wherever it is you came from." Soren stared the commander down, and to his credit, Cassius didn't so much as flinch. He didn't know how to answer him. He couldn't tell him his suspicions about her. He couldn't tell him she had magic, and he was beginning to suspect her tonic did more than she'd been led to believe. He hadn't pieced everything together yet, let alone trying to explain it to a mortal. He didn't care about her. No, he cared about getting that ring from her and returning it to where it belonged. She was just a means to an end. "She is nothing to me," Soren finally answered. "Well then," Cassius said, pausing to cut his piece of roasted pork and take a bite. He chewed slowly, then continued thoughtfully. "Should you indeed go to check on nothing, you will find she is likely not at the Tyndale Manor. More than that, should you try to track her down, you shall likely find a dagger poised at a most inconvenient place." "Are you threatening me with a dagger to the throat?" Soren growled. "Me? Gods no. Nothing, however, shall go for the balls." Soren snorted. "I've been training her. I know what she's capable of." Cassius said nothing. He just continued to eat, a faint, knowing smile on his lips. Despite Cassius's warning, here he was. Soren had left the castle at the end of the day and gone to the manor. He'd been crouched on a rooftop across the street for 2 hours now and hadn't seen anyone on the grounds other than the usual patrols. It was nearly twilight. Lord Tyndale was likely still at the castle meeting with the King's Council. Drake hadn't come home yet. Tava was doing whatever it was ladies did here during the day and evenings, but then where was Scarlett? Cassius had hinted she was up and fine and moving about. The servants knew him at the manor. Maybe he should just go and knock on her door. He shifted slightly, his legs getting stiff from crouching for so long. He scented her a moment before he felt the tip of a dagger at his back. "Hello, General," a female voice purred into his ear. "Lord Tyndale would be so curious to know what you're doing on the roof across the street." The voice was like silk and honey. It made every nerve in his body both tense and relax all at once. He slowly began reaching for the hunting knife at his side. "I wouldn't do that," the voice crooned, obviously noting his movement. "I'll slit your throat before you even get that knife out of your boot." "Let him be," came another voice. This one he recognized, and a part of him inexplicably sighed in relief to hear it in all its arrogant glory. Then, "Oh, for the love of Selah, let him up!" Selah, the goddess of shadows and night. Interesting choice of goddess to invoke. "We're just playing," the first female voice purred again, right next to his ear, that dagger digging in a little harder. He felt it pierce through his jacket. He needed to see the person that voice belonged to. Her scent. He found it lingering here and there around the manor, but it was muted. He had scented it that first morning of training with Scarlett, too, when he thought someone else was in the gardens. "Fucking hell," Scarlett sighed, adding a string of other choice words. Soren choked down a laugh. The female may reside with nobility, but her mouth was as vulgar as a warrior in a war camp. Whoever she was with, there were no filters, no pretenses. He felt the dagger leave his back, and he whirled, pulling a dagger from his own side as he did. He blinked in shock at what stood before him, and completely understood her reference to Selah. Two women, side by side. Both were completely in black, hoods up, hiding their faces, and they were walking arsenals. He couldn't keep track of how many weapons they each bore. How they had managed to sneak up on him was even more baffling. Completely silent, their sense almost completely obscured. One was a little taller than the other, and he honestly couldn't tell which one was Scarlett. Had she not spoken, he wouldn't have even guessed she was one of the women on the rooftop. The slightly shorter one on the left reached up to pull back her hood. Silver hair glinted in the almost set sun. Soren noted the vambraces at her wrists and a sword peeking over her shoulder. He had been training this girl, this woman, for nearly a month. He would have never, in 10 centuries, pictured her the way she looked now. Despite her claims that she was not a lady, he hadn't been able to picture her outside nobility, outside of the life living in the Tyndale Manor would be. Before him stood a lady of darkness, and beside her was her twin. A dark smile spread across Scarlett's face, a look he'd only seen on her face one other time, that day he had tackled her in the training quarters, the day she'd said she would gut him and hinted that she'd taken life before. He hadn't believed her then, but looking at her now, he had no doubt she'd been telling the truth. She held a dagger in her hand, not just any dagger. It was a wicked, crooked blade of Shira stone. A dagger that could kill a Fae if a user knew where to strike. He was guessing she knew where to strike. Cassius had clearly shared his Fae revelation with her then. She slid the dagger into her boot as she said to him, "What is a lying bastard like yourself doing on top of the roof across from his commanding lord's manor at sunset?" Soren was still too stunned to say anything. He had been training this? Had he known she could transform into what stood before him, his training techniques would have been very, very different. They would be from now on. "Doesn't it speak?" the woman beside Scarlett asked, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Yes, he speaks," Scarlett sighed, her hands going to her hips, "although sometimes you have to entice him with a treat." Soren, finally finding his voice, snarled low and deadly. "It seems I'm not the only one on this rooftop who has kept secrets." Scarlett raised her brows at his implications, and a sultry look came over her face. her smile becoming cunning and cruel. She crossed the distance between them slowly, her companion standing back, crossing her arms over her chest. Scarlett stopped less than a foot in front of him, bringing her hand to his chest. She slowly, so slowly, walked 2 fingers up to his throat, then drug her nails along his collarbone. Her hand finally came to rest on his shoulder as she purred soft and low. "I've never lied to you, General Renwell. I told you the first time I ever spoke to you. I am no lady." Soren had to work to keep his breathing even. He'd been so damn focused on that ring, on who her mother had been, he'd missed this deadly weapon right in front of him. If she learned to wield whatever power lay dormant in her veins, she was a wildfire waiting to be unleashed. "No, no, you are not," Soren answered, his own voice low and callous. He reached up and gripped her wrist. Her companion tensed and palmed the dagger she'd been holding. It was also sheer stone. How did they even have these weapons? They were extremely rare and very expensive here. "It appears you are walking death, and it makes me wonder why you have been holding back in training." Scarlett dragged her eyes from his grip on her wrist to his face, her smile savagely cruel now. "I find people to be a bit more relaxed around me when they do not know the full extent of my abilities. I do love the element of surprise, but you've mistaken me, General. I am not Death incarnate, and she is not your worry tonight. Death's shadow is who you must be aware of." Soren's eyes snapped to the other woman. This was Death's shadow? This was the one whom people only whispered of in the streets? This was the one they feared more than death itself, because it meant that the wraiths of death were coming for them? Death's shadow always found you first. Mortals believed night children and witches were bedtime stories, but the wraiths of death were nightmares made flesh, and Scarlett was casually in her company? Piece after piece fell into place, and his head whipped back to Scarlett. "You were trained in the Black Syndicate. You were trained by them? She's the her you are constantly referring to around me." The wicked smile remained on her face, void of any compassion. "See, I told you he wasn't entirely moronic," she called to Death's shadow. "Maybe not entirely, but it still doesn't explain why he's on this roof when Cassius explicitly told him what would happen should he try to track you down." The woman crooned, her body relaxing again. "Cassius told you I would be here." "Cassius told me you'd asked about me and that you mentioned coming to check on me yourself," Scarlett said, clicking her tongue in admonishment. "I do believe you were told my well-being was none of your goddamned business." "Cassius has a big mouth," Soren muttered under his breath. "Holy hell, at least we agree on something." Death's shadow grumbled from beneath her hood. Scarlett shot her a glare before returning her attention to Soren. "Since you're a stubborn ass, I assumed you wouldn't heed his warning, so here we are. You've seen me. You can see I'm perfectly fine and up and better than ever," she added with a grin. "And now I am warning you. Stay away from me, Riker." She emphasized his fake name with a hint of amusement. "I have matters to attend to and cannot risk you becoming a pain in my ass when my focus needs to be elsewhere." Now that she was up close and in his face, he could see the dark circles under her eyes and the exhaustion that lined her features. She may be up and sneaking around on rooftops, but she was anything but fine. He glanced quickly to Death's shadow and then back to her. Dropping his voice low, he said, "Let me help you." Her voice became stern, her mouth becoming a thin line. "No," she answered, stepping back from him. To his surprise, Death's shadow, who shouldn't have been able to hear him, said from behind her, "If he's offering Scarlett, maybe we should take him up on it. He could—" "No," Scarlett said again, her voice lethal as she looked over her shoulder at the other woman. "Why the hell not?" he spat, his temper rising. "Who was that woman?" she asked sweetly, looking at him from under her long lashes. Soren gritted his teeth. "Not the same one from your dream." He could have sworn her icy blue eyes flickered like flames. He looked to her hand on the wrist he still held in his grip and found no ring adorning her finger. That is why not, she seethed, noting his gaze. I won't work with lying pieces of shit. She jerked her wrist from his hand in a quick, expert maneuver and stalked back over to her companion. Stay away from me, General. I mean it. Unless you're planning to tell me who that woman is, stay the hell away from me. If you interfere with what I am doing, whether intentionally or not, she will be keeping you busy while I finish what needs to be done, she said, with a jerk of her chin to Death's shadow beside her. Then I will come take care of you myself. Death's shadow leaned over and whispered something to Scarlett that Soren could not hear. Scarlett merely nodded, and before his eyes, the woman stepped back and seemed to disappear into the shadows. She was gone before he could take another breath. He stepped towards Scarlett, and she snarled at him. He froze involuntarily, as if his body had no choice. Her Fae instincts were taking over, and she had no idea. Fae were clever and cultured enough, but they were also far more primal when it came to instincts. It's why their senses were impeccable. It's why they could smell and hear better than mortals. It's why they became territorial and protective and could become savage on the battlefields when they let those survival instincts take over completely. A snarl like the one she'd just given? That was a command to stand down, an order, but he was not her subject. He took another step, and it felt like dragging his foot through mud. His face was hard and challenging. Why didn't you tell me you were trained in the goddamned Black Syndicate? A vindictive smile spread across her face. Oh, so you've heard of it. Heard of it? It is well known even in the... He stopped himself. Even where I am from. Some of the most wicked and foulest of the world come from there. It is said King Daemus himself aided in establishing it for his own dark dealings. Mind how you speak of us, General. We are not as we appear. Not entirely, anyway, she added with a lazy grin. You grew up there. Your mother was a healer there. Her face hardened at the mention of her mother, and she clicked her tongue. So many questions. You already owe me 4. You will not answer my 1. I don't feel the need to share anything else with you. She took a few steps to the right, inching towards the edge of the roof. He growled at her, low and rough. She only laughed at him, as if he were a pup playing with a toy, thinking he was bigger than he was, and stuck out her tongue at him. Quicker than she could move, he grabbed her arm and pulled her to him, baring his teeth. He wrapped an arm around her waist as he growled into her ear. You and that tongue still have not learned manners. I am a general in your king's armies. I will not be dismissed. Scarlett only smirked at him, pressing herself up against his front. He could feel every inch of her that touched him. Oh, she knew how to wield every weapon in her arsenal, and how to wield them well. If only I answered to the king, she purred. Then she leaned in close to whisper in his ear. Careful, Soren. I bite. Before he could respond, she whirled from his grip with a maneuver he himself had taught her. With one last wicked smile, she stepped from the rooftop. A moment later, he could just make her out, running in the shadows across the top of the wall surrounding the manor. She leapt down onto the grounds, no one on patrol even turning to indicate they'd heard a sound. A few minutes later, a light flared in the windows of what he now knew to be her room. He stared at those windows, running over everything he'd just seen and heard, and as he watched them, she appeared there. Her cloak was off, along with her jacket. She seemed to look right at the rooftop he was standing on, and flipped him off. She is delightful, isn't she? He whirled at that voice of silk and honey, expecting to see her standing right behind him, but the rooftop was empty. Then, directly into his ear, that voice purred again, and he froze. She might bite, but I grow fangs. He whirled once more, his fingers grazing her cloak as she danced backward. She laughed, and it was one of the cruelest sounds he'd ever heard. The sun had set completely now, and in the darkness he could barely make her out in all the black she wore. Even her hands were in black gloves. Show me your face, he growled. Death's shadow merely laughed again and said, Oh, we shall have fun, you and I. I look forward to it, General. Then she was gone. Chapter 15. Scarlett. He's still following you, Nuri said as Scarlett came through the doors to one of the training rooms beneath the Fellowship. There was training with Soren, and then there was training for sneaking into a castle undetected. Soren's training was certainly superior for hand-to-hand combat and weaponry, but stealth and secrecy and nimbleness, those kinds of skills were forged here, under a house full of assassins and thieves. Scarlett rolled her eyes now as she unbuttoned her jacket and tossed it to the side. I know. Maximus headed him off before I turned down the roads to the Syndicate. She took a deep breath. This was the first time she had been inside the Fellowship in over a year. The familiarity of the place both calmed and ignited her nerves. A young assassin sauntered by, giving Scarlett and Nuri appreciative glances up and down. The women were in loose pants and fitted sleeveless tops. She was here to practice her tumbling, and he was apparently just finishing up his own practice, judging by the slight gleam of sweat on his body. She had never seen him around the Fellowship before, but that didn't mean anything anymore. He easily could have shown up in the last few months. He, apparently, did not know who they were either, as his gaze lingered, and he asked with a cocky grin, "Need a spotter, girls?" Before his next breath, Nuri had him on his stomach, an arm pinned behind his back. Her knee was on his neck, digging in as she murmured sensuously into his ear, "The next time you look at either one of us like that, I'll rip out your fucking throat." The young assassin was gagging and gasping for breath as she dug her knee in a little harder. "Then I will let his lordship have the rest of you." She pushed off of him, and the young assassin sprang to his feet, his face white with rage. Nuri stared him down, and Scarlett smirked at him as she said sweetly, "You must be new here." "Who the hell are you?" the young assassin snapped back, rubbing the back of his neck. "They are mine," came a low, rough voice from behind them. The young assassin's eyes widened in fear as the Lord of the Assassins appeared. His hood was up, as usual, hiding his features from view. The young man's eyes dropped to the floor and his head bowed. "My deepest apologies." "Get the hell out of here, Marcus. You are lucky she did not break a bone before she let you up. She must be in a particularly good mood today," the Lord growled. Marcus didn't need to be told twice as he disappeared out the door. Nuri snorted in disgust. "You seem to be letting any filthy piece of trash into the Fellowship these days, Father." A deep chuckle came from the hood. "I suspect he won't last long, but everyone deserves a chance if they wish it, Nuri." He turned to Scarlett. "You are going to see Prince Callan tonight." It was a statement, not a question. She wasn't surprised by his words. Some might have expected something else to be the first words exchanged between them after the tumultuous relationship they'd had this past year. Some might have received a soft tone or a gentle touch at the reunion with the man who had practically raised them. Scarlett expected none of that. She slid her eyes to Nuri in question. Nuri subtly shook her head. No, she hadn't told her father what they were planning. The assassin lord chuckled darkly again. "You two think I do not know what is going on in my city where my wraiths are involved?" "Will you forbid it?" Nuri asked quietly. He sighed. "It would do no good. You would distract anyone I sent to keep it from happening, and Scarlett would go anyway." Nuri and Scarlett fidgeted nervously. He wasn't wrong. "You will need to take care of the general, or he will get in the way." "I am aware," Scarlett answered. "Are you?" he questioned, his voice going hard. Scarlett stilled. That tone meant violence could quickly follow. "Are you aware that I am still waiting for you to complete your assignment? Or is retribution for your mother's death no longer enough motivation for you?" "I would prefer to know why he is my target before I take his life," Scarlett answered. Nuri stood quietly, looking between her adoptive father and her chosen sister. She did not know who her target was. No one else did. "You question me still?" "I will always question you," she retorted. I will question you until you agree to go after Mikhail. Without warning, the assassin lord's hand shot out and gripped her elbow hard. He dragged her away from Nuri and out of the tumbling room. Nuri did not follow. Leave, he hissed at a couple of people coming down the hall as they rounded a corner. They disappeared in seconds. You still push for this. You still question this. I thought your acceptance of this assignment meant you had finally given up on this matter, he growled, shoving her against a wall. You assumed wrong, she seethed. I will never understand why we have not sought retribution for her death. I will never understand. She felt the sting on her cheek before she processed the speed of his hand as it slapped across her face. How can you not understand? He seethed. How can you not understand that this is to protect you? That this is to protect what has been built here, what you will inherit? I do not want it, she cried, her voice rising. What I want is retribution for Juliet's death. You will not get it, he replied coldly. As he turned to leave, he said, Complete this assignment and come home. This is not my home, she snarled. The assassin lord paused and turned back to her once more. You consider Lord Tyndale's manor your home now. She didn't know where she considered home now. Certainly not the manor, and never again here. She didn't have a home, she realized. She could not see his face beneath his hood, but she could hear the smile in his voice as he said, That's what I thought. Fury coursed through her once more as she pushed off the wall. That is not my home, and neither is here. This will never be my home again. This stopped being my home the moment you turned your back on me, on Juliet. The assassin lord advanced on her, but she held her ground, refusing to back down. He came to a stop directly in front of her, and he leaned close so he was speaking softly into her ear. Complete this assignment, Scarlett. If you do not, you may very well find your home to be with the one you so greatly desire revenge against. Scarlett felt herself pale. He couldn't be serious. He would give her to Mikhail? You wouldn't, she breathed. I will if you force my hand, he answered, stepping back from her. Are we now clear on what is expected of you? Crystal, she said bitterly. Good, he replied as he turned once more and began his way down the hall. Then over his shoulder he added, And, Scarlett, I would wear your mother's ring tonight if I were you. Scarlett flitted along the rooftops of the commoner's neighborhood she had led Soren down. It was mid-afternoon. She was going to see Callan this evening, after dinner, and before she'd have to take her tonic. Her conversation with the assassin lord replayed in her mind over and over again. He would give her to Mikhail if she didn't take out her target. She knew he would do it, too. The assassin lord did not make idle threats. Soren had continued to trail her and follow her, despite their warnings and despite the various deterrents Nuri had dispatched over the last week. Scarlett had convinced Nuri to let her talk to him one last time, and if he persisted, she could play with him this evening. She watched him as he prowled down the street. She could see him scanning faces and shops and roofs. She stayed back, behind some eaves, out of his sight. He started walking again, and she inched along. When he finally came to a completely deserted alleyway, she dropped down beside him, landing silently. He whirled, a dagger in his hand meeting a dagger of her own raised above her head, as she said softly, Hello, General. Soren glared at her, pushing her farther down the alley and looking back over his shoulder. Really, the alley? I could think of so many other places for our first tumble. Soren jerked back from her, as if only now realizing he was herding her down a darkened alleyway, and what that would look like to a passerby. Scarlett laughed under her breath, but it seemed to unleash something in him. He stalked toward her, a predator circling its prey, and her breath hitched. She backed up a step, then another, until her back was indeed against the wall at the end of the alley. He said nothing. his golden eyes seeming to deepen in color as they searched her own. For what, she didn't know. She tried to dredge up her swagger and arrogance, but it seemed to be pinned beneath that stare. Finally, she managed to get out, "Soren, I—" Her voice was hoarse and breathless. She felt her belly dip as she held his stare. He still said nothing, and she squirmed under his intense gaze, her heart hammering in her chest. "Stop that!" she snapped, pushing against his chest, but she just met hard, unmovable muscle. He smirked at her, and her hands froze against his pectorals. "Gods, you're such a prick." He finally spoke. "Leading me here was clever of you. I needed to talk to you and show you that I'm capable of handling myself." "Why would you need to show me that? I have trained you. I know what you are capable of." "Do you? Clearly I have plenty of skills you are unaware of," she replied. "And I need you to be aware of them because I need you to not trail me tonight, Soren." "Oh, I am very interested in these skills I am unaware of," he answered, his voice low. "Oh my gods!" Scarlett groaned, leaning her head back against the wall. At the movement, Soren stepped back from her, crossing his arms. "Tell me why. Tell me what you are doing tonight. Tell me who the woman is," she retorted. They glared at each other. After a moment, Scarlett said, "I will tell you this only once, Soren. Do not attempt to follow me tonight. Do not attempt to trail me. The obstacles we've sent your way this past week will be nothing compared to her. Tonight, she will be guarding my back, making sure I'm not followed. Tonight, she will come out to play, and you will not win." Soren scoffed. "Just as you have kept hidden talents, I have several of my own." "You've been warned, Soren. She's chomping at the bit to have some fun with you, and I shall not be there to rein her in." "And who shall rein you in this evening, Scarlett?" he asked, stepping back to her, bracing a hand on the wall beside her on either side of her head. "Tonight, Soren," she replied, placing her hand delicately on his wrist. She could see her mother's ring glittering in the little sunlight that filtered into the alley. She saw Soren glance to her ring, too. "Tonight, I do not need to be reined in. Tonight, I need to be let out, and you will not like what you learn if you do not stay away." Soren. Soren stayed in the shadows as he monitored Scarlett. She was completely in black again, the same way she'd looked that night a week ago on the rooftop. She wasn't wrong. He had been watching her all week. He'd learned how she snuck from the manor. He'd learned her preferred ways of going unnoticed. He'd tried several times to trail her to wherever she was meeting with Death's shadow, but something or someone always wound up in his path. They hadn't trained in nearly 2 weeks. He hadn't been able to monitor her like he normally did. He hadn't been able to ask her about that night. He hadn't been able to study how she could have gifts from both Anahita and Anala in her blood. An appreciative grin twitched on his lips as he watched her move with unearthly grace. She leapt nimbly onto the back of a lone passing carriage and climbed to the roof. She stayed low, invisible if he didn't know she was there. With a start, though, he realized what carriage that was. It was a royal carriage, heading for the castle. He started into a run to head her off. She couldn't seriously be planning to sneak into the castle. It was impossible. A building to his right was made of brick, and he made quick work of climbing to the roof. It would be much faster and easier to run along the rooftops. He leapt to the next one and skidded to a halt as another figure in head-to-toe black stepped into his path. Scarlett had warned him. She had told him if he tried to follow her tonight, that it wouldn't be just anyone who had her back. He threw a wild grin at Death's shadow before him. She said nothing. No smart comments or wicked words came from her mouth. No, the woman before him merely pulled 2 scimitars from her waist. The swords whined as they came from the sheaths. "You cannot let her go to the castle. She cannot possibly get in there unnoticed," Soren seethed. He took a step towards her, and she shifted into a defensive stance. "You are letting her go there like a lamb to slaughter." A low, sensuous laugh came from below that hood. "My dear General," she purred, "how much you care for her." Her voice of silk and honey caressed him, and he struggled against the effect it had on his nerves and instincts. She laughed again, taking a step towards him. No, General. If I let you follow her, then I am allowing a lamb to go to slaughter. A Fae lamb, of course, but a lamb nonetheless. You know I am Fae? Soren asked, drawing his own sword as she took another step towards him. I know a great many things that you think you are privy to, she crooned, and a great many more that you know nothing of. She had stopped circling now, pausing before him, and sighed. I suppose I should give you the choice. You can heed my warning and let her go tonight, Soren. Trust that she will be fine, will see the prince, and will return to her room before dawn. Or we can finally play together. I prefer the second option. He could hear the maniacal delight in her voice. He didn't need to see her face to know she wasn't lying when she said she'd rather fight him. But Soren, Scarlett had told her his real name. She is going to the prince? Crowned Prince Callan? She is, and it isn't the first time she's done so. She doesn't trust you with the information, but I see what she does to you, she said, beginning her circling again. I sense not knowing what she is doing, what is at stake, will make you do something incredibly stupid. Why didn't you go? He asked instead. She huffed a laugh. For two reasons. One, I am Death's shadow, Fae warrior. If the wind whispers of my lurking around the castle, it would be trouble for more than just me. But if the prince's former lover graces his presence, no one will think anything of it should she be seen. Soren stumbled a step and cursed. She was his... That was the rumor for nearly a year, yes. She laughed. Is it true, then? That is not for me to say. You said there were two reasons. What is the other? He ground out between his clenched teeth. He'd have to sort through his reaction to that other bit of news later. Why, I was needed here, of course. For what? A distraction. And she launched herself at him, barely giving him time to raise his sword. Chapter 16. Scarlett. Scarlett heard the door creak open as she lounged in a chair beside the dark hearth in Prince Callan's private bedroom. It was dark in the room as she sat and waited. Sneaking into the castle had been easy enough, using secret passages and paths they'd mapped out years ago. Once she had left the elite district, and she was sure Nuri had taken care of Soren, she'd swung inside the carriage. Teva and Drake were inside, dressed for dinner at court. They needed to be seen arriving without Scarlett. They had chosen this night because of the dinner the Queen was throwing for her court. All the lords and ladies and their families had been invited, which meant Mikhail and Veda would be present too. They'd be watching to see if Scarlett set foot inside the castle, and while they'd been distracted by Teva and Drake, she had indeed done just that. She waited in silence as he strode into the room, and she listened, making sure he was alone. She heard him unbuckle his sword belt, and it thudded to the floor. She took a deep breath. Seeing Callan alone for the first time in over a year, she wasn't sure how this was going to go. They had indeed been much more than friends during the time they worked together, and he did not know what had happened that night. The bed sighed as he sat on it, presumably to toe off his boots. As she heard them thump to the floor, she steeled herself and uncoiled from the chair. Hello, Callan. The prince swore and lurched to his feet, grabbing a dagger from his nightstand. She stepped from the shadows, pulling down her hood and clicking her tongue. While I understand that you indeed may want to run me through with that, I'm hoping we can talk first. Scarlett. Her name was a question on his lips, his arm dropping to his side as he took a step toward her. He took her in, from her boots up to her face. In the moonlight that filtered in from the windows, she could just make out his features. He was handsome, as a prince should be. His brown hair was longer than she had last seen it, falling into hazel eyes flecked with green. His high cheekbones were as beautiful as she remembered, and his shirt was unbuttoned, revealing his toned abdomen. He must have unbuttoned it on the walk to his bedroom from the adjoining drawing room. She didn't know what to say. What she should say. She opened her mouth to say something, anything, but Callan spoke again, cutting her off. Tell me you are really here. Tell me you are standing in my bedroom, completely from the shadows, like you used to do all those months ago. She started, but didn't get another word out. She heard the dagger he was holding clatter to the floor, and then he was before her. His hands were on her face, and his mouth was on hers. Her own hands came up, and her fingers slid into his hair. He backed her against the wall, and she gasped as he slid his tongue along her lips, remembering the last time she'd been against this same wall. He was instantly inside her mouth, and she felt him against her teeth, the roof of her mouth. He pulled back, looking into her eyes. His own eyes were glazed and full of disbelief and lust. This would be the most dangerous part of this evening. Not the sneaking into the castle, not avoiding Mikhail, not distracting Soren. This, looking into his eyes and not allowing herself to give in to what they had been. And by the gods, she was failing. Callan opened his mouth to say something again, but she stiffened and brought a finger to his lips. She looked past him to the open bedroom door. Leaning in so she whispered directly into his ear, she said, "You're about to have company." A moment later, there was a light knock on the hall door. "Go, answer it." Callan made to step back, but his hands lingered on her face. "I am afraid that if I let you go, you will not be here when I return." "I will be here, Callan," she answered softly, brushing her thumb along one of those flawless cheekbones. She felt him shiver slightly beneath her touch before he turned and walked to the drawing room of his suite, pulling his bedroom door shut behind him as he looked back over his shoulder at her. Scarlett steadied her breathing and willed her hands to stop shaking. Nuri had been banking on this happening. "Give him what he wants, and he'll answer any questions you have," she'd said last night when they were going over the plan. Nuri and Juliet had never had issues with using their bodies to obtain what they desired. Scarlett, however, while she didn't mind flirting to gain what she needed, had been far pickier about whose bed she crawled into. In fact, she had only shared a bed with the man now in the other room. She silently crossed the room and pressed her ear to the door. Callan must have stepped out into the hall because she couldn't hear any voices. His private bedroom was fairly spacious, and she made her way over to his desk. She smiled to herself. Nothing had changed. It was still a mess. Books and papers stacked on top of each other. She pulled open the top drawer and froze. There was a small stack of papers in the drawer, and the one on the very top was addressed to her. She picked it up, but found other notes underneath. Every single note she had ever slipped to him lay in that drawer. She heard the outer door creak open again and padded footsteps crossing the room. She dropped the note she was holding back on top of the stack and slid the drawer closed as she slunk into the shadows along the wall, just on the off chance he wasn't alone. The bedroom door opened, and she relaxed as he slipped in, closing and locking the door behind him. He crossed to the fireplace and glanced at the now empty chair and turned to face the dark room. It was a particularly hot summer evening. His windows had been flung wide, but she had closed them all when she'd come in. She watched as he crossed to one now and leaned his forehead against it. Then he said, without lifting his head from the glass, "I am praying to the gods that you are still in this room, and that I did not just dream up that kiss." "If those are your dreams, Prince, then they are as beatific as I once claimed they'd be," Scarlett replied, stepping from the shadows. She unclasped her cloak and swung it over the desk chair. Callan straightened, turning to face her. "You are heavily armed." "When am I not?" Scarlett shrugged. "The 2 times I have spoken to you this past year, I did not see a weapon on you," he said harshly. Scarlett flinched. grateful for the shadows that hid her from him. "You were not at the court dinner tonight." "I am not part of the court," Scarlett countered, lifting her chin. "That has never stopped you before, and you now reside with Lord Tyndale, who is part of the court. Drake and Tavo were here," he said, taking a step towards her. "They are his children and are a future lord and lady. Of course they were here." "Cassius was here," Callan pointed out, taking another step. Shit. She willed her body not to tremble as Callan took another step, slowly, as if trying not to startle a doe in a field. "I look for you, you know. I look for you every time the court gathers. I look for you at every ball, every gala, every dinner." Another step. "I look for that glimmer of silver hair. I listen for that voice that—" "Stop, Callan," Scarlett whispered, her eyes going to the floor. But he didn't. Another step. "Every night I come to my rooms, alone, just in case you will slip from the shadows." Another step. "Callan, Did you know I even make my driver go by the Tyndale Manor on the occasions I go into the city, just on the off chance I might see you out and about?" Another step. "I did one time, you know. See you out." "I know," Scarlett whispered. It had been a day last autumn, a few months after that night when things had gone to hell. She had been wearing a rust-colored dress and had been rushing back to the manor from somewhere she couldn't even remember, cursing herself for not bringing a cloak. She'd seen the royal carriage coming down the street. She'd recognized it immediately, and if she didn't disappear, she'd known he would have stopped, and she'd have hopped into that carriage right then and there. So instead, she turned to Tava, who had been chattering away beside her, and shoved her into a shop they were nearing. His stockinged feet came into her vision, stopping inches from her boots, as she continued to stare at the floor. He didn't move to touch her, though. "Nearly every day I have thought about what I would say to you. I have thought about what I could have possibly done to make you disappear so abruptly from my world with just a note on my pillow to say goodbye." A sob cracked from Scarlett's chest as tears slid down her cheeks, splashing onto her boots. Still, he did not reach for her. "I have thought about how I would demand to know what the hell had happened." She didn't say anything, and silence hung between them for one of the longest minutes of her life. Then, "Look at me, Scarlett Monrhoe." His tone was firm, an order from a prince. She couldn't do it. She couldn't bring her eyes to his. She felt him move then, reaching for her braid that hung over her shoulder. He pulled the string from the end and slowly undid the plaits. He'd hated her hair when it was braided back. He'd told her once that she was too serious, too business, when her hair was prepared for a fight. That when her hair was down and flowing around her, she was relaxed, and he was honored to be someone she could relax around. She had never once been that relaxed around him, though. She'd always been listening, always been watching for any sign she might need to make a quick exit. Even when she did sleep beside him, there was always a dagger within reach. Always. One of his hands hooked under her chin. "Look at me, Scarlett," he repeated, his tone softer, coaxing. "Please." She let him lift her chin, and his hazel eyes locked onto hers, searching for anything to cling to. "And now that I am before you, Prince, what do you wish to say to me?" she whispered. Now I am afraid to say anything to you. Now I am afraid that one wrong word, and you will become the wraith of shadows that I lost once more," he answered, his other hand slipping into her hair. Scarlett closed her eyes as the hand holding her chin moved to cup her cheek. She leaned into his touch, trying not to think about how much she had missed it. She didn't dare move. Then he was whispering into her ear, his breath hot against her skin, and her entire body heated. Please take off all those weapons." Her eyes snapped open, finding his. "I'm not here to hurt you." He gave her a sad smile. "When you stand before me so heavily armed, I am holding my breath, just waiting for you to disappear. I know you will not leave without your weapons." When she didn't answer, he said again, "Please, Scarlett, no one is coming in here tonight. There will be no more interruptions. I have told the guard outside my rooms to let no one near my door the rest of the night." She slowly reached for the buckle holding her sword to her back. Her eyes never left his as she undid it and set her sword with her cloak on the desk chair. She unclasped the vambraces from her wrists. He watched every move as she unbuttoned her jacket and removed the hidden daggers from the insides, then her weapon belt and the dagger strapped to her thigh. Finally, she pulled the 2 daggers from her boots. "Gods," he breathed. "I forgot how deadly I am," she suggested. "You forgot how utterly lethal I am, and yet you let me stand before you in your private quarters with your dagger forgotten on the floor by your bed." "No," he replied, his voice husky. He slid his hands beneath the shoulders of her jacket, slipping it down her arms, letting it fall to the floor. Heat flared at every place his fingers brushed her bare skin. She wore a black tunic beneath the jacket, with her black pants and boots. "I forgot how, even with everything I want to yell at you and demand from you, how even with all of that running through my mind, I would let you kill me, just to run my fingers through your hair one more time." "I am not here for this," Scarlett rasped, bringing her hand up and wrapping her fingers around his, closing her eyes again. She soaked in the touch of his fingers on her cheek for a moment longer. One more moment. And then she'd shatter his world again and tell him why she was here. "You know what I've missed most of all, my wraith of shadows," he whispered. Again, he was right next to her ear, his breath tickling her cheek. She could feel his lips brush against her skin while he spoke. "I have missed talking with someone who did not care that I was a prince. I miss being around someone who did not care about my title. I miss having a friend who accepts me for who I am, just as I accept her." Scarlett held her breath, not daring to breathe, not trusting herself to do anything. "Yes, I've missed that most of all. But this is a damn close second." And he was kissing her again, slow and deep and lovely. One of his hands went around her waist, tugging her to him, as if he couldn't stand to have any amount of space between them, and she felt him press against her front. Her hands went around his neck, and his kisses began trailing down her jaw, down her neck. Her back arched as he continued along her collarbone, licking the hollow of her throat. A moan escaped her that had him answering with a growl of his own. "I am not here for this," she rasped again, as his hands lifted her tunic. She raised her arms so he could slide it over her head. "I do not care," he whispered onto her lips, nipping her bottom one. He shrugged his own unbuttoned shirt off. He gently steered her towards the bed, his hands grasping her hips, and she conceded 1 step, 2. "Callan." But his lips were on hers again, his hands roaming over her arms, her torso, her rear. He tugged at the band of fabric around her breasts, and she reached up to remove it. He tossed it aside and pressed her back again. She moaned once more as he sucked one of her nipples into his mouth, his tongue flicking over it. The back of her legs bumped the edge of the bed, and as she let him lay her down on it, she managed to get out. "This will change nothing, Callan." "I do not care," he said again, sliding her boots and socks from her feet. "Callan," she tried again as he reached for the buttons on her pants. He paused, staring at her, half naked, splayed out on his bed before him in the moonlight streaming in from the night sky. "Do you want me to stop?" She took him in, too. This man that she had loved once, maybe still did. This man who, despite what he had said, was a prince, would one day be king. She could never be what he needed, who he would need at his side. But tonight? No, she breathed, hating herself for that one word. I want to pretend that the last year never happened. A dark grin came across his sensuous lips. Good, he said, unbuttoning her pants, kissing down her stomach as he went. Because I intend to keep you here as long as I can. Chapter 17. Scarlett. Scarlett's head rested on Callan's chest while he lazily stroked his fingers up and down her arm. He held her close and tight to him, as if she would slip between his fingers into the night. Indeed, she would, but not until this conversation was had first. She knew whenever she returned to the manor, she would find Nuri waiting for her and wanting to know everything she'd found out. Callan, she started, swallowing hard. Shh, he murmured into her hair, kissing the top of her head. 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes of pretending the last year never happened. She kissed his chest where her head rested and sighed. His arm only tightened around her. She savored it, the heaviness of his arm wrapped around her, the feel of her legs intertwined with his under the blankets, the rise and fall of his chest, the smell of him, the taste of him. She let herself pretend that nothing had changed. She let herself pretend that he wasn't a prince and she wasn't a weapon of death often wielded by his father. After not 2 but 4 minutes, she swallowed again. Callan. She felt him sigh underneath her, and she lifted her head to look into his eyes. The flecks of green seemed to be brighter amongst the hazel color. He leaned up and pressed a kiss to her lips. As much as I would like to believe you came here tonight for me, I know better. Scarlett dropped her eyes from his. She was such trash. His fingers gently brushed her cheek, and he whispered, Tell me what you need from me, my wraith. Scarlett sat up, wrapping the sheet around her shoulders. Callan drank in the bare parts of her that he could see, his hand resting on her knee. She pursed her lips, not wanting to ruin everything. Say it, Scarlett, he said softly. There are children disappearing again. It's been over a year, but we had 4 go missing in 4 days. Nuri has been casing other districts, and no other place is losing children. The Black Syndicate is being targeted again, and we're desperate, Callan. She spoke so quickly she felt as if she were vomiting words out. Desperate enough that you finally came back to see me, to ask if I know anything about it. Callan replied quietly. Piece of shit. She was a piece of shit for how this had played out tonight. I don't know what you want me to say, Callan. He sat up now, too, pulling the blankets over his waist with him. He twirled a piece of her hair between his fingers. I will see what I can find out for you under 2 conditions. Scarlett brought her eyes to his, a wary expression coming across her face. You must come back to get the answers, and... Callan, you have no idea what I risked coming here tonight. Scarlett interrupted quietly. Coming back will be nearly impossible. Tell me, he argued. Tell me what is keeping you from me. I know you did not just stop coming of your own accord. You don't know that, Scarlett snapped back, her tone harsh. Tell me that, then, he replied. Tell me you suddenly decided that being my friend, being more than that, was no longer something you desired. I told you, she cried. I told you tonight would change nothing. I told you this is not what I came for. And I told you I did not care. He took her face in his hands. Tell me what happened a year ago, Scarlett. Tell me, and I will take care of it. Scarlett closed her eyes, making herself breathe in and out, in and out. She hadn't realized tears were slipping down her cheeks until she felt him kissing them away. Then he pressed those salty lips to her own. My safety is not your priority. She could hear Nuri's words rolling over and over in her mind, like waves crashing onto the shore. She took a deep breath. "You will have to come to me," she sighed, "until we take care of some things. I cannot risk being at the castle again anytime soon." "You did not let me finish my conditions," he answered with a sly grin. "There's more?" Scarlett asked, raising her brows. "You must spend the rest of tonight here, right beside me, and when you leave in the morning, do not slip out in the shadows. Say goodbye like a proper person." "I must go take my tonic, Callan. You know this," she answered. Callan pulled her onto his lap and began kissing up her neck, nibbling at her ear. "I also know," he breathed into her ear, "that you brought your tonic with you." He was right. She had known this was a very real possibility and had come prepared. She'd even had Sybil mix a contraceptive tonic in with her regular one. "It can't be like last time, Callan," she said, pulling back from his kisses. "You can't bring it up at council meetings. That approach, how we tried last time, that's what set this whole mess into motion. No one can know you're looking into it." "How am I supposed to learn anything then?" he asked, confusion on his face. She gently pushed him back onto his pillows and hovered over him. "You're clever, Prince. I'm sure you'll think of something." She brought her lips to his chest and began kissing her own way up to his neck. He groaned low in his throat as her hands roamed down, and she continued to kiss up. "You really are quite persuasive," he ground out. "Oh, I know, Your Highness," she murmured, her lips finally finding his again. In a heartbeat, Callan had rolled and flipped her underneath him, and she pushed that self-hatred for what she was doing to him down, 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 as she let herself out of that cage she'd been shoved into. Scarlett was dressed and standing before an open window, surveying the guards patrolling below. Maximus would be waiting for her with a horse around the corner. She just had to get there. She'd stayed as long as she could, but she was quickly losing darkness as dawn approached. She heard blankets and sheets rustling as Callan slipped into a pair of loose pants and came up behind her. "We had a deal, you know," he said, kissing her just below her ear. "I wasn't leaving quite yet," she replied, elbowing him playfully in the ribs. "Just getting the layout. It's been a while." "Too damn long," he said, his voice cold, and she stiffened against him. "When you learn something, send word, and we'll figure out a way for you to come to me undetected," she said, closing her eyes as she leaned her head back against his chest. "Don't tell anyone. Don't involve anyone else, not even Finn or Sloane. We don't know who to trust." She felt his hands on her hips, gently rotating her to face him. His hair was rumpled from their activities of the night and from the sleep they did get after she'd taken her tonic. "Stay," he whispered, those hazel eyes imploring her. "Stay with me. We'll figure the rest out." "Callan, I can't. You know I can't," she answered sadly, bringing her hand to his cheek. Us. "Do not say it," he said, interrupting her and shaking his head. "Do not finish what you are about to say." "Callan." But then he was kissing her with an urgency that said he knew it could very well be the last time he did so. She pulled back. She had to go. Now. Pulling her hood up over her rebraided hair, she whispered, "Goodbye, Callan." She was out the window faster than an alley cat, but not fast enough to escape the words that came from his lips. "I love you." Not fast enough to escape the crushing ache that exploded in her chest at those 3 syllables. She was across the castle grounds in less than 5 minutes. 2 minutes later, she was rounding the corner where Maximus was indeed waiting for her. No words were exchanged as he hoisted her up onto the horse and set off through the streets. By horseback, the manor was only a 5-minute ride when the streets were deserted. He stopped a block away, and she slid down, sneaking back into the manor the way she had come. But when she crept into the hall from that unused study, it wasn't her room she went to. She stopped one door before hers and slipped in without even a knock. The room was dark, the windows wide, letting in the morning breeze. She leaned her head against the door, closing her eyes and breathing deep, but an abundance of sense bombarded her. "See, you Fae ass," Neri drawled from the darkness. "She's home and fine." "Can you not see from underneath that hood?" came Soren's voice, full of annoyance. "She is clearly not fine." Scarlett didn't even have the energy to ask what he was doing here, and when Cassius's voice came quietly from her left, "Seastar?" She didn't care who was in the room. She dropped to her knees and let the tears come. Cassius was instantly before her, his arms encircling her, stroking her hair. "Everything went as planned, then," Neri said grimly from across the room. "Get out!" Scarlett seethed, nearly choking on a sob. She shivered as the temperature in the room seemed to plummet. "I don't want to see your face or hear your voice. I will find you in 2 days' time. Do not send for me." "We needed to do this, Scarlett," she said quietly, but there was no remorse in her tone. "Get the fuck out!" It took all of Scarlett's shredded self-control not to scream the words at her. She must not have made any movement to leave because Cassius growled, "I cannot believe you let her go do this." "How long are you going to coddle her, Cassius? We need her." "Do you know what she has done for you? What she has sacrificed for you?" Cassius snapped, his own voice rising. "No one asked her to," Neri retorted. "I can look after myself. They can't." "You are a bitch," Cassius said, his voice dropping low. "Go. She'll come to you when she's ready." After a few moments, when her sobs had lessened, she lifted her eyes to Cassius's. Worry and fear and sadness filled them as he searched her face. "Do you think they suspect anything?" "No. They were in the banquet room all night, and I watched them both leave in their carriage. Maximus trailed them home and watched them both enter the house." Cassius answered gently. We... "I know, Seastar," he said soothingly. "You don't need to say it." "He is going to hate me," she choked out. Saying those words was like trying to swallow poison. Then she saw Soren lingering by the window she assumed Nuri had left out of. She glared at him. "I told you to stay away tonight. What the hell are you doing here?" "Death's Shadow and I did not see eye to eye on things," Soren said with a shrug. "When it was clear that neither of us was going to win and neither of us was going to give in, she agreed to bring me here so I could see for myself when you returned, unharmed." "I told you that I can handle myself," Scarlett said, rising to her feet. "Easy, Seastar," Cassius said under his breath. "The manor still sleeps." Ignoring him, Scarlett stalked across the room until she was directly in front of Soren. "I am back. I am unharmed. You can leave." "You are back. You are anything but unharmed," he replied, his golden eyes scanning hers. "Who is the woman, Soren?" she demanded, her voice lethal. "Not the same one from your dream." "Then my well-being is still none of your concern. Get the hell out!" She flung off her hood and began unbuckling weapons, Cassius catching them before they could clatter to the ground and wake up the house. She removed her jacket and kicked off her boots and socks. She pulled her tunic from over her head, leaving just the band around her breasts, and crossed the room, crawling into Cassius's still-made bed without another word. She felt the bed shift as Cassius climbed onto the bed, and her whole body relaxed when he began stroking her hair. Tears slid down her cheeks as she tried to hold in the new round of sobs threatening to rack her body. "Her history is complicated," she heard Cassius say. When there was no reply, he said, "It would be in your best interest to be gone before the house wakes." If Soren said anything in response, Scarlett didn't know. She did not care, as she felt a familiar hollowness settle into her soul. Chapter 18. Soren. Soren stood in the foyer of the Tyndale Manor. They had just finished the weekly dinner meeting of generals and commanders with Lord Tyndale. Nearly everyone else had left, and it was just him, Cassius, and Drake now, Mikhail having left moments before. "I am going out to meet some of the men for a drink. You two coming?" Drake asked, adjusting his sword belt. "No," Cassius said. He cut a quick glance to Soren before adding, I'm just going to bed. I haven't been sleeping well. Drake gave a slight nod of understanding and slipped out the door. When the door had clicked shut, Soren rounded on him. She is still in your bed. Cassius dragged a hand through his brown hair. She has not left it once since that morning. That was 2 days ago, Soren hissed. As if them discussing her was a summoning, she appeared at the top of the stairs. She was pale, and in the same clothing she'd worn that night, although at least she'd put her tunic back on. She seemed to float down the stairs, her long hair unbound and flowing around her. She was barefoot and walked right by them like she didn't even notice they were there. Scarlett? Cassius whispered. She kept walking straight to the front door. Soren took a step to the side, blocking her path. She paused and lifted her chin, and the haunted eyes that found him nearly made his knees buckle. He could smell another scent intertwined with her own, one of spring rain and pine, and he ground his teeth together. Where are you going, Seastar? Cassius asked gently, coming to her side. I want to play, she whispered. Scarlett, we can't go back to the Black Syndicate like this. You have no weapons. No one will spar with you. He will not let you take any jobs right now. Cassius trailed off. I need to play, she repeated, trying to step around Soren. Cassius reached for her arm, but she jerked out of his reach, again trying to step around Soren. Cassius shook his head at Soren in silent command, and he stepped in front of her again. She does not want to spar or fight or kill anyone. Teva was descending the stairs now, a cloak in her hands. She wants to play, Cassius. I am told it has been over a year since she has done so. Take her somewhere to play the piano. She pressed the cloak into Cassius's hands and headed down a hall. Cassius turned, wrapping the cloak around Scarlett and doing up the buttons. We will have to ride, Scarlett, and even then, I don't know that going there like this is a good idea. She plays the piano, Soren asked quietly. Cassius looked up at him. She does, or she did. She hasn't played in a long time. There isn't one here. There's one at the compound where her mother worked and one at the fellowship, but I can't take her to the Black Syndicate like this. Follow me, Soren said. We can walk. They tried to convince Scarlett to put shoes on, but she refused, constantly trying to skirt around them and out the door. Cassius ended up carrying a pair of silk slippers in his hands, and Soren led them the few blocks from the manor to his luxury apartment. Cassius kept a firm grip on her hand as they rounded another corner. She continued to say nothing, just walked along in silence, her bare feet not making a sound on the pavement. She was a phantasm in black, with her silver hair flowing in the cool summer breeze, and he could feel her. He could feel an icy sadness that clung to her bones. He could feel a flame so hot trying to thaw that ice, but it was suffocating. Soren unlocked the door to his apartment and crossed the room to light a few candles. Cassius gently pushed Scarlett farther into the room so he could shut the door behind them. He took the cloak from her shoulders, and Soren pointed to the back left corner of the room where a grand piano sat. There. Her eyes settled on the instrument, and as if it called to her, she drifted over to it. Soren crossed his arms, leaning against the fireplace mantel as he watched her. Cassius stood motionless by the front door, seeming to hold his breath. She ran her fingers along the top, like she was contemplating what she was going to do. A finger drifted down and hovered over a key. Play, Scarlett, Soren urged in his mind, and as though she heard him, she pressed the key down. It was a low note, but it seemed to snap a tether in her. Silent tears were instantly wetting her cheeks as she lowered onto the bench. She brought her small hands to the keys, and a chord sounded, a minor chord, haunted and full of sorrow. She stumbled over the keys for a few minutes, like she was reminding her fingers what they should be doing. Then Soren could only stare in awe as she played. Soren knew how to play the piano. He could read sheet music and play songs, but Scarlett could play. Her eyes were closed and tears splashed onto her hands as her fingers flew over the keys of ivory and ebony, never missing another note. He could feel every sound, every crescendo, and every pulse of music. Her melody was one of sadness and pain and grief. Cassius crossed the room to stand beside him as she finished one song and went straight into another. She seemed to breathe in the sounds emanating from the piano. "She's going to kill me for letting you see her play," he said quietly, his eyes fixed on her. "Why did she stop?" Soren asked. He could hardly get the words past the lump that had formed in his throat. "Because they put her in a cage," Cassius said simply. "Tonight I do not need to be reined in. Tonight I need to be let out." Her words clanged through him. "What happened?" Soren snarled softly. "That is not my tale to tell. We have tried to coax her out of that cage for over a year, but now that she has tasted this freedom again..." He trailed off for a beat, but then said, "Why did she call you Soren the other night?" Soren tensed. When Cassius had not asked him the next day, he had thought the commander had missed when she had called him by his real name. "Because that is my name. Who put her in a cage in the first place?" Soren demanded. He would explain about his name later. His eyes were fixed on Scarlett as she swayed and moved with her melody, as if every minute she played was another release. "People who will do whatever they can to shove her back in it," Cassius answered grimly. Scarlett. She didn't know how long she'd been playing. It could have been minutes or hours. She suspected the latter as she settled back into herself. Every song was like gulping down a breath of air when she hadn't even realized she'd been suffocating. Sweat beaded her brow, and her cheeks were stained with trails of tears. She could still smell Callan on her hair, on her skin, and her song that had transformed into major chords transitioned abruptly back to the minor keys she'd been exhaling. Movement out of the corner of her eye snagged her attention, as the owner of that movement seemed to sense the sudden shift in her song as well. Her fingers kept moving over the keys as she realized she didn't know where she was. She took in the doorway on the wall to the right that she guessed led to a kitchen, seeing as the dining table was across the room from her. It was piled high with books and papers, and sitting at it, reading reports of some sort, was Soren. He had stiffened slightly when her song had switched keys, but his eyes remained on the papers he was studying, almost as if this had been happening all evening. She didn't know. She didn't really remember anything after crawling into Cassius's bed after that night. The minutes had stretched into hours, the hours into days. How long ago had that been? Without missing a beat, she looked over her shoulder. Cassius was stretched across a sofa before a hearth. There was a small fire in it, but it was more for light than warmth. He had a book propped open. The windows were unlatched, letting in the stifling night air. She breathed in deep, and her fingers clanged to a stop. Soren and Cassius both snapped their heads up to her. She stood from the piano bench, and Cassius was instantly on his feet. She saw Soren's sword belt discarded on the floor by his seat, and she snatched it up, drawing the blade from the sheath and staring at the window. "Scarlett," Cassius said cautiously. Soren was on his feet now too, though not in front of her, guarding her, but beside her. He had a dagger resting casually in his own hand. "She is here," was all he said. A moment later, a shadow came in from the window. "Well, well," came her voice of silk and honey. "Look who finally got out of bed." She stood before them in her black clothes of death, and had Soren not been standing next to her, she would have pulled that hood back and punched the girl in her face. Rage coiled around her insides, and she felt as if the sword hilt burned against her palm. "Get out," Scarlett said quietly. Her voice was icy and venomous and razor-sharp all at once. "You said you would come to me in 2 days' time. It's been 2 days," Nuri answered, perching on the edge of the sofa. "What happened with Callan, Scarlett?" Scarlett staggered back a step at the name, and Soren pressed a hand to her back to steady her. She could feel Nuri studying her underneath that damn hood. "I see. Gods, no wonder you look like a wraith right now." "Do not call me that!" Scarlett hissed, pointing the sword at Nuri. It was heavier than her own sword, and was slightly awkward to hold, but she held it steady. That's what we are, isn't it? Scarlett could hear the smirk on Nuri's face. But I suppose I did forget that's what he calls you too, His wraith of shadows. Scarlett lunged, but Nuri was just as fast as she blocked Scarlett's sword. Again and again she swung, Nuri blocking her each time. She saw Cassius move to intervene, but the sound that emanated from Nuri froze him in place. "Do not come to her rescue, Cassius," she panted as she parried another attack from Scarlett. "This is not the time for this, nor the place," Cassius snarled back. Nuri was striking back with such force now that Scarlett's arm was shaking under the awkwardness of Soren's blade. "Come out, Scarlett," she taunted with glee. "Come out to play." "I will kill you for making me do that," Scarlett growled back. "Not with that blade you won't," Nuri scoffed, lunging again. Somehow, she knew what he was doing, without having to look at him. Scarlett reached behind her back and grabbed the dagger that Soren was holding out to her. Soren, who had been training her, and who had taught her how to fight with an off-balance blade. Then, she did indeed come out to play. Soren. She was a whirlwind of wrath and rage and steel as she pushed Nuri back and back and back in that spacious apartment. Cassius had fallen silent, and Soren monitored everything from the side. He had sparred with her so many times, but he had never seen her move like this. She moved as if she had indeed been caged and confined, but was now freed to unleash hell. He could tell his sword had been hindering her, and before he could say her name, she had reached behind for his dagger that he had already had outstretched to her. Nuri matched every movement, every thrust and lunge, like she knew exactly how Scarlett would move. Until she didn't. Until Scarlett whirled fast enough and used a move he had taught her to land a clean kick to the woman's chest. Nuri went sprawling to the floor, and Scarlett was atop her in an instant. Miraculously, the hood still covered her face, and her gloves remained intact. He still had not glimpsed the woman's features. Scarlett yanked back the collar of the girl's jacket and sliced a thin line down the entire length of the girl's collarbone, right below a spirit amulet she wore. Blood trickled down the girl's pale skin. "Scarlett!" Cassius cried, lunging forward. Soren gripped his arm, but Cassius stopped cold as Death's shadow crooned with absurd laughter. "There you are. Welcome back, sister." Scarlett brought her fist back and punched her hard in the face. Death's shadow merely laughed again from under that hood. "How dare you send me back there, Nuri? How could you do that to me? To him?" Cassius sucked in a breath as the name crossed her lips. His wide eyes came to Soren's face, confirming he had in fact heard it. So, Death's shadow indeed had a name. "He became a distraction," Nuri spat. "He distracted you, and it laid the groundwork for you to be shoved into a cage. They didn't even have to shove you in. You stepped in willingly. When the time came, they just had to close the fucking door. I opened that door back up for you, but you stayed. You wouldn't come out. Not until you took that first step 2 nights ago with Callan, and you tasted that freedom once more. You tasted him." "Stop!" Scarlett screamed. But Nuri had twisted, and quicker than he could register it, Nuri had Scarlett pinned below her. This time it was Cassius holding Soren back. "Do not interfere with this," Cassius murmured. "She will spill your blood in more ways than one." "I am not afraid of Death's shadow," Soren snarled. "I am not the one you need to fear tonight, Fae warrior," came Nuri's cunning voice from below that hood. "Death's maiden is before you, and my sister is 10 times as terrible as I am." Soren froze. Scarlett was Death's maiden? Scarlett was one of the wraiths of death? He looked to Cassius, who gave him an affirming nod. Of the 3 wraiths of death, Death's maiden was the most feared. Death's shadow tracked you, and Death incarnate ended you, but in between those 2 things, you dealt with Death's maiden. She was the one who executed whatever ministrations were included in the job. She was the one who bloodied you, the one who knew how to torture and keep you alive and conscious while she did so. They all knew how to do those things, he supposed, but that was her job in the trio. You begged for death incarnate by the end. He looked down at Scarlett and recognized little in those eyes, but what he did recognize was purely Fae, primal and wild and savage and lethal. Nuri's attention was back on Scarlett now. I let you out, Scarlett. I heard it in every note that flowed from your fingers tonight. I felt it as you breathed in that freedom. We need information, yes, but that was secondary to what I needed him to do to you. I needed you to feel. Without warning, Scarlett lunged with everything she had and flung Nuri off of her. Nuri went flying across the room. Scarlett snatched up her weapons, and Nuri barely had time to raise her own sword. She was fast enough to block the blow, but not fast enough to register the dagger that pierced her forearm. She screamed, and the smile that spread across Scarlett's face was one of wicked delight. You let me out, Nuri, but who shall rein me back in? Scarlett whispered quietly as she dug that dagger in a little deeper. That, Nuri gasped out around the pain, is why I made sure he was here first. Scarlett cocked her head in surprise, but her hand twisted the dagger in deeper. Cassius cannot stop me. Nuri screamed again, and Soren glanced at Cassius beside him. The color had drained from his face as he watched the exchange, clearly not knowing what to do. Do something, Soren said. She's right, I can't. I'm not authorized to interfere with them, he replied. What the fuck did that mean? Fae of Fire, Nuri hissed from under that hood, and Soren's eyes snapped to that figure pinned to the floor. Her voice was unearthly, not mortal in the slightest. Scarlett pushed on that dagger again, and the tang of Nuri's blood filled his nose, her scent clinging to his nostrils. Moonlight and blood and snow. His eyes widened as more pieces clicked into place. I tire of your riddles, sister, Scarlett said, her voice deadly calm. Soren shook off Cassius's grip beside him and took a step forward. Scarlett. Her name was a command on his lips. She dragged her gaze to him, and the smile on her face was so cruel his pulse quickened. If memory serves me correctly, General, she sneered, we are no longer training, nor are we in a training ring, so I suggest you stay the hell out of this. Soren put his hands into his pockets and took another step towards them. She swore viciously at him. The string of profanities that comes from your mouth sometimes is truly astounding. Such vulgar words coming off the tongue of a lady. Scarlett glared at him, her nostrils flaring. How many times do I need to tell you, General, I am no lady, and my tongue is still none of your concern? Are you sure? He asked with a tilt of his head. I am sure I could find a much better use for it. Scarlett's eyes narrowed at him as he took another step closer. No, you most certainly are not a lady, he said, crouching before her. But it begs the question then, doesn't it? What question? She snapped. Who are you? She blinked at him, and some of that cruelty seemed to vanish from her eyes. He reached out and eased her hand from the dagger hilt, her fingers freezing in his own. Her eyes seemed to clear as they focused on his. She studied him, then looked down at Nuri still beneath her. She uncoiled to her feet, leaving the dagger in Nuri's arm, pinning her to the floor. I will send word when I hear from him. Until then, do not come near me. If something happens, send a messenger. She stepped over Nuri and walked across the room, her hand on the door handle. She turned and looked over her shoulder, her eyes meeting Soren's. Smoke and ash seemed to swirl across her icy blue eyes. Who is the woman? Soren remained crouched by Nuri. He didn't say a word. Then you can continue to stay the hell away from me too. Maybe Death's Shadow and a lying Fae bastard will find they have something in common. She opened the door and left, Cassius grabbing her cloak and following her out. Their footsteps faded, and after a moment, Nuri hissed from beneath her hood. "You should really tell her. It would make everything so much easier." Soren reached out and wrenched the dagger from her forearm. She cried out as it slid free from her arm, and he swore at the heat of the hilt. It was as though it had been sitting in a fire itself. Burning his palm, it clattered to the floor. Nuri struggled to a sitting position beside him, and before she could stop him, he ripped her hood back. A face as pale as moonlight, with honey-colored eyes, stared back, a wicked grin of ecstasy greeting him. "Show me," he demanded. "Whatever do you mean?" Nuri asked sweetly. She made to stand, but Soren slammed his hand over the wound in her arm. She sucked in a breath of pain. "Show me." His voice was lethal. Nuri glared at him, then grinned wide as fangs slid from their sheaths in her gums. "Do they know?" "Cassius and Scarlett." Soren nodded. "No, they know I am something other, like they suspect about themselves, but they do not know I am one of the Night Children." She spat quietly. "And how did one of the Night Children end up in the mortal lands so far from her own?" Soren asked, reaching for the dagger again. The hilt seemed to have cooled enough to handle, and he picked it up. "How did any of the children of the Black Syndicate end up here?" she asked bitterly. "None of us know. We are just unwanted and discarded with nowhere else to go." "How did you know who I am, that I am from Fire Court? Did Scarlett tell you?" Soren asked, rolling up the sleeve of his shirt. "She has told me nothing of you. I told you 2 nights ago I am privy to much information you think no one here knows. What are you doing?" She was watching him intently as he angled the dagger over his now bare forearm. "You are injured," he said, with a pointed glance to her arm. He sliced a line down it while she watched. Her eyes glazed over with hunger, her pupils dilating as she watched the blood flow from the gash, and they flashed up to his as he held out his arm to her. "Drink, heal, and then you have much to tell me, daughter of night." "Magic does not work here, you know that," Neri replied. "Fae blood is different. You will see." She brought her hands to his arm. Then her fangs were in his flesh as she drank the blood from the gash he'd cut. He winced slightly when her fangs drove in farther, but his mind was not on the vampire feeding from his arm. It was on the female who had just played ancient songs of grief and sorrow on his piano for nearly 3 hours. It was on the one who moved like someone trained not by thieves and assassins, but trained by a night child and a Fae warrior who fought like a witch. It was on Scarlett, as she had crooned, "You let me out, but who shall rein me back in?" And the vampire's words in response, "That is why I made sure he was here." Chapter 19. Scarlett. Just because she wasn't training with Soren didn't mean Scarlett didn't keep up with her own training. No, if she was going to start messing around with Callan and whatever was going on in the Black Syndicate again, she needed to be at the top of her game. Not to mention, the Assassin Lord had sent another reminder to complete her task, or he would hold true to his word. She forced herself to get up just as early and run. She made herself do strength exercises and pushed herself as if Soren were there. She snuck down to the training barracks with Cassius often, and she decided to add archery to her training schedule. She was more than skilled with a bow, but it had been a while since she devoted any time to the craft. Her upper body strength had definitely improved, especially in her arms, so she wanted to become acquainted with a heavier bow. Ideally, she would have practiced at the Fellowship, but she hadn't had any desire to step foot in the Black Syndicate and risk running into the Assassin Lord. Not until she had completed her assignment. There were archery grounds out behind the manor, though, so that was where she trudged. Several targets of varying size and distance adorned the space. It was early evening, the sun just starting to set, a few weeks following that night in Soren's apartment. She was returning from retrieving the arrows she'd just shot with near-perfect accuracy. The air was hot and muggy, as it always was at the end of summer. She was nearly back to the shooting line when she found him waiting for her. She came to a stop a few yards away, her hand going to her hip, glaring at him. "What?" she demanded, irritation dripping in the word. He studied her for a moment, eyes sweeping her from head to toe, assessing her. "You did not account for the incline on that final target," he finally said. "I did not ask for your critique," Scarlett snapped, stomping the final few feet to him. She stopped inches from his face, and she could have sworn he sucked in a breath. His scent of ashes, cloves, and cedar wrapped around her, and she had to work to not inhale deeply as well. Something deep in her soul opened an eye, a feeling she hadn't felt since that night she had played the piano, the awakening of something she hadn't realized she'd been so desperate for. She shoved those feelings, those thoughts, back down to the depths of her soul. They could keep her thoughts of Callan company. "What are you doing here?" she asked now, glaring at Soren. He was studying her, his face hard and contemplating. "I don't have any treats on me today, General, so either speak or leave." "Are you ready to train again?" Soren finally asked, looking down at her. "I have been training." "Don't be a smartass," he growled, irritation written across his face. "Tell me who the woman is," Scarlett retorted, her eyes fixed on his. "It is not possible for it to be the same woman." Before she could register what she was doing, she reached up and slapped him hard across the face. "It is one thing not to tell me, but do not continue to lie to my face." The momentary shock was quickly wiped from his face, as his bored, unreadable mask replaced it. "You seem different," he said, eyeing her warily. "Do I now?" she scoffed. "Different from what? Different from what you first watched in the training quarters? Different from the clever girl you've been training? Different from the swaggering wraith of shadows a young prince in the castle loves? Different from the untamed flame of wickedness that Nuri so carelessly unleashed a few weeks ago? There are so many options, aren't there, General? So many different people I can be," she purred. She had begun unwittingly circling him now, her eyes fixed on his. "So many options," he purred back. "But which one do you choose, love?" She stopped her prowling, going completely still. "Don't call me that," she snapped. "I don't get choices like that." "No? You prefer to just let people push you until they get to the one they are looking for. You prefer to let them decide your fate." "Shut your fucking mouth! You know nothing of it!" Scarlett seethed, stepping towards him. "Then tell me why you play so many parts, Scarlett, when it would be so much less exhausting to play one, to just be you." "And you, General?" she asked, taking another step towards him. "How many parts do you play? You are a general here for our king, but what are you to your own lands? Who are you in the fire court?" When he didn't answer her, she said with a sneer, "That's what I thought." She brought the quiver that was strapped to her back over her head as she prepared to gather her things, stalking over to her items near the entrance of the archery range. "I'm assuming," she said, not bothering to look at him now. "You've seen Nuri's face, so there is no secret to keep on her behalf at this point." "I have," Soren said cautiously. "I am also going to assume, then, that you see her on a regular basis." "Why would you assume that?" Scarlett turned to face him, a knowing smile on her lips. "Because I know my sister better than anyone, and Nuri finds you intriguing. She likes to play with things that she finds alluring, since I am sure she makes it a point to grace your presence almost daily, especially if she hasn't found her way into your bed yet. Please deliver a message to her. Prince Callan has news, and we need to figure out a place and time to meet with him unnoticed." "I am not your messenger," Soren answered through gritted teeth. "No," Scarlett mused. "But you are Nuri's favorite toy at the moment, so it saves me the time of having to track her down myself." Soren bristled, but instead of retorting, he asked, "Are there not 3 of you?" "What?" "Wraiths of death. Are there not 3 of you? You only ever speak of Nuri." She couldn't breathe. Her heart squeezed in her chest. She couldn't do anything as her fingers tightened around the bow in her hand. "No," she managed to whisper. "Not anymore." She turned to leave, but Soren caught her by the elbow. "Start training with me again." She could have sworn there was a hint of pleading in his voice. "Who is the woman?" She stilled as his eyes searched hers, and he said, "I am not your enemy, Scarlett." "Then stop acting like it," she retorted. Soren dropped his hand from her elbow and took a step back as if she'd just slapped him again. She held his gaze with a glare. After a long moment of silence, he said quietly, "I need to return home soon." "I am not stopping you," Scarlett responded, turning to leave again. "My home, Scarlett." She paused as she realized what he meant. Not his apartment in Baylorin, but where he came from 3 years ago. "And where exactly is your home, Soren? Where exactly do you live in the fire court? What task did the woman send you on? Who is oppressing your people who depend on you? Who did you leave in charge?" "You want me to answer all your questions when you will answer none of my own," he challenged. "How did Death's maiden come to live with Lord Tyndale? Where is the third wraith of Death? How did you come to find yourself in the Crown Prince's bed? What happened a year ago? Who shoved you into a cage? What happened to your mother?" Scarlett's eyes widened as he flung question after question at her. "I told you what happened to my mother. She was murdered. The Prince of Fire is responsible for it. So you tell me, Soren. You're from the Fire Court. Where do you live there? What do you do there? Do you answer to that bastard, or is he the one oppressing your people you are trying so valiantly to liberate? Where do your Fae allegiances lie?" When Soren didn't answer her, she rolled her eyes. "Oh, good. More secrets, just the way I like it. Before you go home, though, I'd love my book back that you took. You could at least give me the courtesy of letting me finish it since you can't be bothered to answer any of my goddamned questions yourself." "Cassius told you I am Fae." It was a statement, not a question. "Of course Cassius told me. We keep little from each other." "Because you are close. Be very careful with your next words, General," Scarlett warned quietly. Soren ran his hands through his dark hair in frustration. "By Anala, Scarlett, I have trained hundreds of soldiers and dealt with dozens of rulers, and you are by far the most infuriating person I have ever met." "Who is the woman?" Scarlett demanded, her voice rising. "I cannot tell you," Soren answered, his voice rising as well. "Why not?" Scarlett was back in Soren's face, having thrown the items she held to the ground. Arrows fell from the quiver, rolling along the dirt. She felt the toes of her boots touch the toes of his. She could feel his breath on her face. "Because I do not know what you are yet, and she will hunt you. The less you know, the easier it is for me to keep you safe from her." Soren spat. "It is not your job to figure me out, and it is not your job to keep me safe," Scarlett screamed. "And whose job is it?" Soren retorted, rage filling his features. "Cassius, Nuri, Mikhail. My own," she screamed again. "Remember, Soren, I'm all alone. It's my own fucking job to keep myself safe." Suddenly, Soren's hands were cupping her face, and his lips pressed to hers. They were warm and soft, and he tasted like cloves and honey. She brought her own hands up and buried them in his hair. It was not a gentle kiss as he forced her lips apart, and his tongue slid into her mouth. One of his hands slipped to her waist, pulling her against him, while his other hand cupped the nape of her neck, holding her in place. His tongue tangled with her own as they fought for dominance. He pulled back just enough to look into her eyes. "I am not Nuri's plaything," he said, his voice gruff and low. At the words, her lips were back on his, so different from the touch and kiss of Callan. Soren's hands didn't roam, but rather held her close, not afraid of losing her, but to catch her if she fell. All her thoughts, all of her questions flew from her mind as she relaxed into his hold, letting the feeling of his lips against hers encompass her wholly, letting him take control. Scarlett pulled back this time, and she stared at him for a moment. She steadied her own ragged breathing, disentangling herself from him, then said quietly, "Go home, Soren." "Scarlett," he breathed, rooted to the spot. "This is me, keeping myself safe." She turned, stooped to pick up the spilled arrows, gathered her things, and walked back to the manor, not daring to glance back. Chapter 20. Soren. Soren sat alone in his small office near the soldiers' barracks at the castle. Given his rank, he was lucky enough to have a place to escape to when he needed a break from the mortal whining from time to time. There were times he would get more than frustrated with the lack of strength and skill. It wasn't the soldiers' faults, but as a Fae warrior who had trained and fought on battlefields for centuries, he felt like he was training the yearlings in the fire court who had just come of age and knew nothing of battle. That's not what had driven him to seek solitude this morning, though. This morning, all he could think about was that God's damned kiss. He had hardly slept last night because of that kiss. Hearing her scream that she was alone and that she protected herself had made him go half insane. He had lost complete control when he'd kissed her. He still could not figure out what had come over him, and now he couldn't get her out of his head. She had already consumed too many of his thoughts with that damn ring and her arrogance and her God's damned scent. There was a knock on the door that startled Soren from his thoughts. "What?" he barked. The door opened and Drake leaned against the doorframe. "You cannot tell me you are already in a foul mood this morning." "It wouldn't be the first time," Soren muttered. Drake chuckled under his breath. "Then I'm guessing my news will surely add to your mood. My father is visiting today." Soren stood and followed Drake out of the office, walking down the stone hall to the meeting chambers. "He said something about wanting to discuss the next phase of training for the High Force. I'm assuming you know what that means." Drake raked his hand through his blonde hair that had fallen into his eyes. Drake didn't question it, but Soren could tell it rubbed him the wrong way that he wasn't privy to information about the things he trained the High Force in. The soldiers that Soren trained were highly skilled, and he trained them hard, like he did Fae warriors. The only thing that held them back from being just as deadly was their mortal blood, but even Soren didn't know what the next phase meant. He hadn't realized there was to be a next phase. He didn't know how he could possibly train them any better than they were. They were as deadly as assassins, if not deadlier. "What time is he arriving?" Soren asked as they rounded a corner. "Now," announced a man's voice from the doorway of the meeting chamber. Lord Tyndale was a man in his late 40s, but you'd never know it from his build. He was fit and trim, and as strong as the soldiers. He kept his training routine strict, never missing a day. On top of that, his mind was sharper than most, which made him invaluable for any political strategies that the king required. There were streaks of gray in his hair that was otherwise as blonde as Drake's. Other than the hair, though, Drake looked nothing like his father. Scarlett had called him gracious once. Soren knew him as anything but. His only interactions with the man were brutal battle talks and training strategies. He was hard and vicious with the soldiers, ensuring they were a flawless unit. He had assumed such mannerisms carried over to his home life, but apparently that was not the case. "Lord Tyndale," Soren said in greeting with a nod of his head. "That will be all, Drake," the Lord said, turning on his heel and striding into the meeting chambers. Drake scowled at his father's back at the dismissal, nodded a farewell to Soren, and left to tend to his own duties. Soren followed Lord Tyndale into the meeting chambers. The Lord had several maps laid on the table, and as Soren neared, it took all his centuries of training to keep his face neutral, for the maps laid before him were the maps of the continent. All the lands, not just the mortal kingdoms. Not just the Fae courts to the north and south, but the others that shared the landmass as well. These were lands that contained people many considered to be bedtime stories they told their children when they misbehaved. Witches, shifters, night children. "I believe the High Force is ready to face any human and Fae threats our kingdom may encounter," Lord Tyndale said. He had taken a seat at the head of the table. He leaned back in his chair as he spoke, pressing his fingers together and studying Soren for any type of reaction to the maps and his words. The humans were terrified of the Fae, and part of his job had been training them against Fae threats, which he had done. Sort of. He trained them with the common knowledge. He'd trained them that only black ashwood arrows and sheerstone blades to the heart or head would kill a Fae. He even taught them a few attacks, but they would never have the speed to actually land a blow on a Fae. The odds of them eluding Fae sight and hearing to fire an arrow were slim to none. Soren finished crossing the distance to the table and pretended to study the maps. The Fae courts were separated by powerful wards. These territories, though, were secured by powerful enchantments and spells. When the mortals came upon the borders of these lands, magic made them turn around. Magic made them believe they were returning home or had found whatever they were looking for. The Fire Court and Wind Court bordered the northern part of the continent. The Water Court and Earth Court occupied most of the southern half of the continent. The Witches occupied the easternmost portion bordering the Wind Court to the north and the Night Children lands to the south. The Night Children and the Shifters were completely secluded from the mortals. The Night Children had the Earth Court to their western border and the Shifters to the south. And the Shifters? They occupied the peninsula to the south. The human lands ran through the middle of the continent and were divided into their three kingdoms: Baelorn on the far west, Toriel to the east, and Rhydion in the middle. He leaned over the maps, not looking at the Lord, and said nonchalantly, "You want me to prepare them to face bedtime stories? Come now," he said smoothly. "We both know that such things are real, just as we both know that you are not from these mortal lands." Soren slid his eyes to the near black ones of Lord Tyndale. "Which lands do you think I am from? A man of your skill set? I would have discovered you long before I did if you were from Windinel. Your name would have also been known even here if you had trained in Toriel or Rhydion, which can only mean, General Renwell, that you come from one of the Fae courts." Soren was silent, not entirely sure what to say to the Lord as he continued. "I am well aware that a few mortals reside in the courts, that some humans prefer living as lesser beings amongst the power-hungry Fae. I'm also aware that many seek refuge from the courts here, a place to start over. Which side of that line you reside on I have yet to discover." "Does it matter?" Soren finally asked. "No, it does not matter to me." A smile played on the Lord's lips as he said, "You are exceptional at your job, and you manage your unit well. As long as that continues, I do not give a shit if you hate the Fae bastards or love them. As long as my soldiers know how to kill them, I don't give a fuck. I have given you the very best this kingdom has to offer. Now it is time to train them against more than just the monsters to the north and south of us. As you were trained in the courts, you are very aware of the other territories on this continent." Soren stared at the Lord for a moment. "Why would you feel the need to train them against lands that cannot reach them?" "You are here, are you not?" he replied with a smirk. "Clearly it is easier to reach these lands than we think." Soren narrowed his eyes. He couldn't tell the Lord that the only ones allowed to travel among realms were the Fae, that everyone else was sequestered to their own territories. He didn't know how much the Lord actually knew. It could raise even more questions. "Why do you think the other realms would even want to come to these lands?" "That is the question, isn't it?" Lord Tyndale put his hands flat on the table and pulled one of the maps towards himself. It was a more detailed map of the Night Children territory. Soren wasn't sure if he was impressed or disturbed that it had so much detail of their lands. "So, tell me about this Night Children territory." Soren leaned back in his chair and pointed to the map. "Those lands are largely wild and untamed. There are various clans, and there is a ruler of them all, but they largely govern themselves, answering to their clan leaders. Their Contessa only steps in when she absolutely must." "Interesting," the Lord said, processing and contemplating the information. He drummed his fingers on the table, studying the map. "How long has the Contessa been in power?" Soren studied the Lord for a long moment before saying, "A very long time." The Lord met his stare. "I am well aware of the immortal lifespan that a vampire possesses. How long?" "Over 500 years," Soren ground out. No surprise lined the Lord's face, just a man taking in information on opposing forces and strategizing. "She has been unchallenged for that long." "No," Soren answered. She has been challenged. She has also slaughtered those who dared to do so in very unpleasant ways. The last one, from my understanding, was gutted and then strung up by his insides, very publicly. Lord Tyndale showed no shock at his statement. He merely said, "Noted. I assume she is harder to defeat than your average vampire, then?" Soren nearly choked at the Lord's words. He said slowly, unsure of how to make this any clearer, "The Contessa has been unchallenged for over 200 years. She has been undefeated for longer. She will reign for hundreds of years more. You do not wish to cross her path in any battle, my lord." "That is not what I asked you, General," the Lord growled. "Why would you need to know how to kill the Contessa unless you are planning to enter the realm of the Night Children itself? She will not leave it. To my knowledge, she has never left her realm. The ones sequestered there keep to themselves. Unless you are planning to send an army into their realm, in which case you will need to first cross at least one other equally powerful and likely more terrifying territory. Knowledge about the Contessa is futile. Furthermore," Soren added, cutting the Lord off as he started to argue, "I could not tell you how to defeat the Contessa if I wanted to. That is knowledge I do not have, nor has it been recorded in any books I have ever had access to." Lord Tyndale was quiet for a long moment before saying only, "I see." He stood then, and Soren did the same. "Come, I'm adding another soldier to your force, and he will be here shortly. Will he be able to catch up quickly?" Soren asked as he and the Lord strode out of the council room. The High Force was small but tight-knit. They were deadly enough individually, but as a group, they were even more lethal. They worked in tandem, having trained so thoroughly together they could anticipate each other's moves. If they had been Fae, they would have been one of the finest units Soren had ever witnessed. "He has ambition and has requested to be assigned to the High Force. He is highly skilled, but I told him he had 1 month to get to the level of the others or he would be out," Lord Tyndale answered. "When does he start training?" Soren asked, looking over at the Lord as the sound of clashing swords filled the air. "Today," he answered, pointing to the training galley doors at the east side of the room, where Mikhail Lairwood was walking into the galley. "No," Soren said. "Excuse me, General?" Lord Tyndale asked, ire seeping into his voice. "I will not train him," Soren said, gritting his teeth. "It is not a request, General. It is an order," the Lord answered with lethal calm. "Does he understand I will be his superior?" Soren asked, watching as Mikhail approached them, a smug smile on his face telling Soren he most certainly did. "I understand there is a mutual dislike between the two of you," Lord Tyndale answered. "Use it to your advantage, General Renwell, and give him hell." With that, the Lord had turned and left without another word. "I am leaving," Soren barked at one of his men. "Tell Baron to run through the formations and get the new guy in shape." "Yes, sir," the soldier said, and ran off to find Baron. After the conversation with the Lord, he had little desire to spend any time in the same room as Mikhail today. Soren waved off the carriage that pulled up to take him to his apartment, opting to walk the many blocks home from the castle grounds. The streets of Baylorin were full of the hustle of the day, but everyone stepped out of his path. Eyes quickly went to the ground if they met his. As he walked, he found his mind right back on Scarlett. It had been more than a month since he'd pulled her from that dream, and weeks since that night in his apartment where Scarlett had transformed into a wraith of death. He still could hardly wrap his mind around the fact that she was Death's maiden. Fucking Cassius refused to tell him anything about her. He didn't know why he cared so much. "That is why I made sure he was here first." Nuri's words haunted him day and night. When he'd asked her about it, all she'd said was, "I see the way you look at her, General, and her you. We may not be as close as we once were, but I still know how to read her like a book." Seeing Scarlett walking up the archery range, her cheeks full of color and her usual swagger back, he had felt relief deep in his soul. The wickedness he'd witnessed that night was gone, although it were as if a trace of it remained, hovering just beneath the surface. As if she had indeed shoved it back into a cage, but could summon it at any time. Her icy blue eyes seemed to have permanent dark flecks in them now. He had almost welcomed the glare she threw at him until he heard the bitterness in her voice. Scarlett's one demand was to know about the Fae Queen she had seen him with. Talwyn Samiria, Fae Queen of the East. Fae Queen of all the courts now, he supposed. Soren climbed the stairs to his apartment. He unbuckled his sword belt and piled his various weapons in the corner of the room. He walked to the kitchen and poured himself a glass of brandy, knocking it back in one swallow. After pouring himself a second glass, he walked to the table strewn with papers and books, including the book he'd taken from Scarlett. Talwyn had given him permission to go home, to the Fae realm, to his magic, to his people. A few months ago, he wouldn't have thought twice. With the events of the past few weeks, he'd almost left. But he hadn't been lying when he told Talwyn he wasn't ready. Despite loathing nearly everything about this land, he couldn't leave the Samiria ring, not without figuring out not only how Scarlett had gotten it, but how she was managing to access her magic without it. Not to mention Nuri and how the hell she had gotten here. Soren knocked back the second glass of brandy at the thought of them, and took the book Scarlett had been reading to the sofa. He thumbed idly through the pages, lost in thoughts about Scarlett and the ring, and the weapon supposedly hidden here, and the various territories. There was also the matter of Lord Tyndale and this training of the High Force. He had come right out and asked how to kill the Contessa. The idea that he thought they would ever get close enough to her to even attempt such a thing told Soren that he truly had no idea the magnitude of the power of the other realms. The mortal lands were at the bottom of the power food chain, with their inability to access magic. To even enter the Night Children lands, they needed to cross either the Earth Court and face Prince Azrael Luwan and his armies, or, probably worse, the Witch Kingdoms. They had been placed between the Night Children and human lands to keep the humans safe. How ironic. He thumbed through the book again, halting on a page near the back about the original Fae Queens, who had been sisters. Queen Henna had ruled the Eastern Wind and Earth Courts. Queen Elene had ruled the Western Fire and Water Courts. Queen Henna had been killed when her daughter Talwyn was barely able to walk. Her father had passed a few years later. Queen Elene had raised her niece, ruling all the courts with grace and elegance until Talwyn would one day be able to take up her throne. Soren had been her personal magic tutor at the request of Elene. Elene. He ran his finger over the name of the queen that he had been loyal to. Soren had been Queen Elene's most trusted advisor. Their relationship, he realized, mirrored Scarlett and Cassius. He had been her soulmate. They had not been lovers, not in the slightest. A soulmate was not a romantic bond like the mortals made it out to be, but a bond between two kindred souls. He served by her side nearly every day, and he had no idea where she had gone or why. She'd left no note. She'd never hinted she would be leaving. She had disappeared in the middle of a cold winter night, leaving Talwyn on a throne she had hardly ruled from. Soren had advised Talwyn in Queen Elene's stead, both of them believing Elene would return. But Talwyn was a daughter of Sepharina, the goddess of the winds, and Silas, the god of the earth and forests. She had begun building her own inner circle, but Elene had still been heavily involved with the courts and guiding Talwyn. He knew when her time came to fully step into her role as queen, he would be pushed to the side. But it had been worse than that. It had been nearly 10 years later when he woke to Talwyn screaming. He found her rocking herself in her bed, tears streaming down her cheeks. She claimed to have had a dream that Elene had passed. They had summoned a powerful seer who had confirmed it, and left Talwyn grieving the death of a mother she had never known, a father she hardly remembered, and an aunt she never got to say goodbye to. Not to mention Tarek. Deaths for which she would never have closure. He had stayed by her side, holding her and comforting her. She had eventually fallen asleep, and when she woke, she took one look at Soren and had sent him away, back to the fire court he resided in with flames and embers in his veins. The rift between them had only widened with each passing day. She became hell-bent on seeking revenge on those responsible for the deaths she'd experienced, beginning by sending him here to find a weapon that likely didn't even exist. The memories flowing through him, Soren had just poured himself another glass of brandy when he scented her a moment before she swung in his window. "I do have a door, you know," he drawled, knocking back the glass of alcohol. "Drinking alone, General?" Neri asked as she flopped onto the other end of the sofa. "Are you still brooding over Scarlett telling you to stay away from her? She'll get over it eventually, you know. She always does. In the meantime, I can keep you company." "Has anyone ever told you how utterly insufferable you are, Nuri?" Soren asked dryly. "I would love to show you how delightful I can be," she purred back, her honey-colored eyes going predatory. Her silk and honey voice caressed his nerves, but nothing more. "I've never been with a Fae lover before." "I have had my share of delight from the Daughters of Night," he replied coolly. "You would not be able to keep up." Neri scowled at him. "You ruin all my fun. How do you do that, by the way?" "She sent a message for you," Soren said, ignoring her question and pouring yet another glass. Neri straightened. "When did you speak with her?" "Yesterday," he answered darkly. "Well, that certainly explains the renewed pissy mood, and the drinking," Neri said, eyeing his liquor glass. "Out with it, then." "You two are very demanding when you want something," Soren answered bitterly. "It's one of our more charming qualities," Neri replied with a smirk. "She said to tell you that Prince Callan has sent word he has news, and that a place needs to be determined to meet undetected." "Interesting," Neri mused, propping her chin on her hand. "It's been a few weeks. I wonder if she's ready to just go back to the castle." "You cannot be serious. She was a walking phantasm for days after last time. I don't know what the hell happened there, but—" "Oh, sure you do, General," Neri said with a knowing smile. "There is little left to the imagination of what went on that night." "The way you manipulate her with her emotions is abominable," he snarled. "Do not even think of suggesting that again." Neri clicked her tongue. "Why are you and Cassius so intent on coddling her? She will likely face much bigger trials in her lifetime. She already has, and only I will have cared enough to prepare her for such." "What are you talking about?" "All in due time, Soren. All in due time," was all she said. Soren gritted his teeth, and Neri seemed to note the movement. "It's wonderful being on the other side of a secret, isn't it?" she said with a wink. "Did she have any suggestions on where to make this little rendezvous happen?" "She was not in a particularly chatty mood," Soren replied, the thought of her lips on his taking over his memories once more. "I suppose we shall have to do it here, then," Neri said simply. "What?" Soren asked, her words snapping him from his thoughts. "I suppose we shall," she began repeating slowly, drawing out each word. "I heard what you said," Soren barked. "Why here?" "He is the crown prince, Soren," Neri said, as if he were dense. "We can't exactly meet with him for tea, can we? If he comes here, if Scarlett and I are here a day or two before, no one will be any the wiser. It will look as if he's coming to visit one of the generals of his father's army." Soren blinked. It had been so long since he'd dealt with the Night Children, he'd almost forgotten how clever and cunning they could be. Almost. "I suppose if Scarlett will agree to come here, then it will be fine. But maybe eventually someone could fill me in on what is going on." "Use that charming demeanor of yours and ask Scarlett. This is her story to tell," Neri said. "So everyone keeps saying," Soren grumbled. "Although, be prepared that should we indeed meet here, you shall have to see her interact with Prince Callan, and that is always fascinating," Neri said contemplatively. "Anyway, I do have a job tonight, and would love to fill my stomach before I venture out," she said, suddenly rising and eyeing his arm. Soren rolled his eyes. "So glad I can be of service," he said, rolling up the sleeve of his tunic. The feral look of hunger filled her eyes as she watched him. "What did you eat before I came along?" "Ugh," she said, her face filling with disgust. "My father keeps bottles of animal blood in the icebox for me. Fresh is always better, and Fae blood is divine. Her face was near mesmerized as she sat next to him and sank her fangs into his wrist. Of course it is. Soren chuckled while she gulped a few mouthfuls of his blood as if she were dying of thirst. Nuri pulled back, a drop of his blood on her chin. Why are you so willing to let me feed on you? It serves my own purposes, he replied, a slow smile coming across his face as she bent to taste more. She froze at his implications. How do you think I am able to refuse your alluring trances so easily? She stared at him in shock. Didn't anyone teach you that should you drink Fae blood, the one you drink from not only becomes immune to your wiles, but you also cannot harm them until their blood has left your system? Which takes several days, by the way. My father is not a vampire. He likely does not know such things, she said, her mouth forming a thin line. Perhaps not, Soren said, lifting his arm toward her. Did you get your fill? Nuri bared her fangs at him, an inhuman growl coming from her throat. She stood, wiping her chin, and pulled her hood up. There is a party at the pier tomorrow night. I shall make sure Scarlett is there. She loves to dance. She will also stay out later than normal, and events of interest to you may transpire should she not take her tonic in time. Do what you will with such information, she snapped, stalking to the open window. Do come back if you need a snack, Nuri, Soren called after her, laughing as he rolled down his sleeve, and she disappeared into the shadows of the night. Chapter 21. Scarlett. Scarlett sat at her vanity while Teva curled and pinned a final section of hair into place. We haven't been to a party in ages, Scarlett mused, locking eyes with Teva in the mirror. Aren't you at all excited? It will be like any other party, Scarlett, Teva said, rolling her eyes. That's where you are wrong, my friend. Parties at the pier surpass any and all other parties. They are wilder and more freeing, better music, better wine, and far less snobby nobility lingering around, Scarlett replied, her eyes dancing with excitement. Teva laughed. We are snobby nobility, remember? Scarlett twisted to face Teva, her hair finished, and said with a wink, You may be nobility, I suppose, but far from snobby. Teva laughed again, rising to finish getting ready in her own room. When Teva had left, Scarlett crossed to her full-length mirror near her closet. It would be good for Teva to get out. She had been aloof and quiet for weeks now, ever since hearing Soren's confession that he was Fae. She'd promised Scarlett she hadn't said a word to her father, that she trusted Cassius and Scarlett to do with the information as they wished. She was still nervous and skittish, though, especially during the weekly dinners with the commanders. Scarlett, on the other hand, thoroughly enjoyed the weekly dinners as of late. She spoke to everyone except Soren, making it a point to actively ignore him, along with Mikhail, of course. The few times she did speak to Soren, her comments were snide, once even earning a slight clearing of the throat from Lord Tyndale, although when she snuck a glance at him a few moments later, the Lord had an amused smile on his face. Scarlett ran her hands down her sides and hips. The dress had been delivered along with a note last night from Nuri, her attempt at an apology, Scarlett supposed. The note had informed her of the party being held at the pier, and the dress was simply stunning. It hugged her in all the right places. A gorgeous shade of red, the dress hung just to the floor and had deep slits up the sides revealing slivers of thigh when she moved. The back dipped dangerously low. Oh, she would certainly have to sneak out of the manor in this attire. Nuri's love of finery and luxury was definitely a perk when it came to presents. Scarlett knocked gently on Teva's door before letting herself in. Teva was just sliding her shoes on, her turquoise dress striking against her tanned skin and blonde hair. Her dress revealed slivers of skin along her slim midriff and had a tight neckline that left her shoulders bare and exposed. Scarlett handed her the cloak hanging near the door while slinging her own around her shoulders. Shall we? Scarlett asked with a wide grin. I will admit, I am looking forward to it, Teva replied hesitantly. Then let's go dance until our feet ache and then push through the pain, Scarlett answered, a real smile filling her face for the first time in weeks. The party was already in full swing by the time they finally made it to the pier, and it was better than she had anticipated. The music was loud and wild, the wine sweet and strong. Scarlett was not surprised to find Cassius there, along with Drake, Mikhail, Nevin, and the rest of their group of friends, which included, to her chagrin, Soren. She ignored the sharp intakes of breath and sweeping eyes of men as she and Tava walked up. Scarlett didn't say a word. She just glanced pointedly at Soren, then at Mikhail, took the glass of wine Cassius extended to her with a wicked grin, downed the entire thing, and grabbed his hand, dragging him to the dance floor. Every time a tray came by, Cassius grabbed 2 more glasses of wine, and so they drank and danced. "This, my darling Cassius, is why you truly are my favorite person in all of Windanell," Scarlett purred when he handed her yet another glass of wine. "Thank goodness, I was certain to think someone else was taking my place," Cassius replied with a wink. Scarlett scowled at him, taking a deep drink of the wine. "Don't ruin a good thing," Cassius chuckled, taking her now nearly empty glass. He placed them on a nearby table, then took her hand and pulled her close to him once more. The music was fast-paced, and Cassius whirled Scarlett around the dance floor again and again. "Is she coming tonight?" he asked after a time. "I don't care," Scarlett answered, resting her head against Cassius's shoulder. "I know what she did was awful, Scarlett, but if we're going to figure this out, you're going to need to talk to her eventually," Cassius said, leading her comfortably through a beautiful waltz. Scarlett sighed. "I know, Cass. We're working on a meeting with Callan right now. I just don't want to see her until I have to." "Perhaps it would be wiser to clear the air before you meet with him, so you're not facing 2 sources of heartache at once," Cassius suggested gently. "Perhaps," was all she said as she closed her eyes and got lost in the music. She didn't know how long they'd been dancing, at least an hour or 2, when Cassius leaned in and said over the noise, "I'll be right back. We need more wine." With a wink, he was swallowed by the crowd. Scarlett turned and slid into the rhythm of the next song, dancing by herself without a care in the world, relishing the buzz of wine and freedom. She could see Tava across the room, sitting at a table and laughing at something someone had said to her. Scarlett smiled, glad to see her friend back to her old self, even if just for a night. Scarlett spun to the music, and the smile was quickly wiped from her face as Soren stood before her. She stopped dancing, swaying slightly from the alcohol, and watched as his eyes roved over her slowly. "Like what you see?" Soren smirked at her. "You have no idea." Scarlett rolled her eyes. "What are you doing here?" "Cassius sent me to keep you company." "He would do no such thing," Scarlett snapped, scanning the crowd for his brown hair. "He is attempting to keep Mikhail occupied. He also anticipated you being upset and sent me with these as a peace offering," Soren said, holding up 2 glasses of wine. "I don't need a keeper," Scarlett said, glaring at him. "This I know well of," Soren replied with a chuckle. "But tonight, in that dress and all the wine, a keeper wouldn't hurt." "I told you not to call me that." Scarlett eyed him a moment longer, then took a glass of wine from him. "I thought you were going home." Soren seemed to flinch slightly. "I said I needed to return home soon. Soon is a relative term, is it not?" "It would seem so." The music began to change to a slower-paced ballad, and couples started pairing off around them. Before she could make an excuse to leave the dance floor, Soren said lazily, "Don't look now, but your favorite suitor is on his way over. Apparently your beloved Cassius failed." "What?" Scarlett started, sloshing wine out of her glass. She turned to see Mikhail heading in her direction. Soren laughed under his breath. "Easy, Monroe. Do not waste such sweet delicacies." "Shut up, you ass!" Scarlett hissed, panic setting in. If Mikhail asked her to dance, she could not refuse him. He would cause a ridiculous scene and draw attention to them. Shit, shit, shit. The crowd was thick and slowing his advance, but he'd be here within the minute. "I could dance with you, you know," Soren mused, twirling the stem of his wineglass between his fingers. "Then why aren't you?" Scarlett hissed. "You've not asked," Soren answered simply. Dance with me, Scarlett said through gritted teeth. No, please, Soren asked, a grin spreading across his face. Scarlett glared at him. Mikhail was 10 feet away. 9. Please, dance with me, Scarlett said, sick at the desperation that sounded in her voice. Setting down his glass on the table behind him, Soren grabbed her hand and tugged her to him. He slid his other hand to her upper back, his fingers on her bare skin giving her goose flesh. I thought you would never ask, he purred into her ear. Dancing with Soren was simple and easy. He led her through the steps comfortably, as if he'd done this numerous times before. Scarlett glimpsed Mikhail standing at the edge of the crowd, a scowl on his face, watching them make their way around the dance floor. You know, he would just ask for the next dance, Soren said into her ear, his fingers making slow, lazy circles down her spine. And what do you propose I do about that? Scarlett snapped, a shiver following his touch. Make it appear as if you have other interests tonight, Soren whispered, sliding his hand down to her waist, fingers grazing the top of her backside. And I suppose you think I should pretend you are my other interest? She asked, a sensuous smile filling her lips. I would not object to having to fill such a role, he murmured, nipping at her earlobe. She looked up and met his gaze, glimpsing the hunger that glazed his golden eyes. Are you sure you can handle such an act? I'm really quite persuasive when I need to be. She purred back, pulling her hand from his and sliding them both up his muscled chest, looping them around his neck. She felt him stiffen slightly as she leaned in to nuzzle his neck, and his other hand came up to gently cup the back of hers. I have managed around worse, he replied thickly. She pulled back far enough to look into his eyes before pressing her lips to his. A chill went along her entire body as she tasted the cloves and honey again. His hand slipped into her hair, while his other pressed her harder against him. He deepened the kiss as the song came to an end and another began. The new song was faster paced, but neither of them noticed. Soren held her close, their eyes staying locked on each other, and they danced to their own song, not caring that anyone else was in the room. You are an excellent performer, he whispered, bringing his mouth right next to her ear after a third song began. Scarlett huffed a low laugh, then crooned back, I'd say the same to you, but that desire shining in your eyes is anything but an act. She felt a rumble of laughter in his chest. Then he leaned down and dragged his teeth along the sensitive spot where her neck met her shoulder. She felt her stomach dip and her body heat in response. His hand brushed her cheek, and she glimpsed 2 small marks on his wrist. She rubbed her thumb along them. They looked like puncture wounds. What are these? Unnecessary annoyance, he said with a hint of irritation. Scarlett peered up at him and was about to question him further when he whispered, I need some air. Come walk with me, please. Scarlett hesitated, but her eyes again fell on Mikhail. If looks could kill, she and Soren would both be bleeding out on the floor right now. As long as we bring the wine, she conceded with a sigh. Soren laughed and took her hand, interlacing their fingers as he led her to the bar. He asked for 2 glasses, but before the server could pour them, Scarlett reached across the bar and plucked the full bottle from his hand. The server protested, but Soren snarled, Do not deny my lady something she desires. The server gave a bow of his head and went on to help the next person in line. Scarlett took a drink straight from the bottle, then said, Lead the way, General. Chapter 22. Scarlett. You are a wicked thing, aren't you? Soren chuckled under his breath as he led her down the stairs of the pier to the beach. On their way out of the party, Scarlett had again found Mikhail scowling in their direction. She'd sidled up a little closer to Soren and thrown a wink at Mikhail, who ran right into someone and spilled his drink all over her. He's a bastard who can't take a hint, Scarlett muttered. She stumbled slightly in the sand, but strong hands caught and steadied her. Maybe we should take a break from the wine, he suggested, trying to reach for the bottle. Scarlett jumped out of his reach, taking another drink. You do realize the only reason I'm even out here with you is because of the wine, don't you? Soren considered for a moment, then said, Fair enough. They walked in silence along the shore, the pier getting smaller and smaller in the distance behind them. The only sounds were the waves gently crashing onto the sand. Scarlett relished the feel of the coolness on her feet as the waves rolled in and out. The party had been stifling, and outside wasn't much better. The end of summer mugginess had lingered this year. The moon was full and bright, and its reflection off the sea lit up their path. Scarlett had slipped her light slippers off as soon as they'd reached the sand, and they now dangled from her fingers. Her dress clung to her figure even more so, if such a thing was possible, from the sweat of dancing. Several curls had slipped free of their pins and hung loosely down her back. Scarlett, Soren began, but Scarlett cut him off. Not here, not yet, she said, continuing along the beach. They walked for another few minutes in silence before Soren said, You are not leading me somewhere to kill me, are you, Death's Maiden? As tempting as that is, Scarlett said contemplatively. I don't want to tarnish my favorite spot in Windanell with your blood, and Nuri would be so disappointed if she didn't get to be involved in such an activity. You and Nuri have an interesting relationship, Soren said too casually. Nuri and I are two sides of the same coin, Scarlett replied. We clash a lot, but unify when needed. She manipulates you. She could hear a hardness in his voice. Scarlett sighed. No, it may appear that way, but we feed off of each other, push each other when required. What she asked of me was cruel, yes, but things just as wicked have been asked of her. She plays on your emotions, he said flatly. She is not the only one who uses such techniques to get things accomplished, Scarlett answered darkly. Then she added quietly, There used to be someone who balanced us out, but there isn't anymore. There was another beat of silence before Soren asked, And how does Cassius fit in this mix? Cassius has always been the calm to my storm, Scarlett answered simply. They walked another 100 feet when Scarlett stopped near large rocky cliffs that now towered behind them along the shore, one curving out into the sea, blocking their path. Scarlett continued towards it. You cannot possibly climb that right now, Soren said, gazing up at the towering, sharp, rocky side of the cliff. And why not? She huffed, continuing to the cliff wall. One, because you are drunk, Soren said. She started to protest, but he cut her off. Two, I do not think that dress would lend itself well to climbing. Scarlett looked over her shoulder and again found Soren drinking his fill of her with his eyes. You do seem to have an obsession with this dress, she said thoughtfully, turning to hand the half-empty bottle of wine to him. As his hand clasped around the bottle, his fingers brushed hers, and she mused, You're almost as obsessed with it as you are with my ring. Soren started a little, and the slightly glazed look left his eyes. Scarlett laughed under her breath, turning back to the cliff before her. I may be drunk, Soren, but I still remember you are keeping so much from me. Vines clung to the side of the cliff wall, thick and snaking up from the water. She stepped into the small pool of an inlet, the water coming to her ankles. Scarlett, No, not yet, Scarlett whispered, stopping him again. She reached up with a hand and pushed aside a curtain of vines to reveal a small opening into the side of the cliff. Without a glance over her shoulder to see if he would follow, she slipped inside. Soren. The inside of the opening was a narrow cavern. The ceiling reached nearly as high as the cliff itself. There was a stream of water that had to flow in from the same opening they'd come through, Soren realized as he watched Scarlett walk along the water inside. Her long dress floated atop the water, and his eyes dipped low along her back at the skin the dress revealed, remembering the feel of that bare skin on his fingers while they had danced. He followed, barely making a ripple in the water with his silent Fae feet. Twice he'd tried to explain. Twice she had silenced him. He would indeed need to return to the Fae lands soon, and if he could not figure out what she was before he left, he intended to ask her to come with him. Whether or not she would agree, he didn't know, but after dancing with her tonight, tasting her lips on his again, he knew he could not leave her behind in this realm. Scarlett neared the end of the narrow passageway, and he followed her through a similar opening at the other end. He blinked as he stepped out onto a sandy beach. Before him, the vast sea spread out, reflecting the bright moon. The sky was clear and hundreds of stars twinkled above them. He couldn't hear the noise of the pier. He couldn't see the city. It was just a beach with cliffs behind them and a sea spearing out to the horizon. Scarlett walked a few more feet, and she dropped down, pulling her knees to her chest and inhaling deep. Her hair shimmered in the moonlight. He studied her as the waves rolled on and off the shore around her. Her eyes were closed, and she seemed to settle into herself. "Come, say it, Soren," she said, opening her eyes and staring out at the sea. "Tell me about this ring, and bring that wine." Scarlett. Scarlett didn't turn to look at him as Soren sat down in the sand beside her. She saw him take a drink of the wine before passing her the bottle. Scarlett took her own drink, then set it in the sand between them. She stared straight ahead, waiting for him to begin speaking. "Scarlett, I have spent 3 years keeping where I am from a secret," Soren said. She could feel his eyes on her, but she refused to look at him. "When you ask me about your ring, you are asking me to reveal knowledge that I would give my life to keep from people in this land." Still, Scarlett said nothing. She was done playing games when he held answers about what was happening to her, so she just waited for him to continue. "Have you continued to have your nightmares?" he asked her quietly. "You do not get to ask me questions tonight, Soren," Scarlett responded, her voice just as soft. They were both silent, the lapping of the waves the only sound for miles. "Are you in any state of mind to process answers tonight?" Soren finally asked. "If you are, I believe I owe you 4 questions, but if you are not, I will answer 5 tomorrow." Scarlett turned to him at that. Her head was buzzing from the wine. The mist from the sea spraying gently on her was cooling her sweaty body. She reached up and pulled the pins from her hair, one by one, releasing the few remaining curls from their holdings. If she were honest, Soren had a point. She hadn't consumed this much wine in ages. Would she even remember his answers? Now that she wasn't dancing and the adrenaline of the music was wearing off, she realized how tired she was. What time was it? It had to be after midnight, which meant she'd need to take the stronger tonic soon. "Fine," she finally conceded. She leaned her head against Soren's shoulder, closing her eyes, silence settling over them once more. "Is there a Mrs.?" She paused. "What is your family name? I'm assuming it isn't Renwell." No, it is not," he replied. "Aditya. My family name is Aditya." "Is there a Mrs. Aditya waiting for you at home?" "What?" Soren asked, surprise in his voice. "Are you married? Do Fae even get married?" she asked, the drunkenness dragging her down a little more. "If I had someone at home, do you think I would have kissed you in the archery grounds, or a little bit ago inside?" "I don't know what Fae customs are," Scarlett retorted. "Besides, you're a long way from home. Maybe you thought she'd never find out." Then added thoughtfully, "Unless it's not a she." "I prefer females," Soren answered. "But no, there is no one waiting for me back home. Not someone of that nature, anyway." "Why not?" "Fae customs are different," Soren admitted. "When we are young and coming of age, we bed anything we can, as I have seen the men here do. I have taken lovers, but no one worth clinging to." "No one you've ever loved?" Scarlett inquired, her head still on his shoulder. "Not in a way that mattered." "You're older than dirt and have never loved anyone?" Soren huffed a laugh and reached over to flick her nose. I am not older than dirt, but no, I have never found anyone I have loved enough to marry, or to believe I had found my twin flame. Scarlett sat up, looking at him with confusion. You're what? Soren was looking out across the sea now. Fae believe in the fates and the gods, and believe that there is one soul that they are destined to be with, have been joined with since the beginning of time. It is believed their souls recognize each other, if they are lucky enough to find each other in this vast world, and during their own lifetime. What happens if they find each other? Scarlett asked, laying her head back on his shoulder, as if listening to a bedtime story. It is said that if they are truly each other's, their souls are connected. It is a much deeper connection than marriage, far more powerful. Their magic can intermingle, making them incredibly valuable to their courts. They become second only to blood royalty. There's a bond that cannot be broken, a bridge between souls. I cannot explain it adequately, but they must accept the bond by proving it. How do they prove it? Scarlett asked, tracing patterns in the sand with her finger. The two are marked to see if the connection settles into place and to initiate the trials. There are 5 parts to it, and each piece must be fulfilled in a test of sorts. Each pair is different, and so each trial is specific to them. The marking is a powerful enchantment that calls from soul to soul. It is a literal offering of a piece of themselves to one another. If they have truly found each other, the mark brands itself permanently to their skin, and the bond becomes unbreakable. A twin flame, Scarlett mused, staring at the moonlight rippling in the water. What if they're not each other's twin flame? What happens then? The mark fades after time, but the piece of the soul offered fades with it. To have offered something so sacred to the wrong person, it is rare to find your twin flame if you mistake it once. It is why those who choose to take part in the trials must be absolutely certain. Many believe they have found their twin flame but are too afraid to test it against the marking, so they are content to simply marry, as you do here. They were silent again for a long moment, before Scarlett said quietly, I hope you find her someday, Soren. When he didn't reply, she added, Until you do, we can be alone together. Are you alone, though? What of Prince Callan? Scarlett stiffened. She scooped up a handful of sand, letting the grains sift through her fingers. Callan and we're... She didn't know how to explain Callan, didn't know if she even could. Callan and I were never meant to become anything. It is a long story, and one for another time, but I think I may have loved him once upon a time. Maybe I still do. Or I love the idea of him anyway. Someone who loves me for who I am, who expects nothing of me but love in return. But Callan cannot have that. He is the crown prince. Whomever he spends his life with shall be his queen. You do not wish to be queen? Most women here dream of such things. Soren questioned quietly. Being queen is just another cage. I would step from one into another. Another beat of silence, then Soren said, He loves you. Not a question. Scarlett swallowed hard. He thinks he does. I am an escape from his own cage. Nuri said, She said it was rumored you were his lover for nearly a year. Soren said. Scarlett turned to look at him as the tone of his voice hardened. He was not looking at her, but his hands were fisted in the sand. I was, she admitted. We were an escape for each other. And 3 weeks ago, Scarlett clenched her jaw. 3 weeks ago, I was a piece of garbage who used him and played on his feelings to get information about happenings in the Black Syndicate. Soren turned and blinked at her. I told you that I can be very persuasive when needed. This time, the silence hung thick between them, and she wondered what Soren was thinking of her now that he had seen some of her darkest attributes and most atrocious qualities. Finally, Soren said, his tone neutral, And this last year that you did not seek him out, he did not move on. No, she said grimly. You do not think it could work? She sighed. Callan thinks that whatever obstacles are before us, we can conquer them, but nothing will negate the fact that he is to be king. I would rather be alone than be bound to a throne. So no, I do not think it could ever work, but that does not make walking away from him any easier. Soren turned and kissed her forehead gently, and she found an odd sort of comfort in that gesture. I have already told you, you are not alone anymore, Scarlett. She sighed again. For now, but you've said yourself you'll need to return home soon. She let herself trail off and swallowed hard. Damn this wine for the loss of control over her emotions. She lifted her hand again, letting sand sift through her fingers, and watched it cascade down to the beach. The moonlight shone on her skin. How did your arm heal so quickly a few weeks ago? What? Scarlett asked, turning to see Soren studying her forearm. The same arm she had sliced open on that rock when she had seen him speaking with the woman. I saw the wound, Scarlett. I know how deep it was. I expected it to scar, but there is not even a mark to be seen. He gently reached for her arm, studying it. Scarlett swallowed at the contact. I don't know. I think it was healed in the dream. What? In my dream that night, there was someone in my dream that healed it. Who? How? Soren asked. His eyes widened slightly as they met hers. There was a glimmer of panic or fear in them. She couldn't tell in the darkness. But before Scarlett could explain, she jerked upright as a wave of nausea passed over her. I need to go back, she said, the world spinning slightly around her. She didn't know if it was from the wine or needing to take her tonic, but she didn't want to wait to find out. Are you all right? Soren asked, scanning and assessing her quickly, ever the warrior. It is well into the early morning. I need to take my tonic, Scarlett answered, trying to stand. Soren helped her up, steadying her. Do you not have one with you? He questioned, eyeing her tight-fitting dress. Yes, but it's back at the pier, in my cloak, Scarlett replied, stumbling towards the secret cavern. It was one she'd found by accident this spring. It was also a cavern only accessible at night when the tide was out. Otherwise, you'd need to either swim through the cavern or scale the cliff to access the other side. The only other person she'd ever brought here was Cassius, but to be fair, he'd been with her when they'd found it. She felt Soren slip an arm around her waist, helping her through the cliff opening and through the small stream. The water was already nearly halfway up her calves. It must be later than she thought. She had to stop halfway through the cavern and vomit. As she stood panting, making sure she wasn't going to vomit again, she could have sworn the temperature in the cavern plummeted. Shit, she muttered. It is nothing I haven't seen before on all those runs. Soren teased. Maybe you did need a keeper tonight after all. Scarlett looked up at him incredulous to find a small smile on his lips. She reached up to give him a shove and hopefully knock him into the pool itself, but her hands were coated in frost. She tried to curl them into fists before he saw them, but Soren grabbed her wrists. He ran his hands over her palms. She jerked her hands from him, her vision swimming again, and stumbled to the other end of the cavern. Soren followed, reaching to pull the vines aside for her. Before he did, though, he asked, Have you ever thought of not taking the tonic, to see what truly happens? She stared at him as if he'd just sprouted wings. Are you out of your mind? Do you see me right now? Scarlett held up her hands, where frost now coated her fingers too, her nail beds turning blue. She had to be hallucinating because, while there appeared to be frost on her hands, she felt like her insides were burning, and smoke seemed to be hovering above her fingertips. Can I try something? Soren asked, running his fingers along her palms again. I need to get back, Scarlett answered, another wave of nausea washing over her. Her head pounded, and she was trembling, whether from the sudden fever or the cold in the cavern, she didn't know. Can you trust me? For just a second? Soren insisted, grabbing her right hand. He gently slipped her mother's ring from her finger, sliding it onto his own. She could have sworn his eyes glowed brighter, and he inhaled deep. Hold out your hands, She did as he commanded, and he gently laid his atop hers. Warmth flooded through her palms, but she also felt herself cool all at once. She turned to the side, dropping to her knees and vomiting again. She wiped her mouth on the back of her hand. Soren crouched before her, gently lifting her chin to make her look at him. He searched her eyes, and Scarlett whispered, "You know what this is, don't you?" "No, not yet, but I have a few ideas," he answered. "Can you stand?" She nodded her head, and he helped her up. Shadows danced across her vision as he pulled aside the vines, letting her pass, and Scarlett cried out in relief. For before her, running down the beach, came Cassius with her cloak. He skidded to a stop in front of her, sand splaying everywhere, and Scarlett fell into his arms. He tossed the cloak to Soren to catch her. "Are you stupid?" he soothed, running his hand along her cheek, through her hair. Scarlett's entire body was trembling, and Cassius gently lowered her to the sand. "I've been searching everywhere for you." Scarlett could see the panic in his eyes. "I'm fine, Cass," she said, bringing her hand to his cheek. "You're not," he snapped. "We need to get you out of here so you can take this tonic. Damn it." The curse came when Scarlett lurched out of his arms, vomiting onto the ground once more. She was shaking now, impossibly cold. "Give me her cloak." She felt the fabric wrap around her, but it did nothing to warm her. Her vision was so blurred now, she knew she was going to pass out at any moment. Cassius pulled her back to him, searching her face. "You took him there?" "I don't know why," she whispered. "I think you do," he said, leaning forward and pressing a light kiss to her hair. "You're still my favorite," she said, stroking his cheek with her thumb. "Always." A faint smile played on his lips. "Maybe not always." Unconsciousness dragged her under. Chapter 23. Soren. "Fuck," the commander swore as Scarlett passed out in his arms. "I thought she had her tonic with her," Soren asked. He had stood back, watching everything play out. Nuri had been right. This was interesting. "She does have a tonic with her, but she can't take it here. It will knock her out. I need to get her back to the manor first," he answered, gently brushing a stray hair from Scarlett's face. Her breathing was ragged and fast, as if she were in pain, and her face was so pale one would think she was one of the night children. "She has passed out now. What is the difference if it is from this or her tonic?" "Because she will not stay unconscious right now," Cassius snapped in reply. "She will come in and out of it, making it easier to get her back into the manor. What is in her tonic, Redding?" Soren asked, carefully watching the man holding Scarlett gently in his arms. Scarlett insisted there was nothing going on with them. Maybe not on her end, there wasn't, but he wasn't so sure about Cassius. Prince Callan was a whole other matter. "I don't know. I've never seen it made, but what I'm currently debating is if you're that naive or just a fucking idiot," Cassius retorted. "What?" Soren asked, going very still. "You know she has an ailment, and you let her stay out here," Cassius spat, his voice rising to a yell. "Did you think we were kidding, playing some kind of a stupid joke as a power play?" "Be careful how you speak to me, Commander," Soren replied, ire lacing his words. "I do not give a fuck that you outrank me, General," Cassius replied. "We are not in a barracks or the castle. When it comes to her, I outrank everyone. You knew she needed to take her tonic." Soren studied Cassius carefully, then said, "I needed to see what happens when she does not take it." "You let her get like this on purpose?" Cassius yelled at him. "What kind of a sick bastard are you?" "Nuri suggested I may need to see what happens when she does not take it in time," Soren ground out from between clenched teeth. "Nuri can go to hell," Cassius barked. If he hadn't been cradling Scarlett in the sand, Soren was sure Cassius would have taken a swing at him. Soren didn't say a word. He could still feel the heat and ice being sucked from her palms. He could feel the underlying current of power as he'd done so. Even without the ring on anymore, he could still feel a faint thrum of power in his veins, as if he'd absorbed hers and was storing it. Cassius's voice was suddenly calm with icy rage. "You know what's happening to her, don't you? You know what this is." "I don't know," Soren replied. Then, with a sigh, maybe. If you know what's going on, you need to help her. She's getting worse, Cassius said, looking back down at Scarlett. Cassius tugged the cloak tighter around her. She has her episodes, even with the tonic sometimes. As she's gotten older, it's like they break through the tonic. The last few months have been the worst yet. Like that night with the dream and the smoke. If you know what's happening, you need to help her. Soren ran his hands through his hair in frustration. I do not know if I can. Soren! Cassius yelled. Look at her! She can't keep this up the rest of her life. I am trying, Soren replied through gritted teeth. He could feel his temper slipping. Then try harder. Try like you actually give a damn, Cassius spat, his voice rising again. She is Fae, Cassius. I cannot help her here, Soren snapped. She's what? Cassius cried, his eyes snapping to Soren's. She is Fae, and she is powerful. That's impossible, Cassius whispered, his gaze going to the unconscious female in his arms. It should not be possible, and I do not know how it is, but she is beyond a doubt Fae, Soren said, his voice dropping low at the last words. The silence hung thick between them, and Soren could faintly hear the party still going on in the distance. I think, Soren sighed, I think the tonic somehow suppresses her magic, but she should not be able to access her magic in this land at all, not without that ring. Cassius lifted Scarlett's right hand gently, examining the ring. She wears it all the time. It was her mother's. Not all the time, Soren answered. She has accessed her magic unknowingly without it on. I have seen it. I know it was her mother's, but where did her mother? It wasn't possible. How old is she? Soren asked quietly. What? Scarlett, how old is she? She's 19. Why? Soren closed his eyes. Elena had left nearly 20 years ago, in the middle of the night without a word to anyone. A lost Fae child in the mortal lands who possessed both fire and water magic. Coincidences weren't a thing when magic was involved. What was her mother's name? Elena, Cassius answered. Elena Monrhoe. Scarlett had refused to tell him, not that he'd pushed very hard, thinking it didn't matter. Elena's husband had been killed in the war. She had no one to conceive a child with. Or so he had thought. What did you just figure out? Cassius asked slowly. I cannot explain now. We need to get her home. Soren, Cassius said, standing and sweeping Scarlett up with him. Her arms looped around his neck, and she moaned softly. If she's truly Fae, she needs to sleep this off outside the manor. She's not safe there. What do you mean she's not safe there? She said she has been living there for the last year, Soren argued. There are... Cassius hesitated. This information goes nowhere but here. You have my word. There are wards around the manor. If anything not mortal enters the grounds, Lord Tyndale knows, Cassius said quietly. How? How do you know this? How is that possible? Soren demanded. He'd never felt them. Never once had he felt the presence of wards. But then again, there shouldn't be magic here. His own magic didn't work. How would he sense wards? He forced down the faint nausea roiling in his gut. The thought of her living in a home that knew what she was but didn't do anything about it? Why wouldn't they tell her? Better question. Why hadn't they killed her? Fae were not allowed to enter, let alone live, in the human lands. If they were discovered, they were immediately hunted down and killed on sight if caught. Because I put them there, Cassius answered. Soren felt his eyes widen in surprise. You? Yes, me, Cassius snapped. We do not have time for this discussion, and certainly not here. Lord Tyndale knows, Soren asked, his voice a whisper. If she is not human, yes, he knows. And he knows that you are not mortal as well, Cassius confirmed. Can you stay with her while I find us some horses? I'll figure out where to take her, and once there, she can take her tonic. We can take her to my apartment, Soren answered. Give her to me. Cassius gently handed Scarlett over to Soren. She nestled in, her hand settling against his chest. Stay hidden, and try to keep her quiet. She will likely wake screaming. Before Soren could question that last part, Cassius took off running. Go somewhere secluded? Where was he supposed to go on a beach? This way, you Fae ass, came a voice of silk and honey. He whirled to find Nuri up the beach, beckoning him to follow her. She led him along the shadows of the cliffs to a small cave. Cassius will know where to find you, she said when they entered the cave. Soren slid down the wall, keeping Scarlett close to him. She was shivering uncontrollably. Nuri stood, watching her. You knew this would happen, he asked her. Yes, I've seen her not take her tonic a few times. She will drift in and out of consciousness until she takes that stronger dose, Nuri answered. Can you warm her? If I have her ring, I can, Soren answered. Her ring? That's unexpected, Nuri quipped, striding over to them. She dropped to a crouch in a fluid motion, gently easing the ring from Scarlett's finger. How much do you know that you have not shared, Daughter of Night? Soren asked as he slid the ring onto his own hand once more. Same question to you, Fae of Fire, Nuri purred. A scream of pain suddenly burst from Scarlett as she lurched from his arms. She landed on her hands and knees, her stomach convulsing, but it wasn't vomit that came from her mouth. It was smoke, dark and thick. Nuri casually stood and stepped back. Calm her, General. I'm going to find Cassius. You are what? Soren asked, his eyes flying to hers. You're going to leave her here? No, I'm going to leave her with you, Nuri replied simply, and then she was gone. Scarlett cried out again, her hands going to her head, covering her ears. Make it stop, she panted. Soren jolted to his knees in front of her. Her eyes were not their usual icy blue, but gold with smoke swirling in them, and she didn't seem to see him. She seemed to look right through him. Cassius, she cried. I need Cassius. He can make it stop. She was gasping for breath, as if she couldn't get enough air down. She convulsed again, and smoke rose from her fingertips, coiling around her wrists, her arms. Soren reached out a hand for her, and she jerked back at the touch. She tried to take in a breath, but coughed and gagged, choking on nothing. Scarlett, Soren whispered. He had never seen anything like this. He had watched young Fae struggle to control their magic, but he had never seen a display like this. Scarlett screamed again, pulling at her hair. Cassius! The sound pulled Soren from his shock. He gripped her wrists, and this time when she jerked, he held firm. Scarlett, he said again, louder, commanding. Scarlett, look at me. Her eyes snapped to his, and a flash of recognition flickered. I need Cassius, she sobbed. He can make it stop. Cassius is not here. I am all you have, love. Let me help you. He tugged at her hands. Let go, Scarlett, let go. He gently pried her fingers from her hair. She was shaking, and he sent a flood of warmth through her skin. Breathe, love, take a breath. I can't, she gasped. I need Cassius. He is coming, Scarlett. Just take a breath. Make it stop, she cried around the gasping sobs. Her hands slammed over her ears, as if she were hearing something unbearable. Soren, make it stop, please, please. Soren gathered her into his lap, prying her hands from her ears and wrapping his arms tightly around her. He sent another wave of warmth through her and guided her head to rest against his chest. I'm here, Scarlett, I'm here. I'm not going anywhere, he said, rocking her gently. Take a breath. I can't, she panted, her hands fisted into his shirt as she struggled against his hold. You can and you will. Take a breath, he answered, his tone sharpening into a command. He felt her inhale deep and shudder. Again, he ordered. Another shaky breath filled her lungs. Her entire body went from taut to lax, and she collapsed against his chest. I need Cassius, she whispered, her words barely audible. I know, love, he is coming, Soren said, letting his head fall back against the wall. Her breathing was still unsteady, but she was getting air down, and it stopped convulsing. He didn't know when she passed out again, but he held her tightly against him. Minutes later, Cassius called out to him as he entered the cave. Let's go, he said, striding over and scooping Scarlett into his arms. Did she say anything? Soren snarled. She goddamn erupted. She vomited smoke and nearly ripped her hair out. But at least you gotta see what happens when she doesn't take her tonic, right? Cassius spat back bitterly. I have never seen anything like that, Soren replied, ignoring the verbal jab. She kept screaming for it to stop. She kept crying out for you. I'm sure she did, Cassius answered, quickly walking along the beach. I'm assuming she passed out again because she couldn't breathe. No, I got her to breathe, Soren answered, seeing the horses tied to a post. That's impressive. I can't even get her to do that sometimes. She passes back out from the pain and lack of oxygen. They came to a stop beside the horses. Take the brown one, Cassius said, jerking his chin towards the chestnut mare. I'll hand her up to you. You want her to ride with me? Yes. I need to ride ahead and scout the path to make sure we're not followed or watched. Nuri will be guarding us as well, Cassius said. Hurry up! Soren swung up onto the horse and reached for Scarlett as Cassius lifted her to him. When she was settled against him once more, Cassius hoisted himself onto the other horse. We cannot be seen with her. If we are, it will surely get back to Lord Tyndale and the Assassin Lord. Does the Assassin Lord know she is Fae? Soren asked, urging his horse forward. I don't know. I don't know that I want to know, Cassius answered, pulling ahead and leading them down a side street. Keep her quiet. She is unconscious. She won't be for long. Why do we not just give her the tonic now? Because I need her to be somewhere safe. Once she takes it, we will not be able to wake her. Right now, if required, she could wake and fight. It would be horrific, but she could do it. Survival instincts would take over. He answered as he turned down a dark alley. Who would she need to fight? Who would attack her while she is with us? You have no idea the people who want her, Cassius murmured quietly. Want her dead, you mean? No, Soren. Very few of them want her dead. Scarlett stirred against his chest, and he tightened his arm that held her to him. Cassius, she moaned, her back arching against Soren's chest. Cassius's head snapped towards them, and his eyes narrowed at Soren. Shh, Soren murmured into her ear. He is here, Scarlett. Cassius is here. Her eyes fluttered open and met his. Soren? Yes, love, I'm here. You made it stop, she breathed. She held his gaze, relief and focus sharpening in her eyes. I'm glad I could help, he replied with a tight smile. You made it stop, she murmured again. She reached a hand up and tentatively touched his lips. Frost coated her fingertips, and the cold against his skin sent a chill down his spine. A half grin kicked up on his mouth, and he huffed a breath onto them, breathing out his magic. The frost melted instantly. Cassius had slowed and was riding beside them in the quiet alley. They were only a few blocks from Soren's apartment now. The shortcuts and side streets they took were completely unknown to him. Cass, Scarlett called out quietly, her eyes still on Soren's. He made it stop. I heard, Seastar, he replied. We're almost there, and then you can sleep. Okay, she breathed, her eyes closing once more, her head resting against his chest. Without thinking, Soren pressed a kiss to the top of her head. As soon as he realized what he'd done, his eyes darted to Cassius. There are so many people who want her, he said, his brown eyes holding his gaze. Soren clenched his jaw. I am not one of them. Cassius arched a brow but didn't say anything. When they were outside the complex, he slid down and took Scarlett while Soren dismounted. They quickly and quietly made their way up to his apartment, where Cassius laid her on the sofa. In her cloak, there's a hidden pocket with her tonic, Cassius said, handing the garment to him while he gently shook her shoulders. Scarlett, Seastar, you need to take this. Her eyes opened, and Cassius lurched to his feet. Soren, he said quietly. Soren paused his searching and turned to them. Scarlett's eyes were no longer golden, nor were they icy blue. They were silver and glowing. Something like smoke swirled in them, and tendrils of the same seemed to be slowly coiling around her. What is happening to her? Cassius asked. Scarlett's head tilted at the sound of his voice, and she looked at him as if she didn't recognize him. I don't know, Soren replied slowly. But if I had to guess, I would say it is her magic waking up. Find that tonic. He shoved the cloak into Cassius's hands and stepped towards Scarlett. That coiling smoke struck out at him, and he threw up a shield of fire around himself. The smoke leapt back from his flame. Not smoke, he realized. Shadows. That was intriguing. Here, Cassius said from behind him. Get her to drink it. She'll fall asleep almost instantly. Soren reached back and felt the vial being pressed into his hand. He stepped towards Scarlett again, and her eyes settled on his. They narrowed as he slowly crouched before her. Hey, love, he said softly. How are you doing? I told you not to call me that, she said, her voice hoarse from the screaming and vomiting. Surprise coursed through him. She remembered that? Maybe I like calling you that. I don't care what you like, she whispered. Liar, he purred. He slowly brought his hand up and cupped the back of her head. Cassius had uncorked the vial that he held in his other hand. But we will have to discuss what I like and do not like later. Drink up, love. He brought the vial to her lips as he gently guided her head back, letting it rest in his hand. She swallowed the contents down. Almost instantly, her eyes shifted to icy blue, the smoke and shadows disappearing. She let out an exhausted sigh. When I wake up, I'm going to kick your ass for calling me that, she murmured as her eyes closed and sleep dragged her under. Soren chuckled under his breath, gently pulling his hand from under her head. Her breathing was already evening out. Cassius cleared his throat from behind as he said, She will likely sleep for 2 days. I need to return the horses and figure out what to tell the manor. I will have Tava get me some extra clothes for her, and I will come by later to check on her and explain what I can. All right, Soren replied, standing and handing the empty vial to Cassius. I have never seen her eyes like that, he said quietly. Is that part of being Fae? Do your eyes do that? No, Soren said, his gaze going back to the sleeping female on his couch. My eyes do not do that. I do not know what that was. Chapter 24. Soren. After Cassius had left, Soren carried Scarlett into his bedroom, laying her amongst the pillows and draping a quilt over her. She was sleeping soundly, color slowly returning to her face. That revealing dress couldn't possibly be comfortable to sleep in, but given her sleep was induced by a tonic that apparently drugged her, he doubted she cared much at this point. She curled onto her side, her hair falling along her face. Soren moved to the chair opposite the bed, igniting flames at his fingertips and then extinguishing them. He did it over and over, gorging himself on the use of his magic while he could. He hadn't planned on telling Cassius he suspected she was Fae, but he'd pushed him and pushed him. When he'd yelled at him about not caring about her safety, he'd exploded. But gods, that power? The most powerful of his kind didn't display that kind of power. Talwyn, maybe, but no one possessed shadows, if that's what they were. So tell me, Fire Prick, did you connect any dots after seeing her tonight? Soren jerked his head to the doorway to find Nuri standing in it, her arms crossed over her chest. Her hood was pulled back, and her ashy blonde hair was unbound. You couldn't have said something sooner, he ground out in annoyance. And have done all the work for you. How would you ever learn? Nuri said with an exasperated fake sigh. Was Elenay her mother? Soren asked. Did you know Elenay? She countered. Cassius said her mother's name was Elenay Monrhoe. I knew Queen Elenay Cimmeria, Soren replied. Were they one and the same? Her mother, or the woman who bore those names? Fuck, Nuri! The riddles need to cease! I cannot reveal what I know, Nuri bit back. Convenient, Soren retorted. No, you do not understand. I cannot reveal what I know, Nuri said, as if he were stupid. His gaze flew to hers. You have a mock? You made a bargain with someone. Nuri met his stare. She reached up and pulled back the neck of her tunic, revealing a mark inked upon the back of her shoulder. 3 horizontal dark lines were indeed inked upon her skin. a mark of secrecy that would only lift when the secret was revealed by the one who held it. I have been trying to give you as many clues as I can, but you're incredibly dense for a Fae of the Fire Court, Neri sniped, pulling her tunic back into place. Soren's eyes narrowed on her. Tell me what you can. Tell me what you know, and maybe it will loosen my tongue a bit. Soren sighed. I know she is Fae and insanely powerful. She has gifts of both Anala and Anahita. The only others who have more than one gift are the Fae Queens. Queen Elene disappeared from the black holes of our lands 20 years ago. Scarlett is 19. I know that Lord Tyndale knows she is Fae. Neri's gaze had been fixed on Scarlett, but at those last words they flew to him. How? How does he know that? There are wards around his estate that alert him when anything other than a mortal enters the grounds. Her eyes widened. Just Fae, or? I don't know. Soren shook his head. Cassius said anything not mortal, so I would assume that means more than just Fae. Whether or not he can tell what is crossing, I do not know. So he may not necessarily know she is Fae, just that she is immortal, Neri asked. Soren could practically see her mind working overtime to process this information with everything else she knew. He knew the power of a bargain mark, and that there was nothing she could do to break it, but fuck if it wasn't incredibly inconvenient right now. I suppose so, he answered slowly. Your turn. Tell me anything you can tell me. Neri shook her head. I don't know everything. I don't know how she got here. I don't know where her power comes from. Do you know her father? Soren asked. No, I do not know who her father is. Why did you panic when I said Lord Tyndale knows she is Fae? Gods, you are dense, she sighed. You do know that your kind are not welcome here, don't you? I know that mortals fear the Fae, yes. Neri smirked. That's cute. Fear the Fae. Mortals loathe the Fae, General. Every suffering, every evil, every bad thing that happens is because of the Fae. Soren clenched his jaw at the implication. My sisters and I were trained extensively on how to catch, torture, and kill Fae. We are the ones who are hired to deal with them because of what we are, and their deaths are not swift nor painless. Hired by the Assassin Lord, by him, by the kings of this land, by the armies, the generals, the lords. Only the Assassin Lord knows what we are, though. Her tonic, Soren said, changing the subject. It drugs her. Yes, in a way. Our tonics do more than that, though, Neri answered. You take a tonic as well. Neri's lips thinned, a question she couldn't answer then. He was about to ask another question when a sharp, short knock sounded at the main door. Soren, came Cassius's voice. Soren rose and walked quickly to the door. He had barely unlocked it when Cassius pushed his way in, shoving an armful of feminine clothing into his arms. He had a bag in his hand as well that he sat down near the door. Where is she? Then we need to talk. He led Cassius to his bedroom, where he placed the clothing in the chair he had vacated. Cassius strode to the bedside. Scarlett was still curled on her side, her breathing soft and even. Soren watched as Cassius gently moved a curl out of her face. He paused when his fingers brushed her skin and swore. She always gets such a high fever with this stronger tonic. Soren came up beside him and put a hand to her cheek. Her skin was sweltering and sweat lined her brow. It is not a fever. How is it not a fever? She's burning up, Cassius said, his eyes fixed on Scarlett. Soren turned to leave the bedroom, gesturing for Cassius to follow. The clock on the mantel above the fireplace told him it was well past dawn. He walked to a window, pulling back a curtain to peer outside. Clouds had moved in, casting the morning in shades of gray. The city was awake and bustling. Are you sure she can stay here? Soren asked, turning back to Cassius. Won't people wonder where she is? Teva is taking care of it. Scarlett slips from the manor all the time. Teva is used to covering for her, Cassius replied, going to pick up the bag by the door. He took a croissant from within and held it out to Soren. Soren hadn't even realized he was hungry. He took it with a nod of thanks as Cassius pulled another pastry from the bag and took a bite of his own. I'm fine, thanks, Neri snapped. She had moved into the room and was seated on the sofa now, her arms crossed in front of her. I ought to wring your neck for suggesting to Soren that he see what happens when she doesn't take her tonic, Cassius snapped at her. You could try, she crooned with a vicious smile. Enough, Soren ordered. A croissant is not what you really want, so why bother whining about it? Neri shot him a look. He returned it with a smirk, and then looked to Cassius. While her methods are not exactly pleasant, they are efficient, and allowed me to figure some things out. You figured out how to help her? Cassius asked, his eyes still full of fury as he stared at Neri. I did. You're welcome, Neri said sweetly, batting her eyelashes at Cassius. I'm assuming she's been sleeping soundly since I left, Cassius said, finally dragging his stare from her. Soren nodded, finishing off his croissant. Cassius held the bag out to him, and he grabbed another. As he did, Neri stood. I'm going to get my own breakfast. I'll be back in an hour to stay with her. I would be happy to supply you with something fresh, Soren said wryly. Neri gave him a vulgar gesture as she pulled her hood up and slid out the window. What is that about? Cassius asked suspiciously. Someone dishing back what Neri so generously gives out, Soren answered darkly. How did you create the wards? I am not entirely sure. I was an orphan on the streets of the Black Syndicate when I was taken in by the Fellowship. In exchange for room and board and survival, I was to train to become an assassin. That's where I met Nuri, Scarlett, and... He paused, looking Soren over warily. And the third. When I was 10, the Lord of the Assassins called everyone in the Fellowship into the meeting arena and presented the 3 girls to us. He said Nuri was his daughter, explained who the other 2 were, and went on to inform us that if anyone inside the Fellowship or out laid a finger on any of them outside of training, he would deal with them personally. When I was 12, I was sent to the elite district on a training exercise. What I didn't know was that the exercise was being ambushed by 6 other boys in an alley. I bested them all single-handedly, and when I was finished, Lord Tyndale stood before me. He said the king's army could use someone like me, and if I wished it, I could come live with him at the manor. Nuri's father wasn't particularly pleased with the idea, but eventually decided having someone on the inside would be beneficial, so the Lord of the Assassins told me that my debts would be paid in full should I continue to train at the Fellowship and still take jobs when summoned. I moved in with the Tyndales and was raised alongside Drake and Teva. I continued to train in secret at the Fellowship, and when I was old enough, also trained as a soldier. As the girls got older, they were each assigned private trainers. I became Scarlett's, but all 3 of them eventually surpassed our instruction. They brought in instructors and tutors from all over the continent, and then across the seas. The girls were exceptional on their own, but extraordinary together. What you see between them is the result of that. It is why you are such a lethal fighter, Soren said, more to himself than to Cassius. Cassius nodded. When I came of age and Drake was sent to begin training to follow in his father's footsteps, Lord Tyndale asked if I would be willing to help with a new project he was working on for the king. I was eager to prove myself and show my gratitude for all he had done for me. A new project, like the High Force? Soren asked. No, I have no idea what your High Force does, actually, Cassius answered, going to the sofa and sitting. He leaned back into the cushions, spreading an arm across the back. He had me start drinking a tonic, and it's like... He paused, clearly unsure how to explain it. The tonic gives me some sort of power. He gave me these books to study. They're similar to spells or something. He told me to figure out how to protect the kingdom from outside forces. I studied the books for months, and while I did, he'd give me little things to master. The day I finally figured out the wards, Lord Tyndale was ecstatic, but it took a toll on me. I could hardly get out of bed for months. He tried giving me a stronger tonic, but it would make me pass out for days. Like Scarlett does with her stronger tonic, Soren inquired. Similar, in a way, I suppose, Cassius replied. Extended silence hung between them before Cassius added, I didn't understand what the wards were for, why he thought they worked. I would get this feeling, an alert of sorts, constantly, so I thought they didn't work. Not until the day you told me you were Fae did I realize they worked. Who were your parents? Soren asked. I don't know, Cassius answered. I was an orphan on the streets as far back as I can remember. There is no tonic or elixir that can give you powers, Soren said thoughtfully. If there were, rulers would be creating them everywhere. That is one gift that was never granted to anyone. It would upset the balance. Magic is always a give and take. Cassius was quiet for a long moment, then said, You think I am not human? If you possess the raw power to create wards, I know you're not mortal, Soren replied. Do you think I am Fae? It is possible, I suppose, that you may have some Fae blood, but I cannot say for sure without seeing your powers. Wards are spellwork. That is not specific to any court or a gift granted just to the Fae. If it's not possible to give a person powers with a tonic, then why does Lord Tyndale give me one? Cassius asked. He was still casually seated on the couch. No panic or worry lined his face. You do not seem fazed by this news, Soren commented, studying the man on the sofa. He couldn't be Fae, not full-blooded anyway. Wards were powerful magic. It hadn't surprised him in the slightest that Cassius said he had been so drained after completing them. Scarlett had mentioned she hadn't seen Cassius much in the last year, likely for that very reason. I have always known I was different. We all have. We have helped each other search for answers. The things the girls encountered on their assignments had us all believing there was something else out there, that magic had to exist here in some shape or form. So no, I'm not surprised by the news that I'm likely not human. Nor were Scarlett and I particularly shocked at your own revelation, Cassius said with a shrug of his shoulders. That explained a lot, Soren supposed. How did Scarlett come to live with you at the manor? Soren asked. He had taken a seat in one of the dining chairs. He hadn't slept at all, and he should really be reporting to the castle soon. Ah, Cassius said, his eyes seeming to darken. That is a tale for Scarlett to tell, not me. When Soren didn't say anything, Cassius said, I should go see if her fever broke. I told you it is not a fever, Soren said, his eyes going to the bedroom. They'd left the door open so they could hear her if she made any noise. Cassius threw him a doubtful glance. Then what, pray tell, is it? When it came to Scarlett, Soren noted, that's when he became protective. That's when Cassius appeared worried or anxiety entered his eyes. The little regard he had shown for his own unknown heritage was made up for by the way he cared for Scarlett. When it comes to her, I outrank everyone, he had snarled to him on the beach. It is part of her gifts, Soren answered. One of her Fae gifts is flames. I think the tonic she takes somehow suppresses her magic. When she does not have her usual nightly one, her magic starts to come to the surface. Because she has never been taught how to control it, it is like it explodes from her. The stronger tonic she takes drugs her and instantly quiets the magic again, but at a cost. It is the give and take I told you about. She goes into such a deep sleep because her magic is still coursing through her veins. It wants out, but she is asleep, so she cannot wield it. With fire magic, her body is holding in the flames and heat. It is her magic flaring until it dies out. Fire magic like yours? Cassius asked, his eyes fixed on the bedroom. Yes, but I'm pretty sure her gifts exceed my own. How can you know for sure? When Soren didn't answer right away, Cassius turned to look at him. I need to take her to my home, where her magic can manifest as it is meant to. To your home? As in, leave Bael'Loren? Leave Windinel? As in, leave the mortal lands, Soren answered. He stood and gestured for Cassius to come over to the table. He unfurled a map, spreading it out along the table. Cassius helped him lay books on the corners to keep it in place. This, Soren said, pointing to Windinel, is where we are now. Here, he moved his hand directly north, is the Fire Court, part of the Faelands where I am from. How long does it take to get there? Cassius asked. Traveling swiftly on horseback without stopping, I can get to the border in a day's time, Soren replied. Once I cross the borders, I can portal. What are these other countries? Cassius asked, noting the territories on the eastern part of the continent. Those lands are territories most mortals do not know exist. What are night children? They are called vampires here, came her voice from behind them, and they both whirled with daggers drawn. Damn it, Nuri, Cassius growled. This is not the time to sneak up on us. He turned back to Soren and asked again, Night children? Soren glanced at Nuri, who gave a dismissive wave of her hand. It seems all sorts of secrets are being shared this morning. Night children are vampires, Soren said. Cassius stared at Soren as if expecting him to start laughing and say he was joking. When Soren didn't, he turned back to Nuri. How did you know that? I make it a point to know as much about myself as possible, Nuri said, bringing a hand dramatically to her chest. When Cassius still looked perplexed, Soren supplied, Nuri is a night child. Bullshit, Cassius breathed. It's true, Soren said. With a mocking grin to Nuri, he added, and she looks a little peaked this morning, breakfast not sitting well. You are a bastard, Nuri seethed. It is like a fine aged wine, isn't it? He purred. You just cannot go back to the old stuff. I have never hated someone more than I do right now, Nuri said from behind clenched teeth, her nostrils flaring. What is she talking about? Cassius asked. Nuri's gaze was murderous. She looks as though she's going to gut you. She can't, Soren said with a smile of satisfaction. Dear Nuri here has developed quite the taste for Fae blood, since I let her feed on me to heal after darling Scarlett pinned her down with a dagger through the arm. Cassius's mouth dropped open. You aren't joking? She is a vampire? Oh, she most definitely is. I would not joke about her being a daughter of the night, Soren said darkly. Hungry, Nuri. He began to roll up his sleeve, and her eyes watched every movement. She began to tremble when he held out his wrist to her. He does not believe us, you know. Nuri dragged her eyes up to his. I am going to rip out your throat. Not today, you're not, Soren said, his tone icy. Or tomorrow, or the day after that. He sliced his forearm open with the dagger he'd been holding and slid the Samaria ring from his finger so he wouldn't immediately begin healing. Eat, Nuri, he said, before you faint from trying to restrain. Cassius's eyes only widened further as Nuri walked slowly over to them. Her eyes were glazed as her fangs slid from their sheaths. With one last murderous look at Soren, she sank them into his arm and drank. He felt her relax with each drink. After a minute, she pulled back, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. But I've seen you eat real food, Cassius sputtered. Soren slipped the ring back on, his arm immediately beginning to knit itself back together. I can still eat and drink regular food, Nuri snapped. It just doesn't nourish my body like it does for you. So cranky today, aren't we? Soren crooned. Nuri swore, calling him some of the foulest names he'd ever heard. Soren merely laughed. But sunlight, Cassius asked. I'm never directly in it, Nuri said, her tone like poison. My hood and gloves serve more than one purpose. Beyond that, it takes several hours for sunlight to actually harm us. It merely drains our strength more quickly. You've known this whole time, since that night they fought? He asked now, turning to Soren. I suspected earlier, but could never get her full scent, Soren answered, until that night when Scarlett spilled her blood. Why didn't you say anything? It wasn't my secret to tell. Bullshit, Cassius spat again. Maybe we should be asking why Nuri here didn't share that she has known for quite some time that Scarlett is Fae. Cassius whirled to Nuri. Don't do this, you Fire Fae prick, she snarled at Soren. Don't you dare turn us against each other. You tend to do that well enough on your own, don't you think? Soren mused. A wicked grin of delight spread across Nuri's face. Have you told him just how powerful you are? He has seen plenty of my power, Soren purred, flames engulfing the entire perimeter of the living area of the apartment. Nuri flinched back, hatred shining in her honey eyes as she glared at Soren. "Enough!" Cassius snapped. "This power struggle is ridiculous." "There is no struggle," Soren retorted as the flames scuttered out. "Not anymore." "We shall play again someday," Nuri said softly, "and it shall be most enjoyable." "I look forward to it," Soren retorted with a superior grin. "Shifters," Cassius ground out from between gritted teeth. "What are shifters?" "Beings that can change their form. Most only have one other form, a mountain cat or a wolf or a bird of some sort or some other type of animal. There are a few, though, who possess raw shape-shifting powers. They can make themselves look like you or me or any animal they choose. They can become as small as a fly or make themselves look like a king. They were incredibly valuable to the courts of Avonlea," Soren said. "Avonlea?" Cassius asked, his eyes going wide. Soren sighed. "I know these lands rarely mention Avonlea, but the war with that continent did happen, and that war affected everyone on their continent as well as this one. The shifters were loyal to the courts, and when Avonlea lost, their allies and armies were punished. They were allowed to live, but were isolated." "Were you alive during that war?" Nuri asked suddenly. "No, I was born after they were locked away," Soren answered. Cassius was quiet, returning his attention to the map laid out before him. "Witches are self-explanatory, I'm guessing." Soren nodded. "They are incredibly powerful, masters of apothecary and healing and spellwork. The witch kingdoms are also where I suspect your bloodline is from." Cassius's head snapped up. "You think I am a witch?" "No, I think your mother is a witch. I do not know what you are yet." "Why not a witch?" "A witch can only be female. You clearly are not," Soren answered with a shrug. Cassius rolled his eyes. "Then what of my father?" "That I do not know," Soren said, contemplating. "Possibly mortal, but then I do not think he would be so powerful. The witches are very violent. Males in their realm are lesser beings. Male children are often killed, especially if they exhibit signs of powers. If I am correct, your mother attempted to save you by sending you here, far from the witch kingdoms." Cassius started, shock on his features. "You speak of this as if it's nothing." "I have been alive for centuries. I have witnessed many atrocities," Soren said, his voice low and somber. "It is difficult for fae, witches, and shifters to conceive children and carry them to term. The fact that witches discard theirs so easily has always been something I have despised. I do not travel to the witch kingdoms often, and when I do, I make short work of my tasks." "I thought you said the other territories are isolated. How can you travel to them?" Cassius asked. "Magic always has a workaround. Always. How do you think I am here? Do your kings not tell you that the wards put in place to protect you are impassable? Yet here I stand," Soren answered. Cassius returned his attention to the map. Soren saw him swallow, keeping his emotions in check. "I should go to the manor. Lord Tyndale will be wondering where I am." "I need to report to the castle," Soren said. "And I shall stay here with Scarlett, planning Prince Callan's visit." Neri sighed. Cassius's head snapped to her. "What?" "Did I forget to mention that? Prince Callan is coming to visit in 3 days." Chapter 25. Scarlett. The moon was bright as the girls prowled through the night, skirting down alleys and side streets. They were following a lead about their missing orphans, and it had led to the docks, where they were now heading. They crouched behind some cargo pallets and watched as a ship was being unloaded. "Do you think they are taking them off the continent?" Juliet whispered from between Nuri and Scarlett. "It seems the most plausible, if they're taking them to the docks," Nuri replied. "But why?" Scarlett asked. "And why only children from our syndicate?" Juliet added. "Shh," Nuri hissed as a lone figure emerged from the ship. He carried no luggage or bag, and he was dressed elegantly for someone who had just spent weeks at sea. "Oh, gods!" Nuri hissed, practically gagging. "The reek!" They possessed excellent senses. In fact, they all seemed to have extraordinary senses, even for assassins. The girls all pulled their masks up over their noses, tears pooling in their eyes from the stench. "That cannot be from him," Juliet whispered. "Look at how well he's dressed." The man stepped onto the docks from the unloading plank and looked around, almost like he was expecting someone to be waiting for him. A worker made to move past him to continue unloading the ship, and the man gripped his arm, asking a question. The worker shook his head, pointing to a street that led into the heart of the capital. The man began a leisurely stroll, and the girls set into motion. Nuri scurried up a drainpipe to the top of a cargo building to monitor from above. Juliet and Scarlett moved into the shadows below. As the man walked, he pulled something from his cloak and took a drink, shuddering. "Must be strong stuff," Juliet commented. She cast a glance at Scarlett. "Are you all right?" "I'll be fine as long as we're home by sunrise," Scarlett whispered back. "I have a vial with me." Juliet nodded in approval. "The smell seems to be lessening. It must have been something on the ship." The man turned down a forgotten side street and stilled as a figure dropped into his path, seemingly from the night. Nuri. Scarlett and Juliet split up, each taking a different side of the street to monitor. "Well, hello, stranger," Nuri purred. The man's body somehow went fluid and rigid all at once. Nuri always seemed to have that effect on people. The man looked her up and down. "Don't mind the steel," she continued, her voice sultry. "A girl's gotta protect herself." "Something tells me you do not need a blade to protect yourself." The man's voice was cultured and smooth. "You're right, I don't," Nuri replied, stepping towards him. "But I do need something else tonight." She ran her hand along his chest as she came to a stop in front of him. "And what would a daughter of the night want from me?" The man purred in response. Nuri seemed to tense, and she took a step back from him. "What did you say?" Something was wrong. Nothing ever riled Nuri. Scarlett glanced across the street where Juliet was hidden. She couldn't see her, though. The shadows were too thick. She crept closer. There was an alley just ahead that veered off the quiet side street they were currently on. That was where Nuri had been planning to lure him, but it seemed they might end up hauling him there instead. "Tell me," the man was saying, "where do you feed here?" Nuri stepped back again. "Going so soon, I assure you I can help in whatever way you are needing." He took a step towards Nuri, but Juliet appeared at her side. Her sword was drawn as she said with lethal calm, "Back the fuck up." The man paused, cocking his head to the side. "A daughter of the night and an apothecary's daughter together. What a curious thing." "We saw you get off that ship," Juliet said. "Where are you arriving from?" "I am visiting some of my kin who reside here," the man replied. "How did you two get here?" "We live here," Nuri snapped back, pulling her scimitars from her weapons belt. "But you are not from here." "Who are the family that you are visiting?" Juliet asked. "I do not know their names here," he said. In the moonlight, Scarlett could make out the half-smile that filled his face as he said it. "Then how will you find them?" Nuri asked. "Blood magic, I suppose. That is what brought me here in the first place." The word snagged in Scarlett's memory. Blood magic. Draken, the assassin who had murdered her mother, claimed such a thing as well. "What does that mean?" Juliet snapped. "Do you reside among the humans?" the man asked instead, again with a tilt of his head. "Where we reside is none of your concern," Nuri said through gritted teeth. Scarlett had never seen someone get under her skin so easily. "What is your business here, with your family?" "I have been wanting to come visit them for a long, long while," the man said. Then he took a step towards them. "Do not come any closer," Juliet snarled, leveling her sword at his chest. The man seemed to sniff at her. "How interesting your own family is." "I will only ask you this one more time," Juliet growled. "What is your business here?" "And should I decline to answer?" the man asked, looking alarmingly unfazed. "Then you shall meet my sister." Faster than any of them could detect, the man had Nuri in his arms. At her throat was a blade blacker than Scarlett had ever seen. It seemed to devour the dark around it. "A daughter of the night does not frighten me," he sneered, his voice going cold. "And it has been quite some time since I have tasted one myself." He bent his head down and then licked up the column of her neck. "You're a lunatic," Nuri breathed. "She is not the sister I was referring to," Juliet replied coolly. Scarlett had been inching forward as she had watched everything unfold. From the shadows, she hurled a knife, striking true, directly into his thigh. Before he could react, Juliet had moved and knocked his dagger from his hand, pulling Nuri away from him. Scarlett could see the fury in Nuri's eyes, but it was nothing compared to the rage on the man's face. His black eyes glittered with ire as Scarlett stepped from the shadows to stand before him. He was clutching his leg. In the moonlight, his blood looked black as it soaked into his pants. "You shall pay for laying a hand on my sister," Scarlett purred, casually strolling towards him. "I shall make you scream." His cool, cultured voice was replaced with a hiss as he pulled the knife from his leg and threw it to the ground. His nostrils flared, and he straightened, taking her in. "The rumors are true. You are here." "You'll have to be more specific," Scarlett said. "There are a lot of rumors about me." The man glanced between the three of them. "You are not sisters bonded by blood," he hissed again. "You're right. Our bond is stronger than that," Scarlett retorted. Fog was creeping in. Fog so thick it was like shadows themselves. The man smiled at them, a vile, wicked thing, as Nuri and Juliet began to circle him. "A daughter of the night, an apothecary's daughter, and a daughter of fire and water, and more, it seems," he mused. "I was warned there were guardians in this city. I did not believe their claims." "You have 5 seconds to tell me what the hell you are talking about, or I will start removing fingers," Scarlett said with icy calm. She let more and more of the darkness out of its cage within her soul, the man's eyes fixed on her. "Too bad my brother has already laid claim to you. I can see why," he said, and Scarlett could see the lust lingering in his gaze. This man was a lunatic. He suddenly sprawled to the ground at her feet as Nuri landed a clean kick to his back. The man hissed, pushing himself to his knees. Scarlett crouched before him, and Juliet slammed a boot onto his hand. The man smirked at Scarlett, and she smirked right back as she brought a dagger down atop his left middle finger. The man screeched in pain as the finger was severed from the rest of his hand. The fog was getting thicker and fast, too unnaturally fast. "What is your business here?" Scarlett demanded. "You," he seethed. "You are my business here." "You mean the orphans in our syndicate?" Scarlett demanded. "No," he gasped around the pain. She placed her blade against his pointer finger. "They are not my responsibility. They are someone else's." "Whose responsibility are they?" Scarlett pressed down on her dagger, cutting into flesh. "I do not know his name here," the man hissed. "And even if I did, I would not tell you." In 2 heartbeats, Scarlett had another dagger drawn and shoved into the man's shoulder. "Bitch," he gasped out. "That's one of the more pleasant names I've been called," Scarlett purred. "Who is taking our children, and for what purpose?" "To restore my king's throne," he answered with a sneer. "Who is your king?" Scarlett demanded. "Who is yours?" the man replied with a smile through the pain. Then, again before any of them could sense his movements, the man lunged at Scarlett, knocking her to the ground. He straddled her, his hands wrapping around her throat. The fog was so dense and thick now that Scarlett could hardly see him above her, but she felt him as he leaned down next to her ear and whispered, "What sweet darkness dwells in you, princess? I can see why he claimed you. I can see what calls to him. Shadows always return to the darkness." Then Scarlett was gagging as blood sprayed from the sword being plunged through the man's throat. He was kicked off of her, and Nuri was dragging her to her feet. "What in every burning pit of hell was that?" Nuri spat as the 3 girls stood around the man, now dead, before them. Juliet crouched and dug through his cloak and pockets. Nothing. He has absolutely nothing on him other than his flask, Juliet said, standing and chucking the flask to the curb. Did you really need to kill him? He had information, Nuri snapped. That he was never going to divulge, Scarlett said pointedly. You had hardly started on him, Nuri retorted. We could have dragged him down an alley somewhere. No, I've seen that look in men's eyes before. He wasn't going to give us any information. He was just going to lead us in circles with his random bullshit, Scarlett replied, stooping to pull her dagger from his shoulder. She wiped the blade on the man's pants, cleaning the blood from it. Then maybe you're growing soft, Nuri sneered. Shut up, both of you, Juliet interjected. He had both of you in compromising positions tonight. I wasn't risking it happening again. She used her sleeve to wipe her own blade clean. Let's take care of him and go home. I need a bath. His blood smells like piss and vomit. You're telling me? It's in my mouth, Scarlett said, spitting onto the stones of the street. What did he say to you? Juliet asked as they reached down to grab the man. Nothing noteworthy, more nonsense. Where do you think he came from? Neri asked. The depths of hell? Scarlett offered. Her sisters laughed in the night as they dragged the corpse to a secluded area of the docks to dump him in the sea. Scarlett shot up in bed and immediately regretted it as the room spun slightly. She closed her eyes, drawing her knees up and resting her forehead against them. Easy, Sea-Star, I'm here. A familiar voice soothed. She felt Cassius's hand on her back making soft, calming strokes. After a moment and a few deep breaths to calm her nausea, she opened her eyes again and slowly looked around the room. It was dim, with the curtains drawn over the window. The little bit of light that filtered in told her it was either dusk or dawn. She was in a large bed that was nearly as comfortable as her own. A heavy navy blue quilt covered her. Cassius was laying beside her. On the wall to her left was a dresser with 6 drawers. Next to it was a walk-in closet, and across the room was a door that led to what she guessed was a bathing room. Where is here? She asked, her eyes settling on Cassius. He was in brown pants and an open button-down shirt revealing his muscled chest and torso. He put his hands behind his head and said, Soren's apartment, more specifically, his bedroom. What? Scarlett asked, her brows arching in surprise. She looked around the room again. She should have guessed at the scent of ashes, cloves, and cedar that hung in the air. There were no personal effects around the room, though. Why are we here? It was too far to take you back to the manor, so we brought you here after the party, Cassius explained. How are you feeling? Like I would expect to be feeling, I suppose, she muttered. Is Soren here? He's out in the main room, Cassius said, with a nod to the closed door. Nuri has been staying here during the day with Soren or I checking in on you. At night, we've been here. And right now it is night. The sun is nearly set. I had a dream, she said quietly. The same ones you've been having? No, this one was not that, she whispered. Ah, was all Cassius had to say as he sat up and wrapped an arm around her, pulling her into his side. She nestled into his chest. They were quiet for a moment before Scarlett said, You should take me to the manor. Tomorrow. What? No, you need to take me back tonight, Scarlett argued, sitting up once more. Not tonight. Prince Callan is coming tomorrow evening. You need to stay here, so you are not seen arriving the same evening he does. Also, you need to talk to Soren, Cassius said gently. I don't want to talk to Soren, Scarlett snapped, swinging her legs over the bed to stand. Her knees wobbled slightly, but there was no way she was staying here another night. Cassius was by her side in an instant, with a steadying hand on her elbow. You had no trouble talking to him the night of the party, he teased. You even took him to the Sea-Star Beach. I'm not drunk on wine tonight, Scarlett scowled. You cannot go back to the manor tonight, Scarlett, Cassius said. We cannot risk it, and you know that. The castle was risk enough. The fates were on our side in this one. I can sneak back in undetected, Scarlett argued. It's not safe there for you right now. Besides, as much as Soren loves that dress, you smell. Scarlett looked down to find herself still in the red dress she'd worn to the party. Cassius was right. She could smell herself. She sighed. I'll take a bath, but I'm not talking to Soren. I'll just stay in here until Callan arrives tomorrow. You need to talk to Soren, Cassius said again, leaving her side and heading to the bathing room. Scarlett followed him as he turned the knobs on the tub to begin drawing her a bath. Why? Scarlett demanded, her hands going to her hips. Because he holds answers for you. He told you? About me? Scarlett's voice was soft, quiet. Why was he telling anyone but her? He's told me a few things that he's worked out, Cassius admitted, adding some lavender and jasmine soap to the tub. Then why wouldn't he tell me anything? Scarlett asked, her voice sharp. She could feel her anger and hurt from the past several weeks bubbling to the surface. Her hands were cold and clammy. Scarlett, Cassius said, his voice cautious. He told me very little, but enough that I trust him. When Scarlett didn't say anything, he added quietly, he had answers for me too, and Nuri. Scarlett's gaze softened as she looked into Cassius's eyes. Tell me everything. I can't right now. I have to go and meet Drake tonight to finalize everything for tomorrow, which is why I'm leaving, but I have given Soren permission to tell you anything about me. I will fill you in on whatever he doesn't when I see you tomorrow. Cassius turned to help her with her dress. It was just as difficult to get off as it was to slide on with how fitted it was, and trying to get it off while still slightly shaky? Forget it. As for Cassius seeing her naked body, that hadn't been an issue for years. He held her hand and helped her climb over the lip of the tub, keeping her steady while she lowered herself into the water. The bubbles from the soaps and oils came nearly to her chin. She submerged her head, coming back up with soaking hair and water running down her face. I cannot imagine Soren had lavender and jasmine soaps laying around, Scarlett commented, pushing her hair back from her face. Cassius barked a laugh. No, Nuri brought them, and Teva gave me clothes that are out on the dresser. He had buttoned his shirt now and was working on the cuffs of his sleeves. Come here, Scarlett said, motioning for him to come closer. She dried her hands on a nearby towel and fastened the buttons. As she worked, Cassius said, For what it's worth, there's a connection there, with you and Soren. Scarlett finished the final cuff and started to protest, but he stopped her. You don't have to agree with me. I'm just telling you what everyone else sees. I may be your favorite, but if he's in the room, your eyes go to him first. Then they seek me out. When you're not looking, he's constantly watching you, assessing for threats. And the two of you dancing the other night? Whether there was wine involved or not, I swear you both glowed in an odd way. It was as if there was no one else in the room. It's been there since the first time you faced off in the training galley. He's able to reach you when no one else can. I see it. Nuri sees it. Everyone sees it. What is it? I guess that's for you two to sort out. Scarlett was speechless. She was staring at the bubbles, playing with them in her fingers. She couldn't even look Cassius in the eyes. She felt his fingers grip her chin and lift her face to his. You are fierce and strong and a survivor. You need no one, Scarlett Monrhoe. But wouldn't it be nice to have someone there with you so you can rest and take a breath, even if only for a minute? That's what I have you and Nuri for, Scarlett whispered, tears burning at the back of her eyes. Cassius leaned in and kissed her forehead. I love you dearly, but I worry about the times I can't be there. And Nuri, she's her own creature. You two are as likely to kill each other as you are to protect each other, especially without a buffer anymore. Just think about what I said. He stood up, and before he turned to leave, he said, Talk to Soren, Scarlett. I'll see you tomorrow. When he reached the doorway, Scarlett called out, Cassius? He stopped and looked over his shoulder. His shoulder-length brown hair swayed slightly with the motion. His dark brown eyes studied her with expectation. Everything's about to change, isn't it? Yes, Seastar. Nothing will be the same again. Chapter 26. Scarlett. Scarlett took her time in the bath, soaking in the warmth and letting the lavender soothe her racing mind. She had asked questions and wanted answers for years, but now that they were within her grasp, she found herself dragging her feet. And to know they'd learned something about Cassius's past too, she knew the night would be long and exhausting. She finally climbed out of the bathtub and toweled off. Teva had sent her a brush, among other things, but the dress she had sent for her made Scarlett want to put the red gown back on. Teva lived for dresses of any kind, and couldn't understand how Scarlett could possibly prefer pants and tunics. Her noble upbringing, Scarlett supposed. The dress she'd brought for her to wear was a light peach color with a fitted bodice and cinched at the waist. Since she didn't have a choice, Scarlett pulled the horrid thing on, took a deep breath, and opened the bedroom door, padding barefoot out to the main living area. She took in the space. When she had been here before, she hadn't really looked around. She'd been in too much grief, and then lost in too much anger to remember any of his apartment, save for the piano that stood in the far left corner. The rest of the space was spacious and cozy, not at all what Scarlett had been expecting Soren's home to look like. The couch sat before a lit fireplace that seemed to be radiating very little heat. Across the room was a large dining table, strewn about with books and papers. Soren sat in a chair at the table, his head jerking up at the sound of the door. Before Scarlett had a chance to take in any more of the space, Nuri came from a door adjacent to where she stood and laughed. "What are you wearing?" Scarlett scowled at her and snapped, "I didn't really have much of a choice, now did I?" "Wearing nothing would have been a better option than that atrocity," Nuri scoffed, crossing the room and plopping onto the sofa. "I'm sure Soren would agree, although he would likely prefer you wearing nothing over anything anyway. Right, you Fae prick?" Scarlett slid her eyes to Soren, narrowing them and crossing her arms in front of her. "I see you two are getting along just fine. Not as well as Nuri here would like, but we are adjusting. Right, Nuri dear?" He crooned to her. Nuri flipped him off. Soren smirked and returned his attention to the papers in front of him. "If you have indeed taken up teas and luncheons since the pier, though, Princess, then by all means carry on. But if you would rather not look like a spoiled lady about to see a would-be suitor, there are options in the other bedroom in the drawers." "Why would you have women's clothing here?" Scarlett asked, glaring at him. "For all the lovers he brings home, of course," Nuri drawled, propping her head on her fist and batting her lashes at Soren. He gave her an unimpressed stare. "Sorry, General, but someone else's scent is in that room." "I assure you, if I were bringing any lovers back here, the scent would not be in that room," Soren replied. His gaze shifted back to Scarlett. "It is considered proper to always be prepared for your guests' needs where I am from." Scarlett waited for him to say more, but when he didn't, she huffed to the other bedroom Nuri had come from. The bed was precisely made, as if no one had ever slept in it, but Nuri was right. There was a scent that lingered in the room, a scent of cinnamon and fire and something sweet. Apple, maybe? Whatever. She didn't care who Soren brought home or who he shared his bed with. Scarlett opened an armoire along the wall to find dresses of varying styles and colors. Next to it was a dresser, which she opened to find several different styles of pants with matching tops. The fabric was some of the softest she'd ever felt. It had the consistency of silk, but more of a cotton feel. She rubbed it between her fingers before sliding her dress off. The black pants were fitted, but not tight, and sat low on her hips. The top was dark teal and was just as soft as the pants. Its long sleeves were as fitted as the pants, and the top itself came to just below her navel, leaving a small rift of skin showing. Feeling 1,000 times more comfortable, Scarlett made to join Nuri and Soren, but stopped as she heard their voices through the door. "Are you going to tell her tonight?" Nuri was asking. "I will tell her tonight," Soren replied, his voice tense and hard-edged. "Everything?" Nuri crooned. Scarlett stiffened at the implications of that one word. "Aren't you going out tonight, Nuri, to make sure things are in order for tomorrow?" Soren answered dryly. "I can take the hint," she sang. "No snack first." Soren's voice held a cool amusement. Nuri swore at him, and then there was silence. Scarlett ventured back to the living area of the apartment to find Nuri nowhere to be seen. Soren glanced up and, upon seeing her, sat back in his chair. Something she couldn't read crossed his features. Interesting choice. What is that supposed to mean? That is material native to where I am from. I am surprised you chose it, that is all. Soren replied, standing and walking towards her. It is incredibly soft, Scarlett replied as he came to a stop in front of her. He moved his arms like he was going to touch her, but dropped them back to his side. How are you feeling? Are you hungry? Famished, actually, Scarlett admitted. Cassius thought you would be. There are hot pork sandwiches being kept warm in the oven, fruit and cheese in the icebox, fresh bread on the counter, Soren said, nodding towards the kitchen. Nuri, Scarlett asked, has gone out to finalize a few things for Prince Callan's arrival tomorrow, Soren replied. She nodded once, shifting on her feet, feeling slightly awkward. Thank you for the food, Scarlett said, heading in the direction he had indicated. She stopped beside him and added, looking into his golden eyes, Then you owe me 5 questions. Soren chuckled under his breath. I suppose I do, Princess. Scarlett rolled her eyes at the second use of the pet name and continued to the kitchen. She found a plate and piled it high. The sandwiches smelled amazing and her stomach growled loudly. She didn't even bother to leave the kitchen. She just stood at the counter and inhaled the food. Easy, love, or it'll come right back up, Soren said, leaning against the doorframe of the kitchen. His arms were crossed over his broad chest, but Scarlett noticed her ring adorning the knuckle of his hand. Question 1. What's your obsession with my mother's ring? Scarlett asked, biting off another chunk of bread and ignoring the repeated use of that pet name. Soren glanced down at his hand and sighed. Your ring is the sister to another. It belonged to a powerful Fae queen, and it was enchanted at the end of the Great War to allow the wearer to access their magic in lands where magic is otherwise non-existent. A sister to another ring? Where is the other? Scarlett asked. She didn't look at him as she took a bite of her sandwich. My queen bears the other in my land. In the Fire Court? No. She resides in the White Halls, which has traditionally been the home of the Fae Queen of the Eastern Courts. Who is the woman? The Queen of the Fae Realm. What is her name? I cannot speak it here. A spell prevents me from speaking her name and revealing her identity in this land for her protection. None of the court royals can be identified by name here, Soren said. He still stood casually in the doorframe, his hip braced against it. She could feel his gaze on her, watching her carefully. Scarlett took a bite of a pear and finally looked at Soren. So when you wear my mother's ring, you can do magic? Soren looked down at his closed hand. Yes. When I wear your ring in this realm, I can access my magic. He opened his hand and fire appeared in his palm. Scarlett jumped slightly, startled by the flame. She looked from it back to Soren, his eyes fixed on her. It doesn't burn you? She asked, stepping closer to examine the flame he held. No, my gifts are fire from the goddess Anala, Soren explained. What else can you do? Scarlett asked, leaning in close over the flame. Soren gave her a wicked grin as flames encircled them. Scarlett screamed a little and Soren laughed. He closed his fist and the flames vanished. When he opened his hand again, tiny flames danced. He rolled them along his knuckles and around his wrists. Open your hand, Soren said. Scarlett's eyes went wide, and she took a step back from him. Absolutely not. Trust me, he said gently. Soren's eyes shone in a way Scarlett had never seen, almost as if flames themselves glowed in them. He seemed more alive than she'd ever seen him, like his magic gave him life. Scarlett slowly opened her palm and closed her eyes tight. She heard Soren chuckle softly again as he whispered, Open your eyes. Scarlett gasped as flames danced in her palms. She turned her hand over and the flames rolled along onto the back of her hand. You are doing this? She asked, her eyes fixed on the flames. How do they not burn me? Yes, I control it. It does not burn you because I will it not to burn you, just as I will the fire in the fireplace not to emit heat, Soren said. She looked up to find him watching her, a faint smile on his face. This is amazing, Scarlett said, her voice filled with awe as the flames skittered around her wrist, up one arm and down the other, Soren danced the flames along her for a few more moments before he snapped his fingers and they disappeared. He waited patiently, watching her, and letting her process everything she was seeing and learning in her own way, giving her the space and time. I didn't know what to expect when you said magic, but it wasn't that, Scarlett finally said, leaning against the counter. Do all Fae have magic? Soren nodded. Yes, but they do not all possess fire magic. Fae are blessed by the elemental gods, fire, water, wind, and earth. The strength of their gifts vary. Scarlett considered this, then said, You really can't use your magic here without my ring? I cannot. What other kinds of magic are there? Soren tensed at that question, the flames seeming to darken in his eyes. His smile faded. Let me make some tea. Go, sit, and I will tell you what I can, he said. Scarlett walked out to the great room and took up a place on the sofa, tucking her legs under her, staring at the fire that emitted no heat. Magic was here, in the mortal kingdoms. She had always suspected as much. She had seen too many strange things in her time spent in the shadows, but seeing and believing were two entirely different things. Questions raced through her mind. She couldn't sort through them all fast enough. The clock on the mantel told her it was nearing midnight when Soren placed a cup of tea in her hands. It smelled delightful, and the first sip warmed her bones. There was a hint of something she couldn't quite place, and she asked, What kind of tea is this? You realize you are well over 5 questions by now, don't you? Soren said with a smirk, settling onto the couch beside her. His leg pressed against her folded knees, and she stiffened slightly at his closeness, but her soul seemed to sigh as the scent of cloves and cedar enveloped her. She vaguely remembered him holding her in the dark when she was in and out of consciousness, but if words were exchanged, she didn't recall that. Scarlett rolled her eyes. Must you always keep score? I'm very competitive that way, he mused, his gaze locked on hers. She stared into his faintly glowing eyes. It had to be the fire magic flowing in his veins. Tell me about the other forms of magic, Scarlett finally said, taking another sip of tea. Soren waved his hand. Sparks swirled, and a rolled piece of parchment appeared in his hand. Despite her best effort, Scarlett jumped at the display of magic. You will get used to it, Soren said, setting his tea down on a side table. How will I get used to magic if no one can use it without a ring? He unrolled the parchment as he said, True, I suppose, to an extent. Scarlett was about to respond to such an odd comment, but she stopped short when she saw what was on the parchment. It was a map, but not a map she was used to seeing. In fact, she had only seen this particular map in one other place, the book she had been reading. These places are all real? She gingerly took one side of the parchment from Soren's hands. Yes, I told you that weeks ago when I told you that book was full of truths, Soren replied. Scarlett ran her fingers over the various territories. How? How do we not know of these other lands? What do you know of the Great War? He asked instead. Scarlett gave him an unimpressed glance. Really? You're asking me to recite history to you now? The corner of his mouth kicked up in a half-grin. Humor me. Scarlett sighed deeply. The Great War was fought between King Daemus and Queen Esmeralda of these lands and the continent of Auvergne across the sea. Auvergne and the Fae courts were allies and wanted to enslave the humans that resided in the kingdoms under Daemus and Esmeralda. The king and queen sacrificed their lives to enact some powerful enchantments, one to lock away Auvergne and keep them sequestered across the sea, the other to render magic useless and enact wards to keep the Fae from entering our lands, which are clearly faulty. She gave a pointed glance at Soren. Yes, I heard you are particularly skilled at exacting justice from Fae who cross the borders, he said tightly. Scarlett gave him a sharp smile. Considering the Fae are responsible for the death of my mother, it is not something I shall apologize for. We will come back to that another time, Soren said casually, and before Scarlett could say anything to that, he continued, All of what you said is one version of how things happened, but none of what you said included these 3 bloodlines. He pointed to the eastern territories. And that is by design. The mortal kings do not like them spoken of. They want them forgotten in the secluded lands. 2 aided Arvenlea and the Fae Courts. They were allowed to live at the end of the war, if they agreed to be sequestered and secluded from others, particularly those they aided. The other posed a danger to the humans, so most were isolated as well. So you're saying that the witches, shifters, and night children fought against King Daemus and Queen Esmeralda, and that is why they are confined to their own regions now? Why were the Fae not confined? Were they not? The Arvenleans cannot leave their continent. The Fae cannot leave their courts without the risk of being caught and tortured by vicious, albeit very attractive, women. Soren countered. Scarlett gave him a cool look. Who rules over them, then? The mortal kings? No, they have since created hierarchies like the other lands. There is a Contessa in the land of the Night Children. The Witch Kingdoms are ruled by the High Witch. The Shifters are ruled by an Alpha and Beta, and of course, the 3 mortal kings rule the human lands here. Soren said, pointing to the various territories as he spoke. And these other lands have magic? Scarlett asked. She gently let go of the map and took another sip of her tea. It was still hot. Some more than others. The Fae have elemental magic and can do some spell work. The witches have healers, seers, and other powerful magic. Shifters can shift not only their physical forms, but some can shift matter and energy as well. Soren replied, rolling the map up gingerly. The Night Children don't have magic? They are excellent at tracking. They are incredibly stealthy and can heal quickly. They are apex predators, and their gifts enable such things, but raw, tangible magic they do not possess. Silence fell between them. The only sound was the crackling logs in the fire. You are from the Fire Court? Scarlett asked. I am, he answered. Do you know the Prince of Fire? I know who he is, yes, Soren answered. Is he the one oppressing your people? The one you seek this weapon for to help free them? Soren was quiet for so long that Scarlett turned to look at him. The Prince of Fire has done many dark things. Some say he did them for his people. Others say his actions have only caused things to escalate for his people. And what do you think? I do not know that it entirely matters what I think. Do you think he should be ruling over an entire court of people? No, I do not think he should be entrusted with the well-being of an entire court of people, Soren answered. But it is also not his choice. Scarlett was debating what her next question would be when Soren asked her something that made her nearly drop her tea. How are you feeling about Prince Callan coming here tomorrow? If he has information for us, I will deal with it, she replied shortly. It puts you at risk? Anything involving me and Callan puts me and others at risk, she said quietly. And who shall you be tomorrow night? What is that supposed to mean? Scarlett asked, her eyes narrowing. Will you be the woman I have been training? The sacrificing lover? Death's maiden let out of her cage? I shall be whomever I need to be to get information from him, Scarlett answered darkly. Not that it's any of your business. Considering you all are commandeering my apartment to sneak the crowned prince into it, it most certainly is my business, Soren retorted. Scarlett pursed her lips, crossing her arms. He had a point. Then he asked, his tone a touch softer. Have I not yet earned your trust? It is not that I do not trust you, Soren, Scarlett said after a beat of silence. It is that I have done some atrocious things, so much worse than allowing a prince to fall in love with me, and I fear how you will look at me when you hear that story. I have lived for centuries, Scarlett. I assure you, I have done things far more horrid in my time, he answered darkly. I can be so many people, wear so many masks, because if I were to just be me, the choices I have made to protect those I love, I would look at that person with hatred and disgust. Your friends, who know of the things you speak of, do not look at you with such distaste. Scarlett huffed a humorless laugh. My friends see me as they need to. To Drake, I am another little sister, like Tava, in need of protecting. To Tava, I am an interesting creature that fascinates her as well as terrifies her. To Nuri, I am her twin. I am the wicked and the dark and the untamed wildfire that rages when unleashed. And Cassius? What are you to Cassius? Despite what many think, Cassius and I are not lovers, nor have we ever been. To Cassius, I am his place to pause and breathe in a world of malice and struggle, and he is mine. And how would you like to be seen? Even I don't know the answer to that. I've never been given the freedom to decide such a thing. Soren was quiet for a long moment. Tell me the story of that night, Scarlett. No, she whispered. Some memories are better left sleeping. Then tell me how you met the crowned prince. Scarlett studied him hard. There is no going back from this point, General. If I tell you that tale, you shall need to keep all my secrets, or it puts more than myself at risk. So I suppose I must ask, where does your true allegiance lie? To the crown of this kingdom, or to people who cannot protect themselves? You can do more than protect yourself, Soren replied with a knowing look. We did not befriend the prince for my safety, Soren. My safety has always been another's concern. We befriended the prince for the safety of the innocent children in our home. The Black Syndicate. It is a district of thieves and criminals and mercenaries. How could they not protect the children there? Indeed, Scarlett said darkly. Can I put that much trust in you, Soren? To expose the weaknesses of my people? Or will your duty to the king, to Lord Tyndale, outrank my need for secrecy? I may work for the king, Scarlett, but my allegiance has always been to my own people. Scarlett considered that. His own people were to the north, apparently, and the south and the east in a way, she supposed. She took a deep breath. 3 years ago, children in the Black Syndicate began disappearing. They were all orphans, street children. They were never left to their own devices. Some were snatched up to be trained in the various activities of the Black Syndicate, like Nuri and Cassius. The ones who are not looked after, there's always food and shelter for them. They are never starving or in need of necessities. We take care of our own. Until we couldn't. In other districts, it likely would never have been noticed that orphans were going missing from the streets. They began disappearing in the dead of night, right under our noses. My sisters and I, the deadliest and most skilled in the kingdoms, could not track them. We could not find them. At first, it was a child here or there. Then it started happening more frequently. The children were terrified. They would not go outside. They lost trust in our ability to keep them safe. We infiltrated other districts to see if we could learn anything. We sat in taverns with soldiers, on the streets with beggars, and in the tea shops at high tea. We contemplated kidnapping a soldier or two to interrogate, but where to start? Surely a lowly grunt wouldn't know anything. We couldn't ask Cassius, who was living at the manor at this point, to start asking questions and risk drawing attention to himself or the Black Syndicate. We had some leads we would follow up on, but they always led to dead ends, and we would find ourselves back at square one. One day, by pure luck, Cassius overheard 2 royal guards in a local tavern. They were grousing about urchins in the castle dungeons, and we started looking more closely at the crown being involved. But the assassin lord would not allow us to infiltrate the castle. He said we needed more proof before we risked affecting our relationship with the king. Then the orphans started disappearing weekly. Nuri was frantic. She begged the assassin lord to intervene, but even with providing shelter for as many as he could every night, it didn't help. We utilized every resource the Fellowship and Black Syndicate had to no avail. We questioned every single one of our targets, mortal and Fae, but none ever knew anything of it. Then one week, Scarlett swallowed hard. One week, a 3-year-old child disappeared. Nuri was furious and beside herself. I've never seen her. The assassin lord had to help us physically restrain her in the Fellowship. My other sister and I had a huge fight once Nuri was secured. We never fought. Nuri and I, yes, all the time, but never with... I left the Syndicate to cry or rage, I didn't know, and wound up in a forgotten wood north of the castle that housed a little pond in the center. It was hidden and secluded, and I dropped to my knees and cried in horror and frustration. In my sorrow, I almost didn't hear the crunch of boots and snapping of twigs. I hid quickly enough, but then he stepped into view. His 2 prominent guards trailed him, and as I watched him, a plan formed, and I knew how we would get the eyes inside the castle that we needed. Chapter 27. Scarlett. 2 years ago. This is our purpose. This is what we were trained for, to protect the innocent, you more than any of us. Juliet's words clanged through her mind as she watched the prince from where she lay hidden in a tree. It was late summer as the prince meandered through the green grass by the hidden pond. She about fell out of the tree when the prince plopped onto the ground and pulled a book from the satchel he had slung across his shoulder. His guards stood back by the clearing they had come from, relaxed and chatting. Clearly this wasn't the first time he'd come here. At one point, the prince took out a journal of some sort and wrote in it for a good 15 minutes before he went back to his reading. How long was he going to sit here and read? He was the crowned prince. Surely he had other things he needed to be doing. After another 20 minutes, Scarlett realized the prince had fallen asleep reading his book. He lay in the sunshine, the book still in his hands, and all she could think about was how incredibly stupid he was. She could have him dead in less than 20 seconds, faster than his guards would even be able to register what was happening. Or she could somehow convince him to investigate the rumors of the children in the dungeons that Cassius had heard in the tavern a few weeks ago. While the prince lay napping in the summer sun, Scarlett silently climbed down from her tree and crept along the grasses. She gave the guards a wide berth as she followed the path they had come from and found their horses tied to some trees near the road. She cooed and spoke softly to the animals to keep them from startling as she approached. The guards' 2 horses were brown and had the coat of arms of the castle guards on their saddles, but the prince's horse was a stunning black stallion. She drew her hood down as she approached him. He snorted once, pawing the ground. "Shush now," she crooned as she patted his nose, and he huffed into her hands. She made her way to the saddlebag that hung from the prince's saddle, and a smile filled her face as she dug through and found a piece of paper and pen. She quickly scrawled a note onto it. "If you're going to sneak away and read, Prince, at least read something that doesn't put you to sleep. I shall leave a book at your napping spot tomorrow at this time that is sure to keep your interest." Scarlett used the cinch of the saddle to punch a hole into the paper and secured it. Then, silent as the wraith she was, she climbed a nearby tree and waited. 10 minutes later, the prince emerged, laughing with his guards. They were casual and laid back, clearly friends and not just protectors. The prince's stallion had shifted such that the guards hadn't seen the note stuck to the saddle, but she saw the prince's face as he came around his horse to mount. He paused, looking around, then reached for the piece of paper. He read it, twice, then looked around again. His companions, sensing his hesitancy, came to investigate. "I told you we shouldn't be coming here," said the taller of the 2 guards. He was muscled and had a square jaw with short, cropped blonde hair. His pale blue eyes scanned the surrounding areas warily. "Relax, Sloane," the prince said, a small smile quirking up the side of his mouth as he read the note again. "Clearly, if whoever wrote this wanted to kill me, they had every opportunity to do so." He folded the note up and placed it in one of his inner tunic pockets. Besides, they were right. That book was dreadfully boring. The other guard rolled his eyes. "That's one of my favorite books," he said pointedly. While he was shorter than Sloane, he was just as muscled. His hair was slightly longer than Sloane's and was a light bronze color that accented his dark brown eyes nicely. "I know," Prince Callan said with a grin as he swung himself up onto his horse. "We should go. My mother will be displeased if I miss court. Again." "I'm told she has a new list of potential brides," the shorter one said. Scarlett would later learn his name was Finn. "Lovely," she heard Callan mutter under his breath. Scarlett held in her laughter as the trio made their way along the road, Sloane and Finn monitoring everything far more closely now. Scarlett arrived hours before the time specified in her note. As she had predicted, a few hours before, Finn and Sloane arrived scouting the area to find the book already in place. Sloane swore as he picked it up. "We should have come earlier," he said through gritted teeth, leafing through the book. The note she had put inside fluttered to the ground. Sloane picked it up and skimmed it. "Don't read his private stuff," Finn snapped, snatching the note and book from Sloane's hands and placing the piece of paper back inside. "It's a book left by a pond. Anyone could find it," Sloane argued. "No, they couldn't. That's why Callan likes coming here, and also why I suspect he's so intrigued by whoever left this and the note yesterday," Finn said pointedly, returning the book to the ground. "You stay here in case they come back. I'll come back with Callan." Finn trudged off, and nearly an hour later returned with the prince. "I suppose you have already searched the book and area for traps, Sloane?" Callan asked with a sigh. "I know you think no one else knows of this place, Callan, but clearly someone else does," Sloane answered, his tone grave and serious. "Well, with you two hovering like a mother bear, I doubt they will show their face today," Callan said, stooping to pick up the book. It was one of Scarlett's favorites, and when he opened the cover, he found the note that Finn had shoved back inside. "I trust you will find this book far more stimulating, Prince. I look forward to reading your review in a few days when I bring you another, since your current collection is obviously lacking. Do not lose it." "Who do you think it is?" Finn wondered as Callan again folded the note and put it in his tunic. "I do not know," he mused, "but their taste in books already seems better than yours, Finn." Scarlett didn't miss the note he subtly dropped as the three made their way back to the clearing, bantering lightly. She also didn't miss the slight glances the prince gave over his shoulder, and neither did his companions. She followed them in the shadows, not putting it past his friends and guards to linger to see if she showed up. When they had been gone at least 20 minutes, she doubled back and picked up the note. "I was going to bring you a book of my own to prove that my taste wasn't entirely dismal, but my busybody friends would have asked far too many questions. Perhaps next time. But what am I to call you? A goddess of the wind?" Scarlett smiled to herself. Oh, this would be fun indeed. The next night was the first night she slipped into his rooms. Cassius had supplied her with a map of the castle, and Nuri and Juliet had gone with her to keep watch. They had slipped into the castle on numerous occasions, but never to a royal's private suite. She was in and out of his rooms in less than a minute, leaving only a note on his pillow. "I am no goddess, Prince. If I am one of darkness and secrets. But your dreams of me would certainly be beatific." The next several weeks were met with more book and note exchanges. The notes gradually got more personal, and were a welcome distraction from their now daily guarding of the orphans. The flirting between the lines, she casually began asking the prince what his roles included in his father's kingdom. She had asked if he wished he had other roles, and as she read the note in the chill wind of the fall day, she sank down into the leaves, cross-legged. "I do not entirely know that I want to be king, even though the decision is already made for me. My father's focus is on land and power. I wish to focus on the people already in our care. My father and his lords call me young and naive. Perhaps, but I know more of our city than they do, and am eager to visit the surrounding towns and cities to find out what needs they may have. And you, my dear Wraith, do you enjoy your roles of secrecy and darkness, and causing my guards such anxiety with these notes?" That night, when she snuck into the castle to deliver her answer, she found another note already waiting for her, along with a night black mask. "Come to the Samhain ball at the castle, as my guest. Your mask will hide your face, so such a goddess of darkness and secrets can roam freely. You will find your proper way into the castle enclosed." A formal invitation fluttered to the ground as she unfolded the rest of the note. She had debated the merits of going with Nuri and Juliet for the next 3 days. The Samhain Ball was a festival of the dead, and as such, celebrations involved masks and costumes so that spirits could walk among them at will. Or, that was the fun of it, anyway. It would be a masquerade ball. She wasn't worried about being recognized. She'd been hidden from the world since the night her mother was killed. She rode in the carriage alone to the castle, and was allowed in without a bat of an eye when she produced her invitation. She was led to the ballroom, where she found a large staircase that led down to the festivities. Dressed in a black, flowing, sleeveless dress with a plunging neckline, the tiny black beads that adorned it glimmered in the candlelight lighting the room. A chiffon train attached to each strap of her gown flowed behind her. The gown came to the floor with deep slits up the sides. Her slippers were silver, and her hair had been curled and swept back with two black combs that curved like wings. That black mask provided by the prince was fixed perfectly to her face, which Juliet had accented with blood-red lips and a dusting of light color to her cheeks. Nothing else was needed. Scarlett scanned the crowd as she descended the stairs gracefully, but in a sea full of masks, she couldn't immediately pick out the prince. The two figures that stepped directly in her path as she stepped from the final stair, however, she recognized them. The two wore only gold domino masks that covered the eyes. Scarlett mused. Let me see if I've got this right. Finn, she said, pointing to the shorter of the two on the right, and Sloane. Her mouth curved up in an innocent smile. They both frowned. Who are you? Sloane asked in a hushed voice. A guest of Prince Callan, she replied simply. Where did you come from? Finn tried. That innocent smile became wicked as she purred. I am from your nightmares, sentry. Then you shall not get near the prince, Sloane said through gritted teeth, clearly trying to avoid making a scene. Scarlett laughed. Had I any desire to kill the prince, it would have happened at any of the other dozens of times I've been watching him from the shadows. Or in his rooms. Sloane's eyes flashed with fury, but Finn cut in smoothly. You are unarmed. Do you see a place I could hide a weapon in this dress, Finn? Both guards looked her up and down. The view is wonderful, isn't it? Sloane scowled, and Finn flushed. She just smirked in return. She, of course, had a dagger discreetly strapped beneath the dress to her thigh. Am I required to stand at the base of the stairs all evening, or am I allowed to see the one who extended me such a thoughtful invitation? Sloane was about to protest, but Finn cut him off with a look. Callan will be furious if he finds out she came and we sent her away. I don't give a shit about what Callan wants, Sloane retorted. Our job is to guard his ass, not kiss it. Finn sighed and extended his arm to Scarlett. She placed her hand on it and allowed him to lead her into the bustle of the ballroom. She looked over her shoulder to find Sloane watching her with a scowl, and she smirked. Don't goad him, Finn muttered, his eyes scanning the crowd, looking for the prince. Shouldn't you two know where Callan is at all times? You really are pitiful guards, you know, she said, taking in the elegantly dressed nobility, the music, and the smell of cider and nutmeg and other fall spices. We have felt that well these past few weeks, thanks to you, Finn replied coldly. Scarlett felt a twinge of guilt. I will not hurt him, she whispered. I only need his help. Then ask for it, like a proper person in the proper way, Finn argued, his words short. Scarlett tisked. I would not get within 100 yards of this castle if it were known where I come from or who I really am, let alone an audience with the crowned prince. They had come to a stop on the edge of the dance floor, and Scarlett watched as the couples twirled and whirled their way around it. Then she noticed the gaggle of young women on the opposite side of the room and followed their stares. Callan was dancing with a young woman in a rust-orange gown. Her mask was one of gold, and her long brown hair was curled elegantly down her back. Her skin was golden, and she didn't have the air of one enamored by the prince. She danced with him confidently, her chin high. No flirty smile, but a look of pure possessiveness, as if she dared anyone to try and interrupt her dance with him. That is Lady Veda Lairwood, Finn said, noting her stare. Lairwood? Daughter of Lord Lairwood? Hand to the king? Scarlett asked curiously, as Callan and Veda conversed while they danced. One and the same, Finn answered. Are they involved? That is the desire of Lady Veda, Finn said with a shrug. She is likely the closest one to that goal of all the nobility in attendance this evening. And Callan? Does he return such an intention? Prince Callan, Finn said with reproach, will avoid taking anyone as his bride until his father forces him, I'm guessing. He finds the women of the court far too predictable. Why? Scarlett asked. Because none of the women here would slip him notes in a secluded clearing or sneak books into his bedroom, not without trying to get into his bed with him. At his words, Scarlett slid her eyes to him, but his eyes were on the prince now. She returned her own eyes to the prince just in time to see his eyes settle on her. Callan's features went still, and even from a distance, she could see his eyes widen in shock. Lady Veda was telling him something, but his attention was now fully on Scarlett. She felt Finn tense beside her. Sloane is watching from the other side of the ballroom. I shall monitor this side, Finn said quietly. The castle guards are everywhere, and the captain of the guard has been warned of an anonymous threat against Callan. Do not do anything stupid. Why would you think I would? Scarlett asked. She had meant it to sound arrogant, but it came out quieter than intended. Because you sneak into not only the castle, but the Crown Prince's private chambers. That is incredibly stupid. It's only stupid if I get caught, which I have yet to do, so I would call it brilliance, Scarlett replied, masking her nerves as the song came to an end. Callan barely glanced at Lady Veda as he said something to her and left her standing on the dance floor. She swallowed hard as he made his way towards her, his eyes locked on her own. Do not hurt him, Finn said quietly into her ear, and Scarlett knew he did not mean with a blade. That's not what this is, Scarlett started to argue, but then Callan was before them. You came, he said, his eyes darting to where she still held Finn's arm. It would be foolish to refuse an invitation from a prince, would it not? Scarlett replied with a tilt of her head. Do I get to ask you to dance, or do I need to write it on a piece of paper and leave it for you to find somewhere? Callan said, leaning in to whisper in her ear. His breath was hot against her cheek, and she felt herself flush slightly, but she smiled like a cat and said, I believe this evening, Prince, you need to ask my escort. Be careful, was all Finn said as he allowed the prince to take her hand from his arm and lead her to the dance floor. She was keenly aware that every eye was on them as he placed a hand on her waist, and not just the eyes of the castle guards or Sloane or Finn. As Callan began leading her through the dance, he said to her quietly, I finished your most recent book last night. Oh? She tried to relax, but she could feel the tension in her limbs and muscles. Not as good as the first few, but fine enough, he said. His tone was casual, easy, the tone of someone who was used to having all eyes on him at all times. If you didn't fall asleep while reading it, it is clearly better than what you've been filling your time with, Scarlett replied. She dared to glance around. Sloane was staring at them stone-faced, next to the women of the court, who were watching her with looks of pure loathing. They were all in varying shades of autumn, golds and reds and russets, a stark contrast to her black attire. Do not look at them, Callan murmured. It is easier to pretend they are not there if you do not pay them heed. Does it bother you to have your every movement watched? Why do you think I was in that hidden clearing that day? He answered, his mouth forming a grim line. And even there I had eyes on me. They are your friends, though, Finn and Sloane, she countered. They are, but they also have their jobs, Callan grumbled. Poor princeling, having two people making sure he is safe at all times, she crooned with a grin. Surprise passed over Callan's face. His eyes narrowed as he said, You do know I am the actual crowned prince, right? I called you princeling, didn't I? Scarlett replied sweetly. When he only stared back at her, she sighed. I didn't mean to offend you, Callan. If your title means so much to you, it doesn't, he interjected. It is a breath of fresh air to have someone not care about my title, to tease me and simply call me Callan. It is nice to have a friend who is simply that. We are friends? We are people who converse on a regular basis, who share details about ourselves and our interests. Yes, I would call us friends, Callan said thoughtfully, although friends usually know each other's names. Scarlett let a small smile tug at the corner of her mouth. Do they now? You will not tell me? She didn't say a word, just shook her head slowly, her eyes fixed on his. That is hardly fair, you know my name, he argued. You're the crown prince, everyone knows your name. Scarlett replied dryly. A small applause broke out as the song ended. The throng of court ladies began to make their way to him, but his fingers tightened on hers as she made to pull away, and as the next song began, he gently tugged her back to him, closer than before. "Do you not need to dance with others?" she asked, her mouth going dry. "I am the crown prince," he replied, his voice thick. "I do not need to do anything." Indeed, Callan danced with no one else for the rest of the evening, save for his little sister, Princess Eva, who giggled as Callan swung her around the floor. As soon as she was ushered off to bed, though, he had come right back to Scarlett. Finn had kept her company while he had been occupied, and she had used the time to study the royal family, the king and Queen Meredith. To the king's right was his hand, Lord Lairwood, and next to him his son, whose eyes met hers. A slow smile spread across his lips as he had lifted his wine goblet to her. And when the moon was high and it was nearing midnight, Scarlett knew she needed to go and take her tonic. As planned, Cassius appeared at the ballroom entrance, waiting for her. He caught her eye and gave a subtle jerk of his chin. Time to go. "You have a keeper?" Callan asked quietly when she told him she needed to take her leave, noting her escort at the hall doors. "No, I do not have a keeper," she chided. Their dances had become closer and closer as the night had progressed. Finn and Sloane had intercepted any other ladies who tried to ask the prince for a dance. He held her close now, his arm looped around her waist, her hand clasped in his against his chest. "Then why?" "Darkness and secrets, Prince," she whispered, her tone sultry. "And where shall you go?" he pressed, as she began to disentangle herself from his arms. "Back to the shadows," she answered. "So now you are a wraith of shadows." His fingers still gripped hers as she made to move to the stairs. If he only knew how close he was. "Good night, Callan," she said gently with a soft smile. She felt him watching her as she crossed the ballroom. Finn appeared at the bottom of the stairs, and she merely nodded to him. When she reached the top, Cassius pressed her tonic into her hand, and she drank it down as he said, "He's falling for you, you know." "I know," she said. "This was your plan?" he asked sharply. "No, but I suppose it could work to our advantage." "It is a dangerous game, Scarlett," Cassius said quietly. "The only kind I know how to play." The next week, 5 children went missing from the Black Syndicate, and Scarlett knew it was time to ask Callan for help. She placed the note on his pillow as she usually did, and then slid into the shadows of his room to wait. An hour passed, then 2. She was growing restless and bored when she finally heard the creak of his hall door. She watched as he entered his private bedroom, untucking his shirt as he went. He reached up to begin unbuttoning his tunic when he spied her note. He crossed the room quickly and sat on the bed, unfolding it. Then his head jerked up. The note had held only one sentence. "What if the shadows spoke to you tonight?" Callan stood, crossing the room to the door. He closed it, sliding the lock into place, then asked cautiously in the dark of the room, "What would the shadows say?" Good. He hadn't called for anyone. "They would ask if you could keep some of its secrets," she purred back. His head whipped in the direction of her voice. "If they would trust me enough to share them, I would take their secrets to the grave, for the return of 2 favors," he replied, taking a step towards where she stood hidden. She was next to an open window, a quick escape route already noted should she need it. "That's mighty brave of you to ask from the darkness," she crooned back. "Brave or stupid, I am not yet sure," Callan said with another step. "And what are these favors?" "1, another step closer. Your name. And the second? To see your face without a mask in place." He breathed. He was a few feet from her now, but the clouds were obscuring any moonlight. She was indeed ensconced in shadows, blending in with the darkness. "Well then, Prince," she said, stepping from the shadows now. She heard him suck in a breath as he beheld her in the little light from the flickering hearth. She was bedecked in her usual black, with more weapons than teeth upon her. She reached up and pulled her hood back, revealing her face. "I shall fulfill the second favor now, the first after we have discussed a matter I need your help with." They spoke long into the night. Scarlett told him of the children disappearing, although she left out where they were disappearing from. A dangerous line she was towing being here, asking him for help. He listened, only interrupting when he needed clarification. Callan kept a healthy distance from her for much of it until she needed to leave to take her tonic. She pulled her hood back into place, and as she made to move to the window, he caught her arm. She froze, her eyes dragging from his hand to his face. "That," she said, her voice lethal, "is very stupid of you." "Or mighty brave," he countered, his voice low. "I must go," she answered, making to leave again, but his grip tightened. "My first favor," he growled, bringing his face closer to hers, searching it, as if memorizing every feature. "Tomorrow," she replied, her own voice dropping low. "Have information for me tomorrow night, Callan, and I shall tell you my name." The next night she again waited in his rooms, but he returned to them far sooner than the prior evening. He entered from his private sitting room, again locking the door behind him. Then he turned to face the room where she had been hiding the night before. "Are you here? Do you have news?" She was in a different part of the room this time, in the armchair directly in front of the darkened fireplace. His head turned to where she sat, and he closed the space between them quickly, as if he feared she would slip away. He found her lounging in the armchair and braced his hands on the armrests on either side of it, leaning in close to her. "Dangerous territory, Prince," she whispered. "Do not call me that," he snarled softly. "Do not call you by your title?" she asked with a tilt of her head. "Just no," he whispered. And without realizing she was doing it, she brought her hand to his perfect face. Callan froze, and she brushed her thumb along his cheekbone. She studied those hazel eyes, the green flickering in the embers of the hearth. "Do I frighten you, Callan?" she whispered. "Yes," he breathed back. "Good." They stared at each other for another moment, her hand still on his cheek. Then he said, "Tell me your name." "Tell me your information," she countered. "Oh, no, my wraith of shadows. Tonight, I make the demands," he said softly, with a small smirk. "And what would you demand of me, Callan?" "We will start with your name." He still stood, braced over her in the armchair. "Scarlett," she whispered. "Scarlett Monrhoe." "Monroe? The healer's daughter?" "You know of my mother?" she asked in surprise. "She was a renowned healer, the best in the kingdom. She came to the castle once to heal my mother," he explained. "But she was—" "Yes, she was," Scarlett replied quietly, dropping her hand from his face, her eyes falling to her lap. "And her daughter has not been seen in—" "Nearly 7 years," Scarlett finished, lifting her eyes back to him. "So now, Crown Prince, will you still keep the secrets of the shadows?" "Everyone believes you to be dead," he said, searching her eyes. "That was the plan." "Why?" "Because I was also supposed to be killed that night," she answered. Callan was silent for a long moment. "I have been down to the dungeons. There are no children there. I have heard no mention of it from any of the dungeon guards or castle guards." "Could there be another set of dungeons? Ones you do not know about?" she asked, urgency in her voice. "I do not know where there could be," Callan said, standing upright now and taking a step back. Scarlett was on her feet, pacing in his room. He didn't hear wrong. This cannot be another dead end. She was muttering more to herself than to Callan at this point. We cannot start over from square one, not again. Too much has gone into this. She didn't notice that Callan had stepped closer to her, not until he gripped her elbow gently. She whirled, instinctively grabbing a dagger from her hip and bringing it to his throat. He froze, but a small smirk spread across his face. "I'm sorry," she said, panic in her voice. She quickly lowered the dagger. I wasn't attacking you." "I know," Callan said, and as she sheathed the dagger, he tugged her close to him. "I have only had one day to look into things. Give me more time." "More time means the possibility of more children going missing," Scarlett said. "If you are Monroe's daughter, then you are from the Black Syndicate." It was Scarlett's turn to still. He was smart, this prince. While she had been pacing and muttering, he had figured out a puzzle of his own. "Is that where the children are disappearing from?" "Yes," she whispered. When Callan didn't say anything, she asked, "Will you stop looking into it then, because of where they came from?" Callan cocked his head to the side. "The Black Syndicate is still part of our kingdom, Scarlett. I once told you my wish was to focus on the people within our borders, not on obtaining more. That includes those in the Black Syndicate." Scarlett rose up on her tiptoes and pressed a feather-light kiss to Callan's cheek. "You are a rare gem indeed, Callan. I hope you remain so when you assume the throne." She made a step back, but Callan slid a hand to her waist and held her against him. "More demands tonight, Prince." "Only one," he said, and he lowered his mouth to hers. He pulled back a fraction of an inch, and she whispered softly, "Dangerous territory indeed, Prince. This is a dark path you should not travel down." "Do not tell me what to do," he snarled under her mouth, "and do not call me that." This time, when he brought his mouth to hers, she kissed him back. He tasted of something sweet that she could not place, and his spring rain and pine scent wrapped around her. She parted for him when he ran his tongue along her lips, and so they stood in the dark, kissing in the shadows.